Blizzard!
Blizzard!
Egg is back.
Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Do something. Entertain them. There you go. Alright, we'll see you guys in 4 days. See ya. Little ones, stay here. Don't move for like 3 days. Oh, yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the random well, not really random, but welcome back from the hiatus. I ate ass. Oh, yes, little one. Time to get bitey. Time to get bitey. You'd watch this for 4 days. Fucking loser. You heckin' loser. Alrighty. Looks like I'm picking little one hairs off my headphones. Or my earbuds. Hey, where do you think you're going? No, don't invade the desk, I beg. Sit there. Sit there, you go. Oh, you guys have like primo view now. She's presenting herself. Oh, yes. I was about to switch the camera back, but she just like went head on. The little bean animal. Hello, everybody. Why, thank you, Guy Stream. Why, thank you, Corn Dog. Yeah, she has a tiny loaf. Boop, boop. Alrighty. That's enough. That's enough of little one. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's been a very eventful few days that you wouldn't know anything about because I haven't been streaming.
Go to the corner!
The Valley Man, thanks for the 55 Prime Marino. And Opie Man, thanks for the 62 during the countdown. I appreciate that. Hope everyone's been good. Yeah, that was a busy few days, but productive. Especially when I had to go to the car dealership yesterday to bring my car in to swap my winter tires. And they're like, "Hey, man, your brakes are really rusted in the front, and they're pretty shaved down in the back, so we're gonna have to replace the back ones and de-rust the front ones, or we recommend you do." I was like, "Yeah, just do it." They're like, "Okay, $1,700. Yeah. That was after discount because I'm like a VIP there and I know the people. Good stuff. Little one likes Bitey today. Oh, she's gonna get there. She gonna get there. Man, the thing is, I don't even drive that much. I was like, bro, I have like 25K on this car. And they're like, yeah, I know, but you keep your car outside, which is actually going in the garage soon because of the driveway stuff I told you about. So I was like, okay. Classic every time. You know, that's what everyone says. This is actually the first time I've taken my car in, and they're like, hey, there's extra stuff you need to do for your car. So, I mean, it sucks. It had to happen at some point, but it's not like every time I go in, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, it was brakes, it was all sets of brakes, it was fluid replacement, it was labor for switching whatever service fees, and it was also labor for switching the regular tires to the winter tires, which is why I went there in the first place. Which is good timing, because it's getting pretty snowy here in Toronto, at least where I live now. Man, it's crazy. I went in, like, when I woke up yesterday at, like, 6:30 to go take the car in, it was like, there was, like, a bit of snow out, nothing crazy. Like, it was enough that I had to brush my car off, you know? And I drove 25 minutes south, because the dealership's pretty close to my parents' house, so it was, like, in the same area. Then I went to my parents after while I was waiting for the car, and no snow. They're like, you have snow up there? I was like, yeah. Happens every year. Like, it's insane. It's like snowing outside right now, like, reasonably heavy. Like, I just had to go to the vet earlier and then stop by the pharmacist before stream, and which is why I'm late, sorry. It's actually really annoying at the pharmacist. It was my 3rd day in a row visiting the pharmacist, and they already had the product. It was free because of some promotion thing, and they made me just sit there and wait for 30 minutes because the woman was on the phone. Like, it was literally there. They didn't have to prep it. They ordered it in, which is why it was my 3rd day going. I was just sitting there staring at the product on the counter. There was, I guess, a younger woman pharmacist working, but I guess she's, like, not allowed to deal at the front. And then just the woman at the phone. I'm just sitting there staring at the package for 30 minutes. I could have just fucking left, you know, like, grabbed, like, paid, and there was nothing to pay. It was literally $0. I could have just grabbed it and gone. You have to, like, give instructions. I mean, I already knew them and blah, blah, blah. Anyways. Yeah, so I just, like, no snow at my parents'. Now it's starting to snow a bit, but it's, like, it's fairly snowy out right now. Like, you gotta brush the cars off. There's probably enough in the driveway to start shoveling, too. At least a little bit. And it looks like it's going to be snowing for the next 3+ days here, so. Like, I was a light dusting of snow today. No, it's pretty legit out. It's not like snow. I mean, like, It's starting to very lightly settle on the asphalt. But like on the lawns and stuff, it's basically white. As is, don't need breaks in Toronto. You got this hold your beer. You do not. So winter tires are not mandatory by law in Ontario. They are in Quebec, as Pamplemousse just said. Pamplemousse just said. They're actually not mandatory in Ontario. But if you don't get them, well, outside of any risk with like heavy snow, especially in my area up in Richmond Hill, you're gonna get like insurance probably goes up because of it. It's obviously more dangerous. I think probably if you get into a boo-boo and you don't have winter tires, they're kind of like, oh, well, it's your fault you didn't have winter tires, you know what I mean? Oh, man, my my car broke down in the middle of the road. Al, you should have gotten winter tires. But either way, not mandatory, but highly recommended. In Quebec, they are mandatory 100%. How's Mr. Cat? Oh, man, it's been a stressful couple of days. So Mr. Cat has, I think I said it on stream. Did I say it on stream before I left? He has like a bald spot on his back, and it started to freak me out pretty bad. So when I got home from what ended up being a 9-hour trip to the car, to get my car in, because if they're like, hey, the brakes, and now we need to keep your car longer and all this stuff. When I got home, or in the morning rather, before I left, it was like noticeably bald. Like, I'm not, like, it was like the hair was like really like thinned out there. I mean, it was just like a big fucking bald patch on his back. I was like, okay, that's it. So I emailed the vet and I was like, hey, this. And she's like, you better, she's like, can you bring him in? I want to take a look. So then I brought him in yesterday as soon as I got home. Bro, I felt so bad. I got home and, I mean, when he realizes, because I never walk around in the house with my shoes on because I'm not a dirty American. I walk down, the moment he knows I'm approaching him with my shoes on, he's just like, he was sitting right here, like nicely like loafed and cuddled up in this spot. And I came downstairs with my shoes on, the cage was upstairs like prepped for him. And he just looked at me and like literally visibly like sunk like this in this little thing and just became dead weight when I tried to move him. I felt so bad, dude. I felt so bad. Anyways, I took him in, and she inspected him. Honestly, we still don't really know what it is. It's not an infection or anything like that because the skin's not red. It's not irritated. It's not really like, it's like a little dry and flaky, but like most of his skin is. No chance for a ringworm. Started obviously getting worried about things like liver issues and kidney and blah blah blah. So they did a blood test and they sent it to the lab last night and they got it back today and the blood test was all good. Everything was perfect. And not just that, actually, his fructosamine has gone down a lot since he started his medication, to the point that he's like, I mean, you know, it's not celebrate yet, but he's like not too far from the range where it's considered that he might be in potential retention, or remission rather, from the diabetes. So that's really good. The problem is the bald spot is still just a mystery. It could be obviously something as sinister as like skin cancer. It could be just stress. It could be, I don't know. She gave me like a moose like foam thing to rub on him on his back for like a week, once every other day. So I did it this morning, which those little scraggly hairs getting wet made the bald spot look even worse. And I had to go to the vet today, like I said, to pick up some more stuff. So I like showed them the pictures and they're like, yeah, and it's just like, that's just because it's wet that it looks so much worse today. So I don't know, we'll see. Stress causes animals to lose their fur, yeah, but it's just weird that it's in like a patch. Like it's literally just in a patch. It's not like his hair's thinning all over. Everything else is normal. It's just like a patch of fucking bald area. So either way, I need to monitor him, obviously see if it gets worse over the next few days. We're gonna try the moose, and then after that, I mean, I'd have to bring him in again, and we keep searching things, right? So I don't know. So I'm definitely, I was like fucking miserable yesterday, but the blood test put me in a much better mood earlier this morning. But I'm still a little uneasy because I just don't know. Like, we don't know what it is yet, right? I'm hoping it's nothing more than just stress. But that's weird because he's been totally fine. Like, ever since he last went to the vet, which was like a month ago, he's been totally chill and purring and normal. So it's kind of weird to me that all of a sudden you just start getting stressed, even though he's acting cuddly and normal, and like start losing fur. So I'm like kind of worried, obviously. But is it a place he can reach? Not really. It's kind of like on his shoulder blades. I mean, he can probably scratch at it if he wants, but it doesn't like itch him or anything. What's up, Swedish? Is it from where they shaved him to put the monitor thing? It's actually above. Hold up. I don't have a ton of pictures for. Let me send it to my alt account so you guys can see. Easier to describe that way. So, all right. Some of the better pictures I can take. It's a little hard to get a cat to stop moving around. So as you guys can see, this area up here is like, it's pretty balded out, right? Like, it's really thin, which is weird because look how fluffy he is otherwise. And obviously the two circles are where the monitors were before. And look how much fur is like growing down here normally, right? So obviously this bald patch is a little Suska. So that's what we're talking about. And plus it's also above where the two little monitor things were. So I don't know. So yeah, this is weird and I don't like it. But so far at least based on the blood test, it doesn't, you know, no kidney or liver threat stuff. I'm hoping it's just stress, but the monitors were down here. Well, this one's like kind of in the area, but the other one's like down here. I don't know. It's also weird his fur turned white here where the monitors were, but yeah. Yeah, maybe he wants to be bald because of me and Rob, true. So yeah, so I don't know. I don't have any other further info on it because this is a development as of yesterday. The only good thing is, like I said, the blood tests were all normal, so it doesn't hint that it's any like liver related issue or anything like that. So in best case, I'm hoping for is like stress or some kind of, I don't know, skin condition thing. Who knows? We'll figure it out. Ooh, does man. Thanks for the 52 primer. Welcome back. This fucking animal, dude. Poor animal. He's just like he's just going through the ringer, guys. Fado man, thanks for the 95 monther, dude. And welcome back. I appreciate that. It's just healing. Well, like the thing is, the entire thing's very suspicious because the doctor herself said she remembers when she shaved his back, she did not see a bald patch there, meaning it was normal, right? So this is a development from like during this diabetes phase that once we started treating it. And I didn't really start noticing it until like a week or two ago. And I remember like a couple weeks ago being like, oh, that area looks like a little thin. Oh, maybe it's just because he's like hunched over like this and the skin stretched out. I started noticing more and more until the picture you just saw. So it's definitely something that's been progressing. So I don't know. You know, it's just like weird.
Blizzard.
It's weird. Scary dude, thanks for the 119.
Pretty sure this is 120, not 119.
I don't know. I see the numbers 119 there, dude. Thanks for the 119 primer. No, you can't really reach the area to lick it. I don't know. We'll see. I'll obviously keep you guys updated as well as I find news out. But right now it's basically just use this cream and keep an eye on it and see, you know? Yeah, sure. It's scary. Sure. Look, go back here. Likely stress. Well, it's just the stress doesn't also make sense to me because he's not like living in fear every day. He's not under stressful conditions. The worst he gets is like the ear pricks from blood, and he just like sits there and purrs during it. It's not like, you know, there's nothing like stressful going on in the house, right? If I was like bringing him to the vet every day and he was like hating his life and shit like that, then I'd be like, oh yeah, he's really stressed out and he's like losing his fur.
Go to the corner.
He's like not in stressful conditions at all, more or less.
Afternoon,
so
happy
like
Wednesday and December.
Get a Sharpie and circle it? I mean, I've been taking pictures every day, so I'll have some frame of reference. I'm trying to take pictures of when he's like loafed normally, because it doesn't look. It looks like a little thin, but not as bad. But when he's eating and like he hunches down and his back is like stretched out, the entire hair just looks like fucking bare as shit.
Let's go.
Like I said, it doesn't seem to be bothering him. No itchiness, no redness. Blood test came back well, so I don't know. We'll see. Addy, dude, thanks for the 57. Ammo Hell, thank you very much for the new Prime sub. Nice to see you. Get in here. And McNair's, thanks for the T294 monther. Welcome back. Could be the beatus fluctuating stress, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I guess what I mean with the stress is he's not showing behavioral manifestations of stress. You know what I mean? Like, he's not like hiding, he's not like not purring, he's just being his loaf self. He's just chilling and purring at everything, right? So he's certainly not manifesting any stress on the outside, but who knows, I guess. But maybe the beatus stuff's doing it. The only reason I remember I saw you the first time was near my birthday. That sounds so confused as well. Bro, just Twitch things scary. Just Twitch things. Anyways, so I'll let you guys know. But yeah, yesterday I was really like, honestly, man, this morning I was like like pretty bad shape. I was like, I promised everyone I'd stream today, but I was like in zero mood to stream because I was so I like didn't sleep well last night because all I can think about was like, I was like, oh my god, liver disease, because cats with diabetes can get liver issues really easily, and this is a major sign of liver issue is like fur loss. And there was one point yesterday when I took him in that the vet was like, I don't like this. His skin looks a little yellow, and I was like, but the results all came back really good. So, like literally as I got to the vet to pick up his, like a new supply of like glucose strips and stuff like that, I walked in. She's like, oh, the results just came in, and I was like, oh god, I feel so much better. I was literally about to call a stream off again. I was like, okay, I feel much better. I'm good. We're good. I'm happy. Well, you know, like still like weirded out about it, but much better. Emotional stress is a thing for animals too? Are you saying it's emotional damage? Oh, little one. The only emotional damage you have is when you can't bite my fingers. I mean, it could be like one of the most by far one of the most common, at least in cats, probably in dogs too, of like hair loss and thinning like that. It is usually ticks, fleas, things like that, but they're indoors. Little one's fine. Rob and I don't have ticks because we don't really have any hair, but so like it's just one of those things where if it was in him, you'd expect to see it in her too, right? But I don't know, she's her bitey self. Oi, Stu. How old is she? Well, they're both 11 and a half-ish. Good news and happy streamer. Oh, God. Also, fuck car bills. Why? What? Just an adjustments for a few months, really? Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, we've been, by we, I mean Breeny, Aggie, and I have been very hard at work. Behind the scenes for the Streamathon. The Streamathon, if you didn't see Twitter, Discord, Blue Sky app, or the title in this stream currently, will be starting on Saturday. Saturday, chat. Saturday will be the beginning of our Giga Holiday Streamathon. It is a porn site. Saturday's a good day. We were going to do it tomorrow, but frankly, between RL, some things not being ready, blah, 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 we decided not to. Today, actually. We finally made the call. We could start it tomorrow, and it would have been a good day if everything was ready, but I don't want to, like, half-ass start it just for the sake of starting it tomorrow. So Saturdays, I still wanted to do it this weekend, so Saturday's good. I'm a little worried about, like, the PoE stuff, which is why I didn't launch Friday. I don't want to, like, launch it during everyone's, like, PoE binge. People will still be binging PoE, but I think the support a streamer announcement was really good for everything. And at some point, I mean, we got to do our own thing. It's not like our community is a PoE community only, right? There's people that are just going to be here not caring about PoE, but just want to chill, so. Saturday. It will be great. I'm actually very excited. If you missed it, I did... Let's see if I can find it here. It's been a couple teasers.
Taste.
One of them will know. Not that they'll really tell you anything, but if you you know aren't part of our like Discord server or anything like that, there's a couple things. Blizzard that we've teased about.
We'll have to see if I can make it up over the holidays.
Falcon Man, thanks for the 23 primer. Spencer, thanks for the 67. Did Rob invite you? Because I didn't, Spencer. No, I'm just kidding. Anytime, brother. Let me know. But let me know, obviously, as well ahead of time as possible, yeah, so we can like properly plan. These are the teasers so far. 2 pictures.
Go to the corner.
One was yesterday, one is today. There will be another
Oh
one
man,
tomorrow.
we back again.
Another one on Friday. What could it be? I don't know. We'll see. Mr. Cat on there too? Yeah, he's a snowman now. Memes, dude, thanks for the 52-monther, brother. I will come back. Yeah, just the sooner the better, Spencer. So that will be starting Saturday. And will be guaranteed going through the holidays. It'll be uncapped as before. So there'll be time left over later. Good music for a snowing scene. I don't want to say anything more. It is very cool though. I'm always cautious. I'm always like modest to like oversell stuff because I don't want to like overhype it. But I still want to hype it because the amount of work that's gone into it is super cool. I just hope that the final product's something that you guys think is cool and like. Because it would suck if not. Really a lot of work's gone into it. I think what we've built is really unique. I've never seen any stream do this before, ever. Not even Kai Sanat, even though that's not who I'm comparing myself to. Not that I'm comparing myself to anyone, but it's really neat. It's really neat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. We'll see. So you guys think? We shall see what you guys think. It is just to like set some expectations. It's in the realm of it's our theme for the Streamathon and the vessel through which you guys will interact with stream. It's not a visual physical thing in this room, by the way. That will all be the usual stuff. It'll be cozy decorations and all that stuff. That's all still happening. Everything from last year more or less is still happening. It's more the vessel as to which the stream will like interact and whatever. Oh, you guys will interact with the stream and stuff like that. Camping stream, no, that's what I'm saying. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like I'm going like cooking or camping or, I mean, that's like other shit. Yes, we will have probably that kind of, not camping, but probably that kind of stuff for the Streamathon itself is like goals. Like all the usual stuff from there last year, but bigger and better will be here. We'll have goals. We'll have some funny stuff. We'll have some cool stuff. There will be a tree. There will be decorations. There will be a little one. There will be a Mr. Cat. There will be some nasty drinks, I'm sure. But yeah, it's more the tool we're building for the stream. And the good thing about it is, especially if it's liked, is something that can be built upon for the future, not just for the Streamathon. So yeah. Oh, you're finally moving, chat there? I mean, it'll be going for a while, right? Well, it'll be like a 3-4 week thing at minimum. I'm buying you a 4090? Sure, man. Whatever you say. So anyways, that's the blurb about that. I would like to set realistic expectations, but I'm very excited about it. I definitely couldn't have done it, for what it's worth, without Breenie and Aggie. Like, 100% couldn't have. Or at least it couldn't have reached the quality it's going to reach, for sure. It's really cool, man. It is really cool. It is banging. It is banging. We are starting Saturday for it. I know it'll be in the middle of PoE hype for some people, so if they don't tune in, well, their loss. But we'll have a little session so I can show things off, and we'll get going from there. Outside of that, our Weekly schedule's up. A little late, but it's up. Just earlier today. That's our schedule. Obviously, I was off the past 2 days. And not really any mystery. Just PoE 2 hype is coming, so we're going to PoE 2 it up. Probably no Bruv Night for me, at least on Saturday. I'm not 100% sure on that. I just didn't put it in because for a couple reasons. PoE 2 hype, which actually launches Friday. I don't really know if I'm going to be in the mood to just randomly switch game to like Marvel Rivals or something on Saturday if we're binging. Number 2, our Streamathon starts that day. So if we've kind of settled down with that initial hype, which probably we will by then, but so I'm not going to write it off completely, but I'm not planning on Bruv Night, but you guys know me, I very easily get sucked into these things, so perhaps we'll end up doing it. Outside of that, PoE 2, some Ravenswatch today, and then schedule for next week will launch after. Marvel Rivals, bruh. What about bruh? What about Marvel Rivals, bruh? I think that is all of the general stream-related stuff I wanted to go over. There's obviously not, I can't, like, say too much more right now, so that's about it.
Go to the corner!
XR Man, thanks for the D355er. God damn. Welcome back, brother. Made a mistake on the schedule. It says PoE 2 instead of Infinity Nikki. Ah, my mistake, Jacobim. Bravo's looking good, but like PoE 2, I'm excited for PoE 2, man. I really am. I think it'll also be enough of a branch off of the typical ARPG genre, even though it is an ARPG. So many reviews have come out about it, including Drama, that are just saying it's like a kind of like a Souls-like ARPG now, especially with the dodging and bosses and stuff. And that makes me personally, as a big fan of those types of game, even more excited. With the usual, you know, make your builds and stuff, which I like because roguelikes and whatnot. So we're doing so things that I promise we will do this streamathon that are not going to require another like sub goal because that'd be scummy. We will do a dating sim because I owe you guys one. And seeing as I have some facial hair, we will probably dye it because I promised we would do that and never did too. Making up for my atrocities. So scared of system overload finally. Overload period. There's 100% going to be system overload. Absolutely. But listen, the way I look at it, right? And it depends. It depends like what your personal goals and needs are from the game. And if you're somebody that absolutely must understand every system and want to like be really good in the game and make really good builds or follow really good builds or whatever, like if you are somebody that fundamentally needs to grasp systems in a game in their entirety, absolutely it'll be overwhelming for sure. But if you're someone like Dan or Co, I just use them as example because they're kind of a little more laid back. Like Dan's not going to be farming maps, right? Like let's be honest. And they're not. Dan is not known for like ARPG build making prowess, right? He just likes games and he plays games and he enjoys them and he plays through them with no pressure, right? So if you're more like Dan, then you can just start PoE 2 up and see where the adventure takes you, and that's that, then you're good to go, right? But obviously the depth to the game is giga daunting for a lot of people, like 100% of it is. Lego build again? I love legendaries, yeah. Bro, stop asking me to spoil. I'm not spoiling your goals. But the beautiful thing is you can check it out. If it's not your thing, it's not your thing. The other beautiful thing is we'll have some early access keys to give away tomorrow. By the way. I was going to consider giving a couple out today, but we're not going to spend all day on PoE 2. We're going to play some Ravenswatch and stuff, So if you're somebody that didn't want to pay for it, but maybe did want to check it out yourself, we'll have some keys to give away. In fact, they are courtesy of some of you guys that had extra keys and DM me, and they're like, I have a bunch of extra keys if you want to give them away. I was like, sure, man. If you don't want them, more than happy to. So there you go. So we'll have some keys to give away tomorrow. I might do like a couple of Twitter ones just because, you know, scumbag numbers and all that kind of stuff. But we'll do some on stream tomorrow to give away. GGG give you a supporter pack yet? No, my account actually was not eligible for early access. I got early access by someone giving me a key. So I'm in no way special. We're not sponsored or anything for it. We are just going to be playing the game, and we're going to be part of support a streamer because everyone is, and that's that. And obviously the drops. We're just going to be playing the game. In fact, I think I might be one of the only streamers in there not sponsored. Hello, Tigera. You just want to press buttons, watch stuff die, and get shinies? Then you might want to play World of Warcraft Classic. Apparently, it's quite bumping right now. Little one. Oh, yes. She wants to chomp. Did Monsters Is hook you up? Nope. It was Breeny. Are you planning to give Indiana Jones a whirl next week? Are you getting your fix elsewhere? I applied for a key, and that's where we'll leave it. Am I planning to? Maybe. I don't really have like a yes or no on it. I'm not 100% disinterested in it. I don't know if I'm interested enough to spend $80 on it to play it. Now, by the time we'd get to it, because I'm definitely not doing the early access version of it, I'm sure a bunch of reviews will come out, so... Not that I usually do it, but, I mean, if the reviews are overwhelmingly terrible from all sides, probably not. If they're like, wow, this game's, like, should have been GOTY contender, blah, 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 then, yeah, I might be more intrigued to do it. Messed up her bath? How dare I? How dare I, Tiny Tone the Bean? Oh, gosh, she's so bitey. Look at her. I know she wants to take a chomp home. Every time she turns around like that, she's looking to take a chomp. That's why I'm pulling my hand away quickly. So you can get Game Pass. What do you need a key for? True. Right, thanks for giving me something to Darmist. Tail flicking, don't go near. People that, I mean, maybe, Garrus. I literally haven't looked into it. But like I said, I'm down to play it. You know, if a bunch of the check marks are, well, checked off, I'm good to go. We'll kind of see how PoE goes as well, right? Like I said, PoE is a massive... like weird-ass mixture of a lot of different factors to consider, and it's impossible for me to predict the outcome, right? All the positive stuff, there's support a streamer, there's drops, there are quite a few people in our community excited for it. I'm really excited for it, etc. On the cons, we're not exactly a known ARPG streamer. I do have to worry about streamer numbers. I do have to see... I do have to see if people are, like, you know, feeling it after X days. It's going to be one of those, we play it, we're going to go, like, we'll definitely play it for a few days. I would like to reach maps and do some mapping and see what their endgame systems are like. Beyond that, we're just going to go with the flow. Could turn into, like, a half-day thing later. Could be like, let's check this out again next week. I don't know, right? Straight up, I don't know. I don't even know if the game's going to be playable. I know they're boasting 1 million instances on release, but I cannot, it's been a long time since I've seen this many... streamers and people and whatever from all forms of genres of coverage of gaming be sponsored for a game and be hyped, whether artificial or not, for a game. So this game category is going to explode for at least the first 24 hours. Like, there's going to be a lot of eyes on this game. Which means that no matter how hard they prep for this, I don't know if it's ever really enough, especially because it's not very hard to get in. Early access keys are flowing around like candy right now, leading to an unmarked white van. And, you know, like, it's a lot, dude. It's a lot of people. And as wealthy as they are, they don't exactly have, like, I would assume they don't exactly have, like, groundbreaking technological and mass server capacity. Considering how niche-y PoE1 is, right? But they must have something because their PoE1 launches are usually fairly stable. But yeah, I think it's a whole new ball game that they're not ready to deal with. But hopefully they are. Wintech man, thanks for the 79. You tricked me with the farm hype. No, we'll farm. We're not, like, for what it's worth. By the way, we're not, like, done with Farm Sim. That's just like a game. That's like a forever game that we're gonna check out. I'm gonna be especially excited to check it out when I get my steering wheel and pedals and stuff from Logitech. That's gonna be super poggies. So yeah, maybe even some trucks in. May just mute the tab during PoE2. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Not every game's for everybody, right? We just played Stalker 2 for 7 days, and it's probably some of the worst numbers I've had in months, but some people wanted to see it. We saw it through. It's there. It's on YouTube now. We've moved on. Logitech steering. Do you have one too, Lemur? Even if you open the stream, not that you've ever done that, I'd still be here. I have done that though. Miss what was said, cat licking ass. This fucking cat, dude. Oh god. She's possessed. I'm going in, she's gonna chomp me. Don't do it. Don't do it, little one. Oh god, you're gonna do it. I could feel it. Oh, you little motherfucker. God, your little teeth are so sharp. Did I hear farm? No birds allowed. But yeah, no, we will definitely still be playing Farming Sim 25. This is where this conversation stemmed from and is resulting in. Did you give her some earlier? What, drugs? No, I haven't had any drugs today. She's just in a mood because she's been sleeping all day, as cats often do. Hold on, what are you doing? You're gonna topple off the fucking thing. Is she not chasing her tail like a crackhead? Who would ever do that, especially in a bathtub? I've used the Logitech G928 steering wheel and pedals until I upgraded to direct drive steering wheel from Fanatec. And were they good? Coffins? What? What is it? Tiny the Tone Bean Cat. Oh, yes. Random note, by the way, for any Satisfactory nerds. In my 3 days off, I managed to play my second Satisfactory game about an hour and a half. Hooray. There's a winter event going on right now. It's kind of cool. There's like presents that fall from the sky and you build a big tree. So just if anyone's interested. I remembered myself as that because I was answering coffins as an addict to that game. So I'm sure you've seen it. Never played the OG PoE. For some reason, I'm hyped for PoE 2. I'll tell you what it is for PoE 2 for me. I mean, I like PoE 1 a lot as well, but I obviously didn't like it enough to binge it all the time and shove it down your guys' throats. And half the time we played is because we were sponsored, although we played well beyond the sponsored segment. Because, I mean, I really... RPGs, making builds, adventure, gear, blah, 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 for me is like always fun, period, which is why I play so many RPGs of various types and roguelites and all that kind of stuff, right? That's kind of like part of our main wheelhouse, you know? PoE 1, and I actually tweeted about this the other day, so I even can refer to it. I'll even read my own tweet here. I said... I'm someone who loves to cook builds and strats and games, and I really don't like looking at guides, let alone following them, which is true. You guys know that about me. The satisfaction of building your own thing and seeing it succeed 100%, seeing it succeed is 100%. It just hits different. Practically the only game I regrettably had to do this with was PoE 1 because I missed the boat early, and frankly there was just too much to catch up on without committing a substantial portion of time to a plethora of systems and rules that were frankly explained very poorly. They have a terrible onboarding for PoE 1, which makes it even more daunting for people to get involved. So, I said, aside from all the incredible stuff PoE 2 has shown, and there's a lot of it for me, like I'm excited just generally about the video game, the thing I'm most looking forward to is the chance to finally jump in at the start of it all and start cooking my own builds and being there with everyone at the beginning. That's, I think, one of the main things I'm looking forward to is just like...
Go to the corner!
You know, being there at the beginning and being able to get into it at the start.
Whose tweet are you reading? He sounds dumb and bald.
Ah, you're bald too. And dumb. Cal, thank you for the 56er. What's wrong with your eyes, Riff? PO2 showing me I'm very different, at least during campaign. Yeah, dodging, blocking, WSD, it's going to be a bit of a different experience that, to me, is very appealing. So, yeah. Yeah, I was happy with the Logitech steering wheel and pedals. For a cost, it was 100% worth it. Just getting pretty seriously into racing, it was worth upgrading to a better setup. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like a good starter / more casual one, then, that's what you're saying. You think you're going to play Monk because Druid's not in yet? It's pretty hard to follow as a viewer, right, but if you're there at the beginning and paying attention, it can't be that hard to follow as a viewer. Now, the thing is, like, I don't think that in defense of PoE or, like, those types of games, right, if they're just not your jam, they're not your jam, but some do. Thank you for the 37 primer. But does your cat eat mice? We don't have mice in this house. I don't know what would happen if they saw a mouse or a rat or anything. She basically is a rat. If you're just at the surface level tuning in, it's the same shit in every game. You smash a bunch of monsters and kill bosses and get gear. if you're trying to more fundamentally understand the ooh and ah moments and the major accomplishments and how things work and builds and whatever, yes, PoE is definitely the hardest to get involved in, right? Whether or not the PoE 2 experience is, they've done a better job of introducing players to it, I know that was one of their I don't know, right? Some reviews say yes, some reviews say no. I do know it was one of their goals to make it more approachable, but approachable doesn't mean it's any less daunting in terms of depth, because let's be honest, it's probably not, right? It's probably not. The other thing on me is I can, and it will be easier this time to do because we're starting the game, it's much easier for me to, and I need to be better about explaining what's going on, even from an audio perspective, assuming that not everyone, just like with every game, you guys don't always have the screen open, right? You're just listening, right? So if I'm just going, ooh, oh man, look at that, oh, great, you're just like, what? Cool, exciting moment, I guess. Whereas if I, like, take the time to discuss in detail what is going on and my brain process behind things and trying to understand things so that when I learn it, you learn it, I think that's a much better experience for everybody, especially on YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm going to do my best to do that. And I think approaching it from just like you guys, we're starting new, we're learning together, I think is a good way to approach it, rather than like, I'm a veteran coming into this, because no one's a veteran coming into this. I mean, people who are like PoE 1 addicts will certainly have a leg up because there's probably a lot of similar stuff going on, but yeah. That's what I'm doing at the moment, listening, because yeah. So I think part of that is certainly I can do a better job, and I will do a better job. And part of that is just being there early, like being there when it started. Yeah, but the thing is, I couldn't do that as well as I wanted to, Yols, because I myself didn't understand PoE 1 very well, you know what I mean? So for me, a lot was like asking you guys and like waiting for like Horny to answer or something. Yeah, early access is on Friday. It costs $30 unless your account's already been flagged. There's also a million streamers and content creators giving away keys through like Twitter campaigns and stuff. We're going to be giving a few away tomorrow live on stream, so you could try to win one of those. Otherwise, it's just $30. It's up to you. I have not decided on a class because I haven't looked at anything for PoE 2 yet, which is what we're dedicating part of the stream to today and mostly tomorrow. I will have to end the stream a little, like nothing crazy tonight or tomorrow, because despite being back, I still have, and with all due respect, as much as I love PoE and I'm excited for PoE 2 and all that kind of stuff, my main focus is our streamathon starting on Saturday. That is the most important thing to me, and that's going to go well beyond the PoE hype, right? That's going all the way through the holidays. So I definitely am not going to go insane on going till like 2 a.m. the next 2 days. We're going to end probably a little earlier. Still got a bunch of work to do for it. Because I know Friday I won't be able to do that because Friday is going to be a hype day and stuff. So I need to get most of that stuff done today. Sorry, tonight and tomorrow. I swear to God. I swear to God. Deja, man, thanks for the 32-monther. I think talking through things is key in complex games. Conversation can suffer a lot. Agreed. And I think that's something I need to be cognizant of on my end. If you don't stop going to bed early, I'm going to lose it. Bro, I'm not going to bed early. I end stream and then work till 2 a.m. on other shit. Do you want a video about Ascendencies? I don't really know where to begin. I know they just released Ascendancy tree info. I don't want to like deep dive too hard today. Probably tomorrow we're going to deep dive a little more. But I do want to get like... Wait, is it an official video or did somebody launch something? Because I was just looking at them ourselves. How are you prepping? I just want to get info, man. There's honestly very limited info out there. Most of the info for most of the content out right now for PoE 2 is just people's reactions to things, or people's reactions to whatever. There's not actually that much more info on PoE 2 in terms of raw data available from either leaks or from GGG themselves. Most of it is just like Quinn watching the same fucking interviews 19 times and like everyone making bullshit like tier lists to try and get a piece of the cake, right? Like that's like most of the content out there, like that's what it is. I actually had to look through it yesterday because I was like, oh, like let me see here. And it's like tier list, my predictions, best Ascendancy, my reaction to, you know, things like that. I don't want to watch the theory crafting stuff, no, because this is my opportunity to jump on board with I'm down to like cross-reference later. This is my opportunity to jump on board and start doing that myself. So I want to read it through myself. So I'd rather just read the official thing. You know what I mean? No disrespect to other people, but yeah. Yeah. I should do a tier list of reaction videos to the tier list. I mean, yeah, listen, man. No hate, yeah? Like, get your bag. It's very obvious to see, like, having done this for 12 and a half years, what people are doing. Bait, bait, bait. Like, but it works, right? I mean, people click because it feeds on excitement. It always has with every game, right? People are excited for PoE 2 are I mean, I even put in our stream schedule, aka hype farm for tomorrow's PoE session, because, like, let's be honest, right? Yeah, what Xcar said, if you win or have or whatever an early access key because your account wasn't innately flagged because you didn't play PoE 1 before, you do have to go to their website where Xcar linked and, like, verify your key, essentially. Then that will unlock your PoE account and give you access to early access by then providing you with a Steam key, an Epic key, whatever. Did you see this? Oh, they actually put gameplay out for this? Okay, I'm definitely not watching this whole thing, but I'm curious, like, very briefly to see what this is like. Wait, why does it look bad? That's combat. I mean, it just looks like generic shit. It looks so mid. I mean, a lot of this game, the thing is with 16 minutes of gameplay, this game is not going to live or... Oh, here's the boss. This game's not going to live or die on its combat alone. It's just going to be about how addictive they make the crafting gathering. You want to know another game that looks aggressively mid on the surface, but, like, can get you very easily addicted? It's called Palworld. And it was one of the most viral games of the past decade that came out. And probably continues to be, especially with the Terraria crossover coming up. So yeah, this looks like whatever. It's probably early on too. I'm not trying to, like, defend it, by the way. Like, it might be shit, but I am trying to give it, you know, it's got to be fair assessment here. It could end up being giga addictive. I don't, like, to me on the surface, Horizon was fun, and I like survival crafting, right? So put them together, it should technically be fun, but are they going to fuck it up? I don't know, probably. But who knows? If you played PoE 1, you get early access? No. It's if you spent a certain amount of money in PoE 1, you get early access. I was actually kind of surprised to see I didn't. Nothing to do with, like, being a fucking self-entitled streamer. I did, like, spend a bit of money on PoE 1. I bought, like, a couple of things, including the basic, like, cash... Well, like, you know, stash loot upgrades or stash upgrades and stuff like that. So I definitely spent a decent amount on the first game, like probably well over $100 or $200. I was surprised to see I didn't get it, but and then add on top of it, we were sponsored like 5 times with them and shit. So it was kind of like, it is what it is. Theory crafting is like a drug for some people. I love theory crafting too for games I get into. Theory crafting is the same drug for me, whatever games we get into. It's Ravenswatch and all this kind of stuff, but. My friend said it's pay to win, so he's not playing. Do you have thoughts on that? PoE's pay to win? I mean, PoE, that's completely incorrect for PoE 1, right? Now, what it is definitely pay to not rip your hair out convenience. You know, they say it's free. It is literally free, but they make it so inconvenient with your storage and your stash that you're kind of muscled into needing to pay some money to make your game experience not miserable. But pay to win, I don't think so, man. I haven't personally seen anything. And only theories I've ever seen about PoE being pay to win have been some, like, really strung out things, usually to do with some kind of trade league stuff. It's like, well, you see, you can do this by doing this, by, you know, being in a coma for 5 years, by, you know, jumping through this hoop. And so you see, if all of these things happen in a row over the course of 5 years, it is actually can technically cost you 10 cents, and therefore it is pay to win. Like, that's the kind of stuff I've seen. I've never seen any evidence of you can literally take $100 and go to PoE and spend $100 and get a bunch of good gear. But the only stuff of that exists is probably some kind of black market or third site activity where you can do that. I also only play SSF usually, so you know, that definitely, I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, it's a nice coffee from McDick's because I was on the road this morning, so I don't have time to eat breakfast really. / lunch. 3:30 need a nap already? My MTX is better than yours? Bring it, motherfucker. If you don't check the crafting is the beginning, I'll look later, Yills. I'll look at it later. I'm sure we'll have, like, one's that plan to come out. Noxan, thanks for the tier 2, 22 months. 2 months in a row. PoE 2. That's a lot of 2s. It's also Tuesday. It's not, but let's pretend it is. Hello, LNT. Oh, good. LNT is here. Let's keep talking about PoE 2 aggressively. Oh, I got you, Yills. I have not decided anything about class. I know nothing about PoE 2 outside of the introduction video that they put out, and everyone's hyped about it. So we are going to do that together. I think my goals for Friday between today and tomorrow are settle on an Ascendency or maybe 2 or 3 that I'm most interested in. Probably do a little bit of, I mean, these trees are available, right? Oh, no, this is swell. Okay. There we go. You know, we'll have a peek through this. This will kind of give us an idea. Obviously, the massive, passive 1,500 million node tree is not available to preview. For that, we'd need to do neckbeard shit, like go through the video where they, you know, their trailer for the game, their in-depth trailer for the game, their presentation from 2-3 weeks ago, and like freeze the screen constantly and read tooltips of when they hover over nodes and then try to imagine. I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking stupid. Okay. So we'll save that for later. So what I'd like to do is probably get through the Ascendancies, read what they have, be like, that sounds cool, that sounds cool, that sounds like not something I'm interested in.
Blizzard.
Probably watch, like, you know, something like the Zizaran, and, you know, like any
Go to hyper, my body is
anywhere
ready.
we can get like raw info from GGG themselves, like the Zizaran interview, things like that. I'd be willing to watch, maybe 125 speed, things like that. Maybe even watch while we're playing Ravenswatch, like whatever, or listen to it, because I'm sure we don't, or maybe we didn't see graphics. I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm sure some of you have looked at these things already. And that's it, because that's really all there is. Is there anything else? Correct me if I'm wrong. That is like literal, actual good info. I'm not interested in like engagement farming via other streamers' reactions and stuff. I'm just interested in raw info from them. But bunch of interviews, yeah. Here's a skill tree. PoE looks scuffed but works. Full Ascendancy's out. More or less reliable. Where did you get this from, though? Oh my god. I don't know where to go. Did they just take the image and like overlay it? How does he know where these all are? This is kind of interesting. It's community driven thing people have made. How do they know what all these are? Wait, is there data mining? Oh, beta testing. Interesting. Yeah, maybe not today, but maybe we'll look at this tomorrow. Oh, a lot of these aren't like. Okay, there's definitely a lot of missing information here, but perhaps we can kind of look in a direction, right? Did that say Amglee? Oh, A6 Gemling. Amgleegionaire. Amgleegionaire. That's kind of clever. It only shows what it's on videos. Okay. You can change class up top. Cool. Yeah, maybe we'll look at this. Here, I'll put it on this side just so I remember. Not today. Oh, fucker. Maybe not today, but sorry, not today, but maybe tomorrow. We can look at it. I'm just very cautious with this because I have stuff for the STREAMATHON open. So I don't want to show it when I'm like, this needs to be closed. Okay. In fact, let's close that too. Good. Cool. See above. No. Stitch is out. Still got infections and LAS. One more next set. In 2 weeks. Well, road to recovery, right? Brian, man, thanks for the 64 months, dude. Welcome back. Or it's a recovery line too. Bro, it's only uphill from here, yeah. Uphill sounds bad because it's an uphill battle, but then if you say downhill, it's bad too because you're going downhill. So I don't know. It's only improvement from here. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. I don't want to show my furry porn. Oh, you know me. I've been playing so much. What was that game? Furry Villa or whatever. That's actually why I took 3 days off, chat. Believe it or not. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So I'll have this for later. But anyways, yeah. So it sounds like mostly interviews, Ascendency trees, general buzz and discussion, and then yeah, horny Villa. It certainly was. It certainly was, brothers. You're gonna give PoE 2 a roll when it fully launches. For now, Ascendency League being locked is a little off-putting, but hopefully that gets reversed eventually. I don't know if it will, because PO1 is really, really strict with respecking and stuff like that, and Ascendancies are locked in that game too, and in this one, they've made respecking way more friendly, but they kind of stood their ground with making it a little bit of a decision with Ascendancies, right? To be fair, I don't know, that's kind of in the same vein. That's kind of in the same vein as Diablo 2 being, or Diablo 4 being like, well, you're playing a barbarian, you can't just switch to it, the necromancer now. You made a barbarian, right? I get it that within the realm of choosing a sorceress, you might want to experiment with the different ones, but yeah. Ascendancies you can swap in PoE 1? Oh, really? Okay, well, I guess this is where they locked them in PoE 2. So, I don't know, maybe they will then. Maybe they will. I'm only guessing because they're locked because they aren't done working on them. Someone asked some of LE Masters are locked. Yeah, well, maybe, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Why is this the world's smallest image as well? Yeah. There we go. Because Myson. How's your house stuff going, by the way? I don't know, that's more spec stuff to me, Garros. Do you ever watch Kingmaker stuff out? What is that? I think that classes are gender locked. It's not something that generally bothers me, but I can totally respect that it bothers other people. I'm not usually like traditionally, I appreciate good aesthetic in games and you know, like freedom of choice and things like that for aesthetics, but it's not usually a deal breaker for me. I don't care that much, you know what I mean? Nam Saiyan. Nam Super Saiyan. Browser not full screen? I don't know, I don't like full screen in my browser. Just want to see like different things behind it, but in this case we will. Sometimes models themselves look good. I don't care what gender they are. Excuse me. What? I mean, you know I literally never do. I never usually full screen my browser. On stream and stuff. And otherwise. I didn't know that's not a reason I won't play a game, but it is weird. Yeah. I don't know. Not full screening browsers crazy? I feel like full screening the browser is crazier. Do you guys full screen your browser, or do you like do you do like this, where it's like most of the screen, but you can still have some workspace behind it, or do you full screen your shit? Next time you tell me to use light mode Discord. Full screen, full screen? Y'all are weird, dude. You don't have enough windows open. Y'all are weird. I mean, apparently I'm the weird one. Anything else is psychotic? Whoa, okay, hold up. Depends what we're talking about. If I'm watching a Twitch stream or a YouTube stream, yes, I will obviously full screen it. But if I'm like working within Windows or just looking at like a wiki or something, it'll be smaller. Full screen across 8 monitors. Okay, bro. I more or less think you guys are the weird ones still. How to best approach this? I think jamming a couple interviews wouldn't be a bad idea. What would you guys recommend as the best interviews to kind of breeze through? You think you habitually do it? Fair. Like, I want to sit here and watch 12 hours of it, because a lot of it's probably repeat, but, like, Ziz is a good one. Okay, let's watch the Ziz one, or at least let's listen to it. I am not looking at Quinn Theories, dude. Every time I see Quinn in my following list, when I wake up in the morning just to see who's doing what on Twitch, it's a fucking tooltip of him with, like, a Notepad++ open. With things like melee good, question mark, ×5, and I'm like, okay. This is in. ZD. Prepared for up to 1 million players. Scissor and interviews. Game director Jonathan. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining.
Oof. We're at 1.25 this bad boy. For sure. See? For what it's worth, to Yolza's comment earlier that it's hard to, like, follow, keep up with this shit. Now is when you would follow and keep up with it. This is where I'm starting my learning process. So if, you know, you're interested in it, this is where you can lend an ear, right? And this is where we're going to start discussing stuff. Because I'm as out there in the cold dark about this game as you guys are at this moment. Quinn went full meme. Poor guy. Pure wee thing. Spread to his brain.
Everybody.
Blizzard! Blizzard! Wait, they're making this?
Sloatgasm.
Shibo! Thanks for the 90-monther, man. Thanks for the primer. Welcome
by
back.
Jonathan Rogers, director on Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for being here.
Literally, for a second, I thought this was just a still image of Jonathan. It's just sitting there in the chair. Hilarious. Okay, let's try 1.25.
No problem. I mean, you know, it's always good to talk to you. We've done a number of these interviews, and I honestly, I'm always happy just to
Okay, he talks very fast, so I don't think that's going to be very good.
talk to whoever's got good questions for me, honestly.
Bro, he talks so fast.
Yeah, I've tried to do just that.
Ziz is slow. Ziz is fine for 1.25, but Jonathan fucking...
So I've sent Jonathan some of the questions ahead of time just so he could prepare.
This is
we could
a
have
bad
little bit less
dichotomy
dev
of speed.
check. And yeah, I've tried really hard to not have any repeat questions except for a few that I really want to push back a little bit on and talk a little bit about.
Sure.
But yeah, it was honestly it's been so many things that's
Let
been
the
changing.
React content
so while, like,
commence.
Questions with chat, it's been a little bit like,
Oh no, he
have
didn't.
they answered this?
Oh my
So,
god,
like, it's,
he fell off.
Yeah, but very excited for this. So I want to start with an interesting question for me personally, because PoE 2
No, this is what he talks like in real life, Mason.
is so different than PoE 1. And I don't know
Yeah, we're
how
also going to
familiar
pause periodically for no reason while I give some thought that has nothing to do with this, just so this runs like 5 hours. And then I'm going to get tired and go to bed.
with World of Warcraft. But a big event there for me was the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj opening with, like, basically the server coming together and working on something and that affecting, like, a little bit of the future outcome. So have you ever thought of doing a league like that, where the future of the league or how it goes core depends on how us as players perform during the league? As a quick example, like, maybe we lose the war towards Breach or we win the war and that, like, changes the future league.
It's something interesting. I feel like we did something like this before, but I'm trying to remember which thing it was. Wasn't it like Tempest, actually? Like, I feel like Tempest had a mechanic like this, but maybe it was like really not obvious. Like, it's actually the kind of thing I am interested in doing. We just haven't really kind of ended up with a league design that kind of wanted to do it. Because you have to be really careful with that stuff, that you don't, like, it can be frustrating for players just because, okay, probably not the thing you're referring to, because that's the whole, like, coming together and actually, like, towards a single goal over the long term. But we've had a few mechanics.
Does the guy on the right kind of look like Elon Musk?
And I think Tempest was one of them. Where, like, I think it was that one.
Not.
Where the more people who farmed something, after a certain number of people had farmed it, it actually, the mechanic moved us to another location.
Oh, that's cool too.
And yeah, so that was kind of interesting. But, like, I think
I don't
we
think
sort of
people would like
decided
this
for that particular case that we
in
weren't
an
like,
RPG.
that happy with it, because I kind of had this thing of like, you know, the idea of unfairness of like, you know, oh, you have to, like, someone says like, oh, this happened in the middle of the night, you need to wake up and do this, and so we kind of weren't happy with that.
I don't think people would like this
the thing
because there's too much things not inside of your control in a game that people usually play solo, like an ARPG. There was already enough pushback with D4 and open world and all that kind of crap. And even with the DLC about like the at least 2 players for the raid, I don't think this would.
We're saying there about the gates. I mean, like, that's pretty cool. I just like, I guess you have to be prepared for like both outcomes and then exactly what you're going to do in both cases. Like, it needs to actually feel like it had a meaningful impact.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the follow-up league. Like, it could be something that you do half a year later or something. Like, say you say that we have to kill like 6 billion monsters, and if we don't, like, the league will be different.
Right.
But yeah,
I guess I'm also kind of into the idea, although maybe people aren't, of like you create like a thing that once you've achieved it, unlock something for all players. Like that kind of stuff could be potentially fun. So I mean, there's stuff you could do there, but I don't have any plans for it in particular. Like, I haven't actually thought too much about this kind of stuff, but yeah, like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'll keep it in mind when we're doing the next league design for sure.
Nice, cool. So I have a few questions about stash tabs. The first one is for things that don't have a PoE2 equivalent, like let's say Blight, right? Are we just not getting a tab at all, or are we going to instead get like a regular premium tab or something like that?
Yeah, so currently you don't get anything, and basically that's because we still want to be able to potentially add that content later, and then at that point that tab will be, you know, for that league. So if we gave you something now, then we'd have to, like, I guess, read only the other. If we gave you a bonus tab now, we'd have to like give you a read only one or something like that. And effectively, the main thing is that we're trying to just make it so that where it makes sense, the thing you bought before will work. Yeah, I think.
Dude, are we keeping our stash tabs from PoE1 if we bought them?
Yeah.
I think I read something that we are.
I suspect that in the future there'll be a time when that will work again, and so you're kind of going to be good in that regard.
Okay.
But I guess it might be like, it is worth bringing up though that if we get to the point of like literally we're never going to use this ever in PoE2, I suppose we could consider like having a replacement tab or something like that. But at least for the time being, like, we still intend that a lot of that stuff still gets used anyway.
That makes sense. Yeah. Now the next question is also about stash tabs, and I remember at some point there was a big discussion about consolidating normal tabs and letting people make quad tabs. Now, if I recall correctly, the reason this didn't go through is there was a big issue with like database problems because we already have stuff in remove only tabs, right? PoE2 doesn't have this issue. Is there a chance that we can, like, for example, there's quite a lot of people like me that have 100 normal stash tabs and would like to merge 4 at a time into a quad stash tab. Is that something that could be an option now with PoE2?
Let me think about that. So it's certainly not something that we've done. I suppose we could potentially do that. I have to say that I'm personally not a huge fan of the quad tab overall, just because, like, I understand the like gameplay utility of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about it that sucks a little bit to me, of just about the way that it just. You don't really.
It sounds like a very PoE vet problem.
Now, admittedly,
you know
if you're just playing the game and you're like, you know, like you don't care about this at all, right? Like, I understand that you don't, and so it's fine. We've got that option. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've kind of never really loved about it.
And by the game
like,
itself,
it kind of makes the items just look a bit lame. But you know, whatever. As I said, I understand that in practice, like for a gamer, it's like you don't care about this. Yeah, like I guess it's one of those. We haven't done this. I guess we theoretically might be able to do that, but yeah, as I said, it's just not something we've done.
Cube.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the quad tabs, and I actually it's funny you brought up Tempest. That's actually where I ended up buying. I think they shaved
down a bunch of currency in the second
the
version.
Tempest and the 20 Exiles. I was like, and I was new at the time, and you know, when you're new to the game, you don't want to get rid of everything. So. The next question is, we've seen on the PoE health bar that there are numbers now, right? So we have basically damage numbers in the game. So I wanted to bring up, have you thought about letting us have a literal target dummy?
Okay, so we've thought about this for sure. The concern that came up the moment we discussed the target dummy is, okay, what resistances does it have? What, like, you know, like what like all this kind of stuff. Like basically there'd have to be state for like how much armor does it have, how much evasion does it have, like all these things. And so then we started getting into, okay, like you'd have to have some way to set these values, right? You'd have to be able to be like, okay, I'm going to set up a target dummy with this particular amount of armor or whatever to simulate whatever boss it was. And then we're kind of like, okay, should we then have a thing we can like select like, okay, here's a boss that it's going to be equivalent to, and then like that would be how we could to do stuff like this. And then we're kind of like, well, hang on, at some point you just got the actual boss itself, you might as well just use that. And then we're kind of like, well, like maybe the target dummy kind of then is like not kind of like it starts to lose its utility then, you know. So the whole chain of reasoning kind of came from all of that stuff. Like I do understand like where you're coming from though, if you're saying that's not good enough. But
I think you're overcomplicating it a little.
Yeah. Right. So you reckon target dummy with no stats, and then you're good?
Literally a target dummy with no stats. And if you really if you don't want to overcomplicate it, you could even have two, right? One that's the equivalent of like, let's say Shaper, right? Or literally just like one boss and one normal monster. But even if all you give us is a target dummy with no resistances and no nothing, that is
that's true,
already a lot better,
right?
In my opinion.
Because if you know how to do any math for resistances after,
I'm actually kind of like probably fine with this, but like as I said, the main concern was that. So it's funny because like anytime you're discussing a feature like this, there's always all the questions of like, okay, so then what are people going to immediately ask for the moment we add this? And so that's how we end up down the path of like, oh, it's like going to require this or this or this or this, and then all these things. And then that suddenly the feature is killed because of like the feeling of over complexity. So I guess that's just sort of explain like how that sort of stuff occurs. But I mean, look, if you're saying it's fine with no like with no stats at all, like maybe it's something we could consider doing. Like I'm not really opposed to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know a lot of people on it. There is a lot of people that don't as well, but yeah, figured I'd bring it up.
Ooh, man, thanks for the
so to hear the case for people who don't want it, like what do you think is really the behind that? Because I mean, I've heard this argument from some GG people before, but as far as people in the community, like what do you reckon is the reason for like no target dummies?
Let's see. I'm seeing so many people say I do want it. Someone said we have POB, don't need dummy.
We have third-party program. Oh god, dude.
It would feel too.
That's probably another just note for later, because I'm sure this discussion is going to come up a million more times about the barrier to entry into the game. That is, in my opinion, another massive hurdle for any new player trying to get into this, not wanting to deal with. You know what I mean? Oh, do you have Never Sinks POB and like a loot filter? And you're like, nah, I'm out.
Competitive.
Right.
Misleading numbers. I'm trying to like pick.
Well, they
out,
shouldn't be misleading. So long as the target dummy actually emulates a real monster, the numbers wouldn't be misleading.
Oh, really, Victoria?
Yeah.
So then that's the argument, therefore, and then that exact thing there is like, oh, well, that's why you have to have, the ability to simulate a given.
That's what I run to PoE.
Sometimes less info is better. I don't know. It's hard to see like reasons for why not.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think they should just add
the next
one.
topic is going to be a bit of a longer one and a bit of a discussion. I want to talk about what the current state of
I'm very heavily opinionated on this, and PoE players aren't going to like my opinion on this.
Portaling out at bosses is, and then talking a little bit about pausing and logging out as well.
Yeah. So basically, so you can't portal out of a boss fight.
Awkward.
This was something that we tried for a while to make it so that you could portal out of boss fights, but with timers and stuff like that. But eventually, we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits. And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a few other changes we've made. Like this is something probably
I missed the first one.
People that really removed a lot of rules and we completely banned with timers and stuff like that. But we tried for a while. Can't portal. Yeah. So basically, so you can't portal out of a boss fight.
I literally missed that first sentence, and that is so nice to hear.
This was something that we tried for a while to make it so that you could pull a lot of boss fights, but with timers and stuff like that. But eventually, we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits. And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a few other changes we've made. Like this is something probably people will never notice, but you can no longer swap your gear in the middle of a boss fight either.
Oh, good.
That's been now disallowed too. And like a few other things like this. Like these are just things that like once again people probably won't normally run into if they're not trying to do some kind of exploit, but effectively like we just want to make sure that like when you're actually in for a boss fight you actually have like a proper experience. Like you have to actually overcome the boss without some kind of weirder forms of cheese that you might otherwise try to do.
Who would ever cheese
what
games?
What happens if let's say that a hardcore player goes in, they get 60% through the fight, and they realize
Yep.
they can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if they log out and wait until the next day?
So you can always log out, like resurrect a checkpoint effectively, or like log out and just wait for time. So like it's possible to get out of a boss fight, right? Like you're not locked into that forever. So that being the case, like effectively, like like if you know that you can't do it, you can get out. And this is sort of an interesting question because I know there are people who are kind of be like, oh, it would be nice if like once you've decided to do something, you're kind of committed to that action. But I just think that we probably didn't want to really go down that path because it would mean that like I feel like that would kind of probably feel a bit bad, I think.
So logout macros are still a thing?
Yeah, so just from understanding, so
God, so
from
lame,
the
dude.
first thing you said, I was under the impression that if I go into a boss fight, let's say I'm going to fight the Shaper, right?
Yeah.
Either the Shaper dies or I die, but then that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. So you can
Okay.
actually like you can bail. That is the case. You can't portal, but you can choose to restart at checkpoint or like log out to back. Like if you log out. Okay, so if you just Alt F4, right? What'll happen is when you log back in, you'll be in exactly the same place you were, which is like. But that's more that the feature there is more about like trying to make sure that you don't like lose your place when you're just.
Wait, hold up. If you Alt F4, you will just be back in the boss fight when you log in?
Playing, right? And you disconnect for a reason.
Yeah.
But if you want to choose to leave the fight, you can decide to do that. Like that is okay. And just another thing with that, by the way, is like I believe that the feature where if you lag, that the game gets paused, I believe that did get done, which means that even if you just have like internet lag, the actual server will pause while the lag is happening. So then, regardless of whether you get disconnected or not, you're not going to die during the middle of an internet lag spike. And I believe that it might be like 100 milliseconds or something like that. Is like basically if your client's not responding for that amount of time, then effectively the whole instance just pauses and we'll just wait until you're good.
100
before you keep
milliseconds.
going again.
What if you're
So
just
that's
like
how that
playing with
works,
shit?
basically. Yes, you can leave.
Yeah. So, could you walk me through the difference real quick? So, will I have to log out and wait 15 minutes, or will it be hitting escape and then clicking like leave fight?
Yeah, so if you hit escape, there's a button there called respawn at checkpoint, and effectively that will just mean that you can, at any time you can choose to do that. Now, obviously the concern with that, like, and we've actually discussed this quite a lot internally about like, should that be okay? Because there was like a whole discussion with this of like, the fact that there's just a button you can do to press this kind of like would mean that like it's like even if you see like a slam coming, you'd be able to like push escape and just like push that button before it
Right,
arrives.
yeah.
And that is the case. But the thing is, if we required you to log out and wait 15 minutes, that would kind of be lame too. Like I don't really want to like. And the counter argument to that one was like, oh, but like that's at least more friction to actually doing this. And it's like, well, yeah, but then do you really want the strategy to be that you have to log out and wait 15 minutes? Like it's just kind of lame.
Well, but hold up, man. Do you want the strategy to be like, big AoE that I'm not good enough to like avoid, and I feel like I'm gonna die because I don't react fast enough? Macro log out, right? Like you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I've never been a fan of this, and I understand. I always get pushback on this discussion from PoE players. Because they're like, oh, well, if this didn't exist, like, I'd die so many times. And it's like, well, yeah, then fix your fucking game then. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like good, noble. It's scummy. Like, I don't know. It just feels shitty. Right? Like, it feels like you don't suffer the consequences of your actions at all. And I don't like that.
So in the end, we kind of decided to do the more, I guess, what I would call player-friendly thing of just like, you know, that option is there.
It's one of those things where because it exists, if you're like, you kind of have to use it if you're playing hardcore, doing anything intense like that, because you'd be stupid not to. So the anger is not like the frustration or whatever, you know, with it is not the people using it, right? It's like, you know, don't hate the player, hate the game here. It's more the fact that they like allowing people to do that. Isn't it like quick saving in an RPG? In most RPGs, you can't literally quick save right before a boss is about to kill you and then log back in from that point and like run away or avoid the hit in that case. You would usually save before the encounter and then need to do the encounter again, you know.
You can leave if you want. So effectively, yeah, in some sense, I suppose you could say that that's kind of equivalent to the Alt F4 you could do in PoE 1.
Yeah.
But you know, it's that's kind of where we ended up anyway.
So just to confirm, this does not kill you on hardcore, right? Oh, I lost audio.
Wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, sorry, yeah, it doesn't.
Russ is just there, like, mouthing to himself. What the fuck? What a troll.
Okay.
But let me just think about this, because I feel like I'm just getting a memory suddenly of us talking
his
about
fucking
that
memes is so hard.
as well.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that that's I'm pretty sure that that's fine.
Yeah,
but
'cause,
I feel like I remember.
the concern I would have there of why that would be a bad thing, and I know a lot of people are against logout macro,
Right.
and I actually thought it would be something like a 2-second portal you'd have to cast, and then it would fully
Right.
reset the fight, and you have to go again.
Right.
The reason personally I'm not a big fan of like having to commit is that you end up over farming so hard to the point
right.
where you go in and you know there's a 0% chance of you dying, right?
Right.
Like as
Right.
normal shaper for now. Whereas like if you can die, it's a lot more fun being able to go in before you're ready. So that's
Right.
awesome. I'm very, very happy with that answer.
I will mention, by the way, that there is a very old league flag. I don't know if it's exposed on the private league interface. It probably isn't, honestly. But there's a very old league flag that actually does enable a timer when you disconnect before you actually get disconnected. So if we wanted to run a league that had that functionality of where like you have to commit to everything when you do it, like because you'll stay in game, we actually could turn on a flag that would allow that. So I don't know if you ever want to run a gauntlet like that sometime, where you actually have to you have to commit to something like that, because it is possible to turn on. Yeah. So that's something we could do.
That'd be perfect. I think that's really good for a gauntlet.
All right.
A quick question as well. In PoE 1, we have the 6-second disconnect timer. Is that accounted for with the 100 millisecond lag thing you talked about?
Okay, so effectively the 6-second disconnect timer is still like that is just like after 6 seconds of like you not being in game, then we just terminate the socket and you're gone. But because of the 100 millisecond pause thing existing now, effectively the 6-second thing doesn't like really matter anymore, because it's only important for, like because the instance is frozen anyway. So all that's doing is just making it so that like look, at some point we have to give up on the fact that you're not going to actually be able to come back again. In theory, we could actually increase that time now, because like there's really no downside to it being that long, or even longer, so that would give longer for the internet to recover. But I mean, I guess we just haven't kind of done one thing or the other. But the thing that's going to matter to you really is just the fact that after 100 milliseconds instances paused, you're not going to die, and how long it takes before we like actually time your whole connection out is kind of not really as relevant anymore.
Awesome. That's
Wait, but like legit, I don't understand what happens to people that are just on bad internet that's patchy, that have like average 200 milliseconds. Am I misunderstanding how the tech works here or something? Aren't they just like constantly fucked? Constantly getting their instances paused? Can they even play? Like, can you set like a custom lag tolerance in the game? Oh, maybe it's a 100 millisecond spike from your average based on fewer latency. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so hold up. So what's the summary here? You cannot port out of boss fights, period, right? You can, if you Alt F4 and come back in, it puts you back into a paused instance against the boss. And if you press escape and click respawn at checkpoint, it will teleport you out of the boss room safely to a checkpoint. Is that the summary here? Does Alt F4 also put you at a checkpoint? What? No, they said you can't port. It does? It resets the boss, though. Yeah, you cannot port. If you go to a checkpoint, I assume it also resets the boss. Yeah, I'm not like at this. I guess the other weird thing is like if they're just going to allow you to be able to leave the fight in an emergency, why not just like allow it to be the town portal? Like at that, all you're doing is adding an extra click instead of pressing escape, finding the button and clicking, or Alt F4ing or macroing that. Why not just like allow the town portal to do that for you if you click it? Like, what's the point at that point? You're just skipping the middleman to the same result. If you choose to leave the boss encounter through various means, you reset the room. Well, no, what I'm saying is why not make it a button you can press, not the town portal necessarily, Copter. Like, just in general, like, why submenu it, right? Like, why not just allow a button, an emergency button to be pressed to leave? Because, I mean, your emergency button is then Alt F4, which I will just macro on one of my side mouse buttons, and we're done, right? Because it will be objectively more inefficient and dangerous to press escape and then have to find the button for respawn and then click that if I could just Alt F4, which is instant, right? Like, so at that point I'm saying, why not just make a button that's like, not the town portal, but leave instance button, you know? Okay, I didn't catch the part about boss rooms resetting if you go to the checkpoint. That is a little more okay. That means if you're in like a 10-minute encounter, it resets the entire thing with that danger. Is that correct? Like, you can't cheese, go out, come back in, the boss is at 50%, you keep going whenever you feel like it. Like, you will have to kill this boss in one go at some point. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's a decent middle ground for hardcore players. You can get out, but you got to try again fully. It's a try again button, basically. Okay, that's not as bad. Now, I do care about that for the sake of, like, trash as well. Because that won't reset, or will it reset? What happens if you're in a map, or, like, a level, whatever it's called now, on the Atlas, and you're against a really scary elite, or mini-boss, or whatever, right? And you Alt F4. Does it brick your map, or do you just log back in happy camper again? Like, not a boss instance. You brick your map. Okay. All right. I think that's okay, in my opinion. I do agree it takes a lot of the intensity out of doing hardcore, though. But, like, I understand the olive branch they're extending. They're basically saying, yes, you can do this hardcore, people, if you're quick and feel like you're about to die or whatever. Or something unfair in your opinion, whatever. You do it, but you got to retry it, or you're bricking. I mean, to Rainey's point, though, on the other hand, and Stormlight, it is a little like, you know, I don't know. It's not exactly the same, but it does give kind of a little bit of the same vibes as like cheat death potion in Diablo 4 that everybody, including the PoE community, was like, oh lol, this is a joke. And then but then you have like run away whenever you feel like it mechanic. It's a little weird. Feels like hardcore isn't hardcore, yeah. I mean, I agree with that sentiment. I think this is an appropriate middle balance for the general player base, though. I do agree with that from a design perspective. I just personally don't like it that much. Because if it exists, you're going to have to use it or want to use it. You're going to be tempted to use it, right? It's not hardcore, you go softcore. I'm okay with that, though, man. I don't know. I actually don't. I think that's an outdated thing, and I actually don't like that Diablo is like basically the only major ARPG that still does that, where if your character dies, it's like deleted. Like, why not just go softcore at that point? So you can keep your shit and keep playing if you want to. I don't know. I actually am not for that, and I like playing hardcore. I like always play hardcore, but so I'm okay with PoE being and like Last Epoch going, oh, you just go back down to softcore if you die, and you're just not a hardcore tag anymore, right? And that's okay. I don't think it's necessary to delete tens of hours, sometimes hundreds of hours of work of people. Because it's just like, I think it also helps people who are a little too shy or a little too whatever to try hardcore, to, I don't know, dip their foot in hardcore. Give the old college try, if you will. And if it doesn't work, well, that sucks. But I still have my character, I can keep playing happily. You know what I mean?
Blizzard.
Oh my god. The fuck is this guy?
Slow
Bro, we were
this
talking about you like a
thing
month ago. What's up, baby? How are you? Vion Man, thanks for the big 83. LOL, Vion. Diablo's pretty much LOL start again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that personally. And this is coming from somebody who literally always plays hardcore, right? Like hardcore Diablo, every league we've played it, hardcore LE. PoE's the only one I haven't hardcore for RPGs because I just wasn't comfortable enough knowing it. Like I knew I would just die because I did die a lot.
5 years.
And I guess we could have kept softcore after. I'm not going to start hardcore PoE too because I think that's just silly and it's a waste of time because there's just literally, I know we did it with like Diablo 4 DLC and stuff like that, but that's different. Diablo just doesn't have nearly the same amount of depth and stuff in the game that this game does. So, I mean, there's 1,000,001 ways you're going to die while you learn the game. So, I'm definitely going to softcore for PoE too. I don't know what you guys were planning, but eventually it'll be hardcore at some point, man. And Sec, thank you for the 5 years. And welcome back. And congrats on the new badge. Oh, look at all you OGs. I love seeing you. Although, yeah, maybe I should take my own medicine, right? Why not just start hardcore, see how far we can go, and then just keep playing that character? There's, I suppose, literally no downside, right? Outside of just bragging rights if I keep living in hardcore. For me, hardcore is just... The thing I really like about hardcore is the mentality that you play under. Every moment could be your last. You really need to focus on defense and things that you otherwise could largely ignore and glass cannon and shit in softcore. So that's why I like to play hardcore. One of the main reasons I like to play hardcore, you know? But it's just between logout solution or pause. Wait, like pause and then click the checkpoint thing? Yeah, true, Stormlight. True. Could be a plan. What the hell is that? Is that Elsmere? Be nice. Just this once. 'Tis the season. What do you have to find, man? What are you doing these days? It's more entertaining for Twitch, too? I think so as well, yeah. Any moment could be your last kind of thing. Okay, sorry, I paused here. I'm quinning right now. But just, I guess, final thoughts. I'm still not, like, personally, fully, I don't know. Maybe this is the hot take. Not really a hot take, but maybe this is, like, contrarian and stuff. I still don't really like it. I still think if you're hardcore, you should just be hardcore. If you die, you die. No, like, uh-oh, I'm going to hit the retry button here. I don't think that's okay. Now, the fact that they're adamant about still leaving that retry button in or runaway button or runaway concept in, the fact that they are now punishing you with the entire boss resets or you brick your current, you know, map segment that you're in or something, I think is like, if you insist on doing this, this is probably the best balance that exists. So I will agree with that. I just wish it wouldn't be a thing, period. Right? But, yeah. Now, I don't know. Part of it is, like, this game is massive. The 200 bosses, whatever the fuck, right? Something is probably going to kill you at some point, unless you're absolutely masterfully knowledgeable about the game. Is that okay? Is that not? I don't know. But if we're in the spirit of true hardcore, I mean, you're hardcore. You commit, right? You either die or you don't die. Like, you go in, 2 go in, 1 come out. That's it, right? I'm not exactly sure 100% how it works in PoE 1. This seems like a better version of the PoE 1 scenario, if it needs to exist. But ultimately, you're just going to... and the other comment I made is, if they allow this, why not just make a literal hotkey in the game for leave instance? You know what I mean? Like, just let it happen. Like, it's the same thing. Alt F4 or pressing escape, moving my mouse button and clicking, you know, the checkpoint, like reset at checkpoint, is the same thing as just like, people are just going to go on their mice or keyboards. They're going to macro Alt plus F4, assign it to a key, and then that's their emergency button. Why not just innately add that in the game at this point? No, I know they use a logout macro in PoE 1, but... which is what they'll do with this too, right? Like, you're just going to make a macro for either Alt F4ing, or are you going to be able to macro clicking the... I guess you could technically can't you macro escape and then click a screen region? So can't you macro escape and click the region where, like, reset at checkpoint is? I like fully rested. I actually surprisingly had a good night of sleep yesterday. For like the night before was a disaster, but yeah, I'm feeling okay. With HK, yeah. So that's just what people will do. That or Alt F4. Now, Alt F4 is more of a pain in the ass because you have to restart the game, especially if servers are slammed. You don't want to get back in queue potentially, but so yeah. Just I don't know. Just make a button then. Like, why not? Unless I'm missing something. Oh, good for you, Sec. Alive disappeared because literal almost death. What? Heart issues. Heart issues. Holy shit, dude. Are you on the mend now? Well, I'm glad to see you not dead. That's a good thing. What's up, Sarcastard? You lost all your hair in about 3 hours over the weekend. Oh, no, dude. Well, I must say, you probably look very sexy bald. With no bias at all or anything, man. No, can you guys stop getting sick, man? You guys are sick. Mr. Cat's sick. I'm sick of Mr. Rob's shit. Everyone's sick of something. Get healthy. Pokes you with stick. Anyways, okay, let's move on. Summary. It seems like a good trade-off. It still exists. I wish it wouldn't, but at least there's some punishment for it, I suppose, is the best way to put it. So you try and tell me what to do. You will listen to me. You will like it. Okay.
That's super cool. I can't remember in whose interview you were talking about it, but you expressed some interest in racing again and saying that that's something you considered revisiting now. But obviously you were cognizant of the fact that it's not necessarily
it's good to see you back, brother.
Bring people back or bring revenue to the company, right? And you are a company. So I wanted to suggest, have you thought about having a specific battle pass maybe, or even one singular item for racing and telling people, look, if there's interest, we'll bring back things like Descent, etc. based on how much it sells for. Then like the racing community can literally contribute as much or as little and as there is interest.
I think that's pretty interesting. I actually did have another idea like a long time ago, which I don't know. Like this is a different idea, but we'll just see. I'm just going to see what you think about it, because we never actually did this, but it was a thing that I was interested in, and that was the idea of like effectively like pay to enter races, where it would be like, you know, like some number of cents to enter a race, and then you effectively, I mean, it's sort of similar to the thing that you were talking about there, I guess, except that instead of being for a whole season, it was just like individual races. And that was kind of an interesting idea that I was thinking that maybe people would be interested in, but I wasn't quite sure whether the community would like that or not. Like, it kind of wasn't clear to me. And so we're thinking like, oh, like 5 points to enter a race, and then because of the fact that the rewards, so then effectively the rewards of the race would have to be like cosmetics, right? Because obviously we can't give you rewards in the form of anything that would be player power, given that you need to pay MTX currency to enter. But effectively the the original race rewards were alt art uniques anyway, and like effectively if we remove the actual part where you get the actual unique out of it, in theory we could do like skins and stuff like that as part of the rewards. So we kind of discussed that, but I wasn't like whether I was just like very uncertain about whether the community would like hate this. So I'm kind of curious to hear your idea about what you think of it. I mean, the battle pass is similar, except that it's more of a like one-time purchase for a whole season, I assume.
Yeah, it's also I was thinking more of like even if it starts out with like a cloak that you buy that isn't like this wouldn't depend on you being able to play or not. This is like if you want to see more of this in the future. I'm more of a fan of free entry and then having a way for people to support and just being open with like if this is something you guys are interested in, this is how you can show that you're interested in it. If not,
the battle pass thing, sort of interesting because it already kind of is similar to how the racing structure was anyway. Where you get points, and then like at certain thresholds you get.
We'll be here, Sarcastic.
You get
Jens, brother.
Cosmetic. Yeah. So it actually probably does match more into it. I just mentioned the other one because it's something I thought of ages ago. Thought it would be interesting to see. But you know, that is an interesting idea. Like the racing.
Chat. Permission to skip sections that I don't really care about right now. Like Battle Pass racing support. I think that's cool for the community. Maybe it's something we can get into in the future. I don't really care, though. It's not telling me much about the game. Like, does anyone care about this? Not in, like, a rude way. I'm sure some of you do, but... I think we'll skip, like, a couple minutes here.
Luck.
Sweet.
How do
Always the
character
best way.
names? How do character names work? Is it the same as PoE1 or is?
Don't care about this. Character names reserved in PoE1, reserved in PoE2. Rune crafting here. This is important.
Cool. So, a few other questions about runes.
Independent. So you'll have to.
Okay.
Cool. So, a few other questions about runes. So, runes, they're obviously like replacing the crafting bench. And,
Sure. Yep.
in a way. And, can you override them? Like, can I put in a new one over it if I want to change later?
You can't. So that's something that I guess we could potentially do, though. Like, I don't think I'm against it. I'd actually have to talk to Rishi and Mark about whether or not we'd want to allow that. But currently, you can't, at least.
So,
taking it so
yeah,
you can
I'm
have
very
it-
curious about this because,
Wait, what?
from my understanding,
Sir?
one of the main reasons that you wanted to remove sockets from gear was that you really wanted to have this new thing where you find a gear upgrade, you don't need to six-link it, you don't need to, like, get it exactly how you need it to be, you can just equip it. But I feel like... I actually love the concept of runes, but I feel like a little bit about how they systematically work sort of ends up canceling this, right? Where I will not be able to actually pick up an item and, wow, this is an upgrade. I will have to fix my runes. Maybe I have to farm them.
I see what you mean. But I don't
He sounded that list was going to go on for like 30 items, and he just like had nothing else to say after that.
think it's the same because the thing with so a couple of things with this. One of them is that when we're talking about the whole like picking up an item and having to change stuff, what that was mostly around is the idea that, okay, like socket colors and so on, right? Like it meant that you had to change, like, either you have to chromatic stuff until the point where like you've actually got exactly what you had before, or you have, which is like definitely way more annoying than having to just use a couple of currency items on your on your item, right? Like chromaticking to get to the right state like could be like very difficult. But or the other thing you might have to do is to just rearrange everything in your character and like, oh, this goes here, that goes there. I use different supports.
Yeah, true.
Like
Yeah,
that,
there's a lot of that.
So to me, that was like a much more arduous process than what this is, because effectively you're going to have the currency that allows you to add sockets to items. It's not hard to get that currency. Like in the early game, it's a little bit more restricted, but effectively you're definitely going to buy. As you go through the game, you're going to have that currency in abundance, I would say. So I don't think it's like necessarily a problem like doing that. But sorry, I felt like you were about to say something there.
Yeah, so especially with resistances and stuff, I'm still a little bit worried about this because you don't have the ability to change that later.
So effectively, in terms of fixing resistances, the sockets are more of a thing that you would be worried about early game for those kinds of stats. When I say early game, I kind of mean like during the campaign, right? Because during the campaign, you're like, okay, I've got low on this resistance. I want to get another one of those.
Is this still the same 3 resistances or 4, or did they add new stuff too? Is there like nature and stuff now, or is it like still fire, cold, lightning, and chaos? It's the same ones. Baldness resistance doesn't work, let me tell you.
To me, at least, I've found that it's kind of not something that I'm too worried about overall, like as I'm changing items going up. Because as you're going through the campaign, you'll...
So let me summarize, because I'm like half understanding the situation here. When you socket a rune in this game, the rune is gone, you cannot unsocket it. So Ziz's concern is that if you socket like a resist rune, you can't get it back for something else. And Jonathan is saying that this isn't really a big deal, because as you go, like eventually you're going to get all the resists and check marks that you need independent of runes, so then you can use those for damage. Right. And he's saying that enough shit will do. Okay.
You're finding new base types, you're getting new things, you're kind of constantly upgrading. And it kind of hasn't really ended up being a thing where I'm worried about that. If you equip a new item and you're like, I lack this resistance, generally speaking, I'll like, oh, okay, well, I'll add another socket or 2 to this, and then I'll get the resistance rune out of my stash and use that. So it's kind of ended up being a thing where like just fixing that resistance tends to be a problem that you do after deciding to upgrade anyway. So that's kind of been okay. And it's worth mentioning that with the runes, because they're kind of like, so at early game, they're more powerful than they are at late game because the values, there's only one value of each for each type.
Yeah.
So that means is that like early game, the resistances you're getting from one of these resistance runes is like extremely huge relative to the other resistance sources you would get. But as you get later into the game, the runes are less effective at solving that problem because the numbers are not stacking up compared to the mods you could get. And so as you get towards the later game, the things that you're going to be wanting to be socketing are more of the soul cores, which have the like different mods that aren't kind of designed to fix those early game problems. And also your character has more mods overall and is generally kind of like more in a good place. So it really is like, in terms of like fixing problems you have, it's more of a like, you know, first sort of 30, 40 levels kind of type deal rather than after that, if you know what I mean. So I think for purpose, they work really, really well. As for changing them, I suppose we could allow it. I don't actually see a reason why we couldn't do that, although, as I said, I haven't talked to Mark and Rishi about it. But I guess the feeling here is that because you got to choose it, it's not quite the same as feeling like you need to be able to remove a mod that you would have.
Yeah, we're going to do that like
from
at
one of the
worst
random
tomorrow,
sources
Vine,
where we have like some random ways to get rid of it. So that's kind of the reason why we're thinking that it can go the way that it has. But as I said, I don't think there's necessarily a downside to allowing you to replace it. So maybe that is fine. I just haven't thought all through all the repercussions of that yet.
Oh, you can't even replace them. So it's not like World of Warcraft gems where you can just socket it destroys the old one, and you put in a new thing. Once you ruin something, it's over. And this is where he's saying he's unsure if they're going to reconsider that, which they might. To be fair, this is early access at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, they should probably at least treat it like WoW gems, right? Where you can just over-ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, for example, like I normally play
where the random source aim is feeling like you need to be but I guess the feeling here is that because you got to choose it, it's not quite the same as feeling like you need to be able to remove a mod that you would have from one of the random sources where we have like some random ways to get rid of it. So that was kind of the reason why we're thinking that it can go the way that it has. But as I said, I don't think there's necessarily a downside to allowing you to replace it. So maybe that is fine. I just haven't thought all through all the repercussions of that yet.
I mean, what he just said there is that you like, it seems you like the context seems to me you can't replace it, but it's something they're probably going to reconsider.
I mean, for example, like I normally play SSF. Well, actually, I have been playing a little bit more trade lately, and especially for trade, right? You could see like a perfect item you want to buy of somebody, but they've like got these like garbage runes in it. So I could see that being an issue as well.
True.
It's definitely like I'm trying to go into PoE too with the approach like, well, I haven't played it enough. I'll see how it is. But that is definitely something I'm very worried about, and hopefully
but also imagine
something you'd be open to feedback with when we actually try it.
Right. I mean, I'm definitely always open to the feedback of that.
Yeah.
But as I said, I think from actually trying it myself, that hasn't been a problem I've run into particularly. But, you know, I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
That is weird, though. I don't really understand the game decision behind logging your rune in there. Especially since they're trying to be more like, you can respec and this and that, you know? Less rigid about that. That is just... is there, like, an advantage to this I'm not seeing? Like, imagine in WoW, if you socketed a piece of gear with, like, a haste gem, and you could never swap that haste gem out. That's weird. Now, to be fair, gear in WoW's incredibly more, like, rare to get than in an ARPG, but, right? No advantage is just really, like, friction. I mean, I think it's okay, right? I do think there's good decisions in making characters need to, like, choose a path sometimes, or, you know, do this or commit to a certain something, right? I do think that's okay to force players into bigger decisions. I just don't think this is one of them, right? This just I don't think this adds any value to the game at all. I think this just, like, it's going to make it frustrating, and I think it's something that they're just going to go back on eventually, all right? Yeah, like imagine like D4, like socketing your rune words and you can't move it again, or socketing only one resistance in one of your rings and you can never change it again. Like, that's just weird.
That's fair.
True cube.
True. How rare are like the...
That was the next topic. Rune and soul core, okay.
How rare are the rarest runes, basically?
So the runes themselves are not particularly rare. You get them fairly often. Like, I mean, you'll get... in Act 1, you'll find 4 or 5 of them probably, and then it only increases from there as you get more monster density and so on. So,
wait. Did he mean types? Surely he meant types, right? 4 or 5 types. Oh, they're pretty common. You get like 5 of them in 10 hours of gameplay.
finding them, and generally speaking, like if you're in Act 2, like maybe there'll be a rune that you want that you don't have, but then by the time you're in Act 3, I would say you probably have the runes that you need. Like they're generally available. It's really the soul cores that are the ones that are like the it's actually a struggle to find the ones you need of these, like because that's where the kind of the higher level gameplay is.
Right.
What were the soul cores again? I don't remember.
Would you say there are soul cores that are at the rarity of like Eternal Orb, Divine Orb, like that type of stuff?
I don't know the actual numbers, but I would definitely think so. Like, there's definitely there are definitely hard to find ones for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Next up, how does like stacking ailment works for like stacking multiple of the same?
Right. So effectively, so in general, ailments don't stack, right? In order to get the ability to stack them, there has to be some kind of mechanic you're getting.
Yep.
Usually that mechanic will.
I probably have to watch
have
their
some
intro
kind
video
of,
again at some point.
Like that mechanic may have some kind of explanation for like any specific details you have to be aware of. But I guess the main thing to understand is that if you're doing something like stacking poison, the way that works is that all of the poisons that you do will always be on the monster.
Yeah.
And they're all running. But if you've got the ability to stack 2 poisons, then whatever the 2 largest poisons that you currently have that are on there, those will be the active ones. And then when one of those falls off, then the next largest will take its place effectively. So that kind of means that like that's kind of, I believe, sort of generally how
isn't that how bleed works in PoE?
like buffs work in PoE, where you've got like if you could have multiple buffs on a thing, but only one of them is active at a time. So in the case where you're allowed to have more than one, it's just effectively whatever the highest in buffs are that are on the character, that's the ones that you get effectively.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so.
I'm trying to brain this. So if you apply a poison that does 100 damage, it will tick its full duration, and any other poison you apply will not tick for damage, but the timer would be applied so that when the highest value one runs out, it'll automatically start ticking off where your other one is. So it's kind of like PoE. I want to hear that again.
Understand is that if you're doing something like stacking poison, the way that works is that all of the poisons that you do will always be on the monster.
Ticking.
Yeah.
Ticking.
And they're all running.
Yes.
But if you've got the ability to stack 2 poisons, then whatever the 2 largest poisons that you currently have that are on there, those will be the active ones. And then when one of those falls off, then the next largest will take its place effectively. So that kind of means that like that's kind of, I believe, sort of.
What happens if you apply one that's even bigger than your current ones? I assume it will then start a fresh timer on the newest, largest poison. That's weird. It makes sense, but it's weird. It's just weird in terms of it's not usually how you see poisons in RPGs, right? You usually apply a stack and it starts ticking, and you can add to that stack, and it sometimes refreshes the timer, sometimes it just increases the stack value, and so on and so on.
Like buffs work in PoE, where you've got like if you could have multiple buffs on a thing, but only one of them is active at a time. So in the case where you're allowed to have more than one, it's just effectively whatever the highest in buffs are that are on the character, that's the ones that you get effectively.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to know about that, but
no, not that I can think of. I think that answers that. That's really good.
Sure, fair enough.
Another question from the community: does mana and elemental leech exist?
So mana leech is a thing, but only for attacks.
Yeah.
And elemental leech, I believe, is a thing.
What is elemental leech?
Probably
like leeching HP off a certain element damage type.
I believe there are probably like various mechanics around that will give you elemental leech.
Okay.
It's definitely going to be a lot harder. But what we're trying to avoid is mana leech for spells. Because that can kind of like defeat a lot of mechanics and so on. So effectively, that's the main thing. Everything else is fair game, but we just have to, like it just depends on where it comes from. So yeah, that's kind of the basic idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people are hoping
Thanks for the
a
53,
leech,
man.
so.
I live.
That's
broken
we
some
don't
hearts.
Want to do.
Yeah.
What's next?
Okay, next up, a few questions about crit actually.
Crit capping.
In PoE 1, it's almost like when you're building a crit build, you're supposed to be 100% crit. Is that the same in PoE 2?
I would say that it's kind of more like earlier PoE1, how it used to be, where it's like you can get there with various mechanics, but I would say that it's like it may not be the most optimal thing to do, just because like the stuff you're sacrificing might be too much in order to do that.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got like conditional crit mechanics. Getting to 100% isn't so bad, but like you're not always going to be meeting those conditions, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I would say that like we've tried to kind of keep things a little bit more in line in terms of having more like, as I said, just like the controlling the sources a little bit better and kind of making sure that like getting to 100% is actually like a real, like, as I said, possible but kind of not expected. So I imagine the sort of expected crit would be a bit lower than that, and yeah, trying to increase beyond that is kind of not hugely valuable.
Okay.
So
what's the main reason they're indifference? Is that just to like retain player power and not let it get out of control early?
I wouldn't say that exactly. I think it's more just that like ideally every mechanic. So like I'm just a general. I am generally in favor of the idea
3 kids.
that like
you mean 19 iron?
The decision to not increase something more is not because you run out of sources of it, but because like there's a
diminishing return,
like a reason that you don't want to do that, because what the trade-offs are too much. And so effectively by keeping the values that you're kind of like can easily get to a sort of certain midpoint, you just avoid this, like you just sort of make it so you get that trade-off, like you have to make that trade-off towards the end of the range. So it's effectively like that. I think that's kind of really the main reason. Like it's been a little while since I talked about this with anyone, but yeah, like that's kind of really what it came down to. We just kind of wanted to make 100% crit more of a like, this is a very unusual situation rather than this is a common situation.
Okay. And
so in PoE 1, I'm to understand, it was like in PoE 1 offensively, getting 100% crit was just another like checkpoint you had to do in your list of basic character powers, much like you would resist capping, armor capping in Diablo 4, etc. And what he's saying is in this one, that's not just a standard tick of offensive value that you go in through with your character anymore. It's now an actual stat that you need to weigh the pros and cons of lacking in other stats by stacking it, etc. Schmithers. What's up, brother?
do you think part of that is as well that, at least in PoE 1, crit feels like the endgame? Like you should go crit at some point, and you kind of want to avoid that as well? Is that part of it at all, or...?
Well, we're certainly trying to make it so that crit is not the only build. There was actually a thing that we changed. So, you know, so here's a random thing for you. We actually had the change for a little while where so crit modifiers, and I need to get this correct. Like there are various crit suffixes in PoE 1, and so there was this feeling that in PoE 1 that if you're a crit build, you've got like you can make your build more powerful than what non-crit builds can, because the suffixes that are available to you as a crit build are like more powerful than what the suffixes are available to you as a not crit build.
Yeah.
So because of that, we actually decided initially to move crit stuff all to be prefixes as well, to effectively compete with the other prefixes that you could get that all increase damage, right?
Yeah.
And so we did this for a while, and
it's been a while since we've had a Vion fart on stream.
We actually found that like it actually made weapon rolling way less fun. Like in theory, what it was doing was making it so that, okay, you could get a crit weapon or you could get like a not crit weapon, and like they were kind of competing with each other. And like we did all the math and we're like, hey, look, now we've made it so that crit builds and non-crit builds are more in line with each other and they have the same level of power and items and so on. And we kind of thought that we'd done a good thing there. And then at some point we just realized, like, why is it the weapons just don't feel as fun to find in PoE 2 as they do in PoE 1? And then we realized that like this is actually part of the problem. So we actually reversed that decision and moved the crit stuff back to be suffixes again. And we've kind of tried to make sure that the suffix pool is actually reasonable in other ways for the other builds, like making sure that the suffixes are actually like make sense and there's powerful versions of like ideally it's like there should be there should be a level that each suffix can get to that is exciting, right? And so like the question we have to ask ourselves is like,
Jonathan seems to get caught in his own thoughts a lot. Have you guys noticed that? It's like he wants to say something and then his mind's ahead of what he's saying, so then he's like cuts himself off to like. It's like getting live hot fixes constantly from his brain.
What is an amount of strength that if you got that on as a suffix that you'd be excited about that?
Yeah.
And so effectively, like we're trying to make sure that there's actually like at the high end there are suffixes that are actually really good. And so hopefully
he talks so fast. Yeah, that's why I didn't do 1.25 speed. This is super slow compared to.
And I think that's sort of as I said, I think it's in a better place. I don't really remember exactly how this was related to the original question anymore, but it was just something that came up.
Done a lot of interviews. True.
Does that mean that at the high end, You don't want dead suffixes. Like I remember life regen for a long time, and thorns, right, would be literally dead
You
suffixes.
need to. You still want to have suffixes where when you get them, you
You're like, ah, shit.
you need to have bad rolls, right? But at the same time, we did say that like, okay, whatever, when you've got the higher tier rolls, that there are actually things that like that the highest tier of something needs to be something you actually would be excited to see.
Frog.
And there are actually a couple of cases where so we. The tiering system for mods, sorry, for rares, like you know how
I think that's more approachable than the first one was, Schmidt, but certainly not to the level of D4.
Like T5 rares. When you actually, if you actually get a T5 rare, it's actually possible because we haven't got some of the mods. Like light radius, for example, they don't actually have an eye level. There's no light radius mod that's higher than eye level, like 60 something, I think it is. It's probably like the highest one. It's actually possible that on the highest tier content with a tier 5 rare, that the dead mods like that are actually cut out of the mod pool completely. So it's actually possible that for that to be the case. Now, tier 5 rares are like rare as hen's teeth, right? They're actually like incredibly rare. So when you get one of those, like the mods on those are going to be really good because like that the eye level of the mods you're going to get is like higher than.
I like how excited Jonathan's getting as like he talks about this. It's like cute. I don't know, for like lack of a better term,
Excited for that.
Okay, so like that means that there are just like really some really good stuff up there. But it's once again, can't remember where I was going with this, but this is like a thing that exists for the rare system. So the that can mean that some of the rares you can get at on the higher tiers can be very.
Should be
awesome.
I mean, it's
very cool.
It would be bad to see a developer that's not excited about the game they're putting out. A game director.
Definitely looking forward to that.
You're like, yeah, that's all right.
I continue asking about crit. Enemy crit in Path of Exile 1 can be a little bit weird with, especially like, let's say like the Valspark from like Tynvin or whatever he's called, or the Shaper Balls and stuff, because either the entire ability crits or none of it crits. Is enemy crit functioning similar in PoE 2, or is it to the individual projectile?
So I don't think we've made any changes here, but I believe that the way that works is determinable by the designers as they're working on it. But I suspect it's one of those things that they probably don't necessarily always think about, because it's kind of it's sort of somewhat invisible, so it's one of those things that just doesn't come up in their minds. So we can control that, and I don't know whether or not. And as I said, the system works fundamentally the same as PoE 1 did. I just don't know to what extent they've actually like used the features that allow them to control one or the other, and what situations that they would want to use one or the other.
Yeah.
Blizzard.
Like, out of interest, do you prefer the like every mechanic crits, or do you prefer
Pioneer
just every projectile? I assume
has
every projectile is what you
returned.
prefer.
Roofish, man, thanks for the 95er, brother. And welcome back.
I'd way prefer every projectile. Obviously, now I usually will end up building for crit immunity instead, and that's fine.
Right.
But I remember when I was a new player to Path of Exile, and suddenly I'd be standing next to the Valspark Exile, and it would just explode, and I'm like, what just happened? And somebody would like watch my clip, and they're like, oh yeah, he crit you. You're gone. Right.
I have a feeling that I mean, I suppose the question would be whether we should make per projectile the default option. It's one of those things that like I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. I'd have to talk to Mark about it. But that's probably reasonable. I think that
your freezer died.
I think that the whole ability critting all at once is the default for some reason.
Yeah.
I think.
What are they? Okay, I'm trying to imagine what they're talking about here. What do they mean? Everything crits all, like, if a boss melee swings you, it has a chance to crit or not, right? That's just binary. So what kind of circumstance are they saying? Like, if a boss has a machine gun projectile effect that channels for 10 seconds, if it rolls a crit, literally every projectile crits during that 10-second channel, whereas they want to maybe have it so that each individual projectile has a chance to crit, right? Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that if you run into that, it's because the designer forgot to add the stat that makes it so that it's just every projectile to that particular ability. So yeah, that's just kind of one of those random things.
It's like -6 here.
But for player skills, it's like one of those things that we really have to think very carefully about, because there are kind of reasons and not. I mean, like one of the ones that is tricky for this is Rain of Arrows. It's like, should every projectile crit, or should every projectile not crit? Now, because right now every projectile has its own crit roll, it means that if you use like Sniper's Mark on a monster, and then you do Rain of Arrows on that monster, then you're almost guaranteed to crit it at some point just because it hits so many times.
Yeah.
And that means that effectively the sniper's mark is like using it with Rain of Arrows is just like a complete win because you just incredibly likely to actually trigger that. And so then it's kind of like, well, should we make it instead so that ability is like crit, the whole ability crits or doesn't crit? But then the problem with that is that it just feels super weird. Like there's something odd about the feeling of like I do a critical Rain of Arrows and then you start to think like, should it look different so you can see that the whole Rain of Arrows is critting? Or I don't know. Like, it kind of just has some weird implications. So we kind of decided not to do it in the end. But yeah, there is a reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot less concerned about the intricate workings of how player crit works because like
just
the
monster
monsters
stuff.
aren't gonna complain. Yeah. No, it's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Definitely would be a fun.
Well, I mean, look, I would be interested. I should talk to Mark about whether or not we should just have a policy in general. Just everything a monster does is always individual roles. Like,
why wouldn't it be?
might...
Like, what's the advantage of programming it so that an entire channel or cast can crit? That's weird. I think that like it's that kind of shit that leads to just like getting global in the game that people that aren't super duper PoE vets are just like, I don't understand how I died just now.
Be a reason. There might be a reason he's
It's
against
like one
that,
of those
but I think
things.
just find
I'm
out.
curious
doesn't
how
help.
you feel about bosses, especially critting at all. Personally, I'm a big fan of like everything being static, right? And like not having mods and not being
This is, like,
necessarily
something missionary
variable
confirmed.
because like there's some abilities that like, you know, you're basically effectively mathing out what you can tank, and then suddenly you get unlucky with a big crit, and you're like, oh, never mind. So yeah, I'm just curious. How...
Is there not an anti-crit stat in PoE? Like there is an LE and stuff? Like surely, right? Isn't that your blanket to making sure that you're dealing with any outliers and then mathing on top of that? Jonathan needs to put the coffee down. Yeah, coffee's what he had. There's anti-crit damage, which will amount to the same thing, which means if you get crit, it'll not benefit it, right?
How you feel about that, like mods and crits on bosses?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, well, okay, so mods I think it's nice to have mods personally. I think because I like to have situations where you've got the ability to like it gives us an access to, because what having mods does like on maps and so on is the ability to make it so that a boss fight can feel different from a different time you fought it just based on what the mods were. Sure. So I think that stuff's important. That being said, we did like the idea of having the static bosses for the top pinnacle content, just because that is a measuring stick that players can use against each other. So having that be like a static thing is kind of nice. Yeah. So that's why I like the mods. As for the crits, I can see your point for sure. Like that is an interesting point. Like, should we crit at all for bosses?
Yeah, I was just curious.
I guess I just don't really have like, I honestly don't really have an argument for why they should, to be honest. I guess the main thing would be just to make sure you've got enough variance, but then the answer would be, well, why do the players probably don't want the variance? So, you know, yeah, I don't know. I find that to be interesting. It's not something that I've really thought about too much, I have to admit. Yeah, like I see your point about not wanting to have the crits for sure. So yeah, it's probably something that I'll have a chat to Mark about.
Yeah, I was just very, very curious about the answer there, because obviously, like, we can just get crit immunity, but the feeling for me there is it almost makes it mandatory.
Right.
And I feel like in general, whenever something feels mandatory, like remember the cast and damage taken Immortal Cold days and stuff like that, like it usually gets like changed or removed.
Right.
So
I suspect that the answer against this would involve basically like it's another it's an axis of character development that we're removing. Like that's probably the argument that would be made against it. So then the question is, yeah, like, but I agree with you that if something's mandatory, then it's kind of like, you know,
just not talk about it.
Maybe why should it necessarily exist? So yeah, I mean, point taken, right? Like this is an interesting one to me, and I'll talk to the guys about it.
Ziggy wrote something really cool that I like. Let me see if where'd it go? Enemy crits should be conditional buffs you can see to and react to. I think that would be really cool. Like, let's say that let's use Shaper Slam as an example, right? That if the Shaper Slam is about to crit, it like changes the animation and becomes maybe a bit slower.
Right.
That would be really cool. Because that does change the fight, but like I love that.
Yeah.
That'd be way cool.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
It's for me I guess for me the big thing
He's not
is that,
having
like,
any of
they
that
look
shit.
exactly the same. You have
Oh
no
yeah,
idea
that's
if it's gonna
great.
crit or
Yeah.
not.
That sounds good. Thinks about the amount of programming and development time that would need to go into that. Oh yeah, something we'll consider for the future for sure. Great suggestion.
No, I agree.
Immediately throws it into the fireplace.
That's a very good argument. Like, it is a very good point. I'd be interested to hear if Mark has any particular reason against that. Maybe he doesn't. Like, it is a very interesting point.
Yeah.
Nodders.
More questions about monsters. Do they still
Totally
get charges?
not
And
Rufus.
if so, how do they work?
So charges don't have any inherent bonus anymore.
Yeah.
So therefore, monsters don't currently get charges. I suspect it's the kind of thing where we
Fucker
might come
charges.
up with some interesting thing to use them for in the future. But currently, there's just no reason for them to exist.
I
They
guess it
just don't
doesn't
get
matter if I know anymore or not.
Cool.
But
A
just-
lot
it
of
just
people are
offed you before.
curious about support characters and how they fit into Path of Exile 2 for those that want to play with their friends and make OP combos together.
So I would say it's sort of interesting, right? Because what
Like
we don't
support
have is the
spec
support
classes.
character in the way that PoE 1 had it, where it was like just a literal kind of AFK. Well, not, you walk around behind them, you don't really do anything. So I would say that, like, for that, like, we still have things like that. Like, you've got scepters and stuff like that that can give people bonuses. But I would say that support characters in PoE 2 are more along the lines of, like, I'm debuffing monsters actively, or I'm doing, like, I'm like setting up things that are that don't need to worry about the damage in order for someone else to take advantage of them. These kind of things. So, like, you can make a support character that's going to, like, ultra slow all the enemies. You can make a support character that will do things like place objects that other people can use, or for example, like, make a character that's like armor breaking lots of monsters so that other people can take advantage of that, things like that. So I'd say that, like, that's kind of the role of that kind of stuff more.
So there's just, like,
what we
are there,
don't
like,
have
no
is just like,
auras?
I just reserve everything, and, like, I'm just like an aura, like just a bunch of auras on my character, and that's kind of all I'm doing. So that's the kind of thing that we don't really have in the same way.
Cool. Awesome.
Probably for the best.
I think that generally answers that. Next up, a little bit of a discussion of something that was brought up in a previous podcast. I have in my notes here. Talk about respecking ascendancies.
Oh, here we go.
I don't
Garrus
know if
mentioned
that's
this
something
earlier.
you've, like, thought about or talked
Earlier.
about more after the
Here you go,
podcast.
Garrus, this
with,
one's for you,
I
if you
believe it
haven't
was Ryan.
Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to talk more about this. But I mean, look, as I said, it's still on my mind as something that I know players are concerned about. So, like, we will definitely have another conversation about it.
I have a feeling enough people are
Yeah,
gonna
I don't think there's
rebel
really anything else
against
to
it,
say
and they're
about it at the
pretty good
moment.
at listening to their community, and they'll
All
probably
right.
just
Yeah,
revert
that's
it
it.
like
I'm obviously very pro
X
respecting
weeks or
ascendancies.
months
So
in.
Yeah.
my
understand.
argument would just be it's a very early
wisdom.
place to make a permanent decision.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, cool. On to endgame, like mapping and things like that. How much more rewarding should a difficult map mod like, penetration or something like that be compared to chill ground or monster variety?
So, I believe that it's a very different situation in PoE 2 than PoE 1 for this stuff, because the rewards from difficult mods are not necessarily like the rewarding part of the map mods, because we've got the thing where the prefixes are like the rewards mods and the suffixes are the, like, bad mods. It means it's kind of separated those two things out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, there is still a thing where the harder mods have waystone drop rate increases on them,
Yeah.
and so I believe I believe that the harder mods there do affect that, but I don't think that is, like, quite so much of a big deal compared to how it was in PoE 1, where, like, the item drops were heavily changed by that stuff. So, like, I don't know that, like, as I said, it's a very different situation. Now this is one of those things that I'm like, I really hope it works, but I don't know if it will. So I guess we'll sort of have to see. Like, the dynamics of what people choose to roll and how people respond to that are going to be very interesting. I guess we'll just see how that goes. But what it does mean, at least with the current way the system works, is that it doesn't matter quite so much what the numbers we choose for how difficult those things are relative to, like, the rewards they give, because, as I said, the rewards being given are mostly from the prefixes anyway. So yeah, I guess that's kind of related to that.
Cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious.
very
Since you brought up the point
convoluted
that I
response.
think it was
Very
penetration
stuttery
and monster
response
variety
there.
had
I honestly had
basically
trouble
the
following
same
that.
rewards,
So
so I
it's
was curious there. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes.
You're currently locked into a choice, and they'll reconsider it over the
What
course
about
of early
things
access.
like /ladder? Is that going to be the same or different?
It's the same for now. Look, we could probably do better with this. Like,
Ladder
it's
command?
funny because before we slash ladder was a temporary cheat we added before PoE 1 was
What does slash ladder do?
released as a temporary thing before we added the ladder screen.
Ah.
and then now we're releasing PoE 2 and we still haven't implemented the ladder screen. Like, it's kind of absurd how that works. Yeah, we originally intended to have an in-game ladder screen, and then I guess the website kind of had it, and then we just never got around to actually implementing UI for it. Like, so all I can say is like, okay, it's been 15 years, but we're still intending to make a ladder screen in game one day.
All right.
Oh wait, does it just pop up text or something?
So 15 years from now.
Yeah, sure. At some point we'll get around to that.
Cool. Okay, good to know. And in a similar vein, what about, would it be possible at all for the community to get a more detailed API for things like that, like ladder and like making your own tools?
So I'm curious what more you'd want out of the ladder for the API, because effectively I believe that the API we have right now just gives you a full dump of the first, like, I don't remember how many it is it like 10,000 or something people, something like that? There's like some number of people in the ladder that it gives you. And as far as I know, it gives you everything you would need to have. So yeah, what else do you want, right?
Well,
like if you want something else, so you can add it.
Yeah, okay.
What do you want?
We can get you a list. So obviously, like, I'm,
Sure.
yeah, it's a long time since I studied computer science, so I don't have a list in front of me, but things I can think of off the top of my head would be boss kills, for example, right? For the events we do, that is one of the biggest things we want.
Like what? Oh, so you want a ladder for when? Oh, you want like a different ladder for when people have killed a boss?
Not necessarily part of the ladder, just like an API we can access for if somebody kills a boss or something. That'd be...
So do you mean like, but so like, do you want like how many times they've killed a given boss, or do you want like,
Okay, I don't really care about
have
this
they
part.
killed the boss at all yet?
Yeah, have they killed the boss at all
Probably
yet?
not the next section either.
I think that we do.
The next section is global logs for
I'll
first
actually
player
look into
to
that
enter
because
an
that's kind of
area.
interesting.
Yeah, is there going to be any form of like yellow text announcements for like first to level, first to new areas and stuff? During the early access?
Yes, so I think that we have, so the leveling one, I think we only do it every 5 levels, at least for the first while, just because we don't want it to be like super spammy.
Yeah.
And for first to enter area, I think that, I don't remember exactly how that was going to be. I think because there was also some concern. I mean, look, there is definitely going to be stuff like that, but I think that we just wanted to try and reduce the spam a little bit in some cases.
Yeah.
Certainly, you want like first to reach level, like past level like 65 or something. You probably want like everything above that to be like every single level, I would say, just because like that's a pretty important race and it takes a bit longer up there. So we've got stuff like that. I don't think there's any first to kill. Well, maybe there are first to kill bosses for the act bosses or something.
Whatever.
Are there going to be free respecs during the EA if there's a big enough change? Like right now, if there's a huge skill tree change on standard, you get like the free respec.
Yeah.
Because
so I'd say it's probably going to be the same as that effectively. Like when we do a big change, everyone will get a free respec and it'll work that way pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody was particularly concerned because if it's
watching that?
is
No,
it
you weren't
only
some
gold
other
or do you have silver gray orbs? I can't remember.
No regret anymore. It's just gold.
Yeah, so the guy I was asking was, what if a big change happens and your build is bricked and you've just used your gold? You just log in and you're like, ooh. Cool.
Generally speaking,
So all those regrets are gone because it's all gold to respect now.
Like the big patches that do the big balance stuff, we should get some. Now that being said, like, I'm not going to say that every single like there will probably be patches where we nerf some particular thing and then like that could hurt certain characters like that. That'll probably happen.
Yeah.
Just because I'm hoping not, but you never know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that might then cause a situation where you don't have a free respec for that reason.
Yeah.
Because what we don't have the ability to do is like targetedly respec, like certain builds or anything like that. Like so it's effectively all or nothing. So because of that, the like it would have to be a more global change to like look, we've redone the skill tree in various ways, and then we'd probably do it.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you can't go in negative gold, right? You can't like, okay, Mr. Respect
No,
Man,
no.
I'll pay you back later.
No.
Yeah, no debt. Cool.
Hey, bro, I've come in here for the past 8-9 years, since 2015, to get my birthday song redemption. Why, I'd be happy to. How old did you just turn today, young man? You gotta tell me age first if you want a song. Right, little tone bean cat? I'm literally pausing the video for this. It's an important moment. $31. Oh, you're already like on the tail end of your life like I am. Ahem. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. Happy birthday, homie. I hope you have a great day. Thanks for popping in during it, man. Did I cut my scalp again? No, why is there a cut? Is there a cut on my head? No? What? I don't understand. Blizzard! What's happening right now? Is that Data's birthday? It's Luke's birthday. Oh, man, thanks for the 87 primer. The beanie? I was wearing a beanie. I was wearing it when I went out. I was like, I'll keep it on. Oh, are you asking if I am covering my head because I cut it? No.
Taste my ass.
Dada, thanks for gifting us up to Luke. I appreciate that. Happy birthday, Luke.
Another question from the community is, we've learned that ascendancies and items can be supported. So a logical follow-up is, how many sockets do those start with? Do ascendancy skills starts with 5 sockets, and do items with skills show you how many sockets they have?
So if you have stuff that's inherent to your character, so that is to say, like and ascendancy skills do count as that, or things like so for example, default attack being also a supportable skill. These things get sockets based on your character level. Now, I don't remember what the level is that you get. It's like late 80s. There's like, that's the one where you get 5 sockets for all of those things. But effectively, as you level up, you'll get more sockets for that stuff. The ones that are inherent to items, those ones get sockets based on the eye level of the item. So effectively, a higher eye level base, if that base comes with a socket, that high level eye level base will have the thing. So I don't know if the trade site will show it correctly yet or not, but it is based entirely on eye level, which you can see.
True, Deja.
The trade site needs that will probably take some time to fully be like 100% like every single thing about it looking exactly the same as in game, just because there's like a whole bunch of work there. But we definitely want to make sure the trade site at least shows you everything that you sort of need to know.
Make it end on a really good note, if you know what I mean.
So awesome. I don't know whether or not they will be showing the sockets in that are in skills in gear, and I have a feeling it probably won't, because I know that skills in general on the trade site are kind of like a bit like because there's like a ton of work to make them work the same as in game. I think we're just going to be showing like names and levels, so it probably won't show the sockets on the site, but you can know that effectively there's just certain eye levels that the item is that when it does that, and then later on we'll like improve support on the trade site and get everything rendering exactly the same as in game, and then that'll be fine. But there certainly should be nothing on the trade site which you can't know about something that's important for trade, at least, even to start with.
Awesome. Quick follow-up on ascendancy questions that a lot of people have asked me to ask, regardless of the answer. Are we going to have be able to see the full ascendancies before launch?
Good question.
Does he mean early access launch or launch?
In the spoiler list or not, actually. What we're not going to have is like support for it on the website, which we were planning on doing because we wanted people to like just have all that stuff there. But I think we didn't quite get time to implement all that stuff on the website to get that working. It's possible we can still get them to post the ascendancies early. I'll have to talk to the community team and see whether or not that's planned.
They did release them? Well, now we know that.
We might be able to do that. Yeah, I'll talk to the community team and see what their plan is for that.
It is pretty much a 50-50 life, 50%.
No, it's 35.
Show up a poll and see what more people want. But yeah, another question is a low life 50%?
No, it's 35. It's actually back to how it used to. It's back to how it used to be, and the reason is because that was changed up to 50% mostly because of all the reservation-related stuff in PoE 1, which is not a concern anymore. So that means low life can be 35 again, and that restores that to how it was before.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was really curious about that.
Oh, is that part of the What is that? Was that part of that fucking Fextra Life drama?
We were trying to figure out what it was.
I saw that while my couple days off.
Force move, is that something that can be a keybind instead of taking up a skill slot?
So it works the same way as PoE 1. I guess that the thought with that is just like most people probably want force move on left click anyway, right?
Not necessarily.
I mean, I guess maybe not. Like, I suppose we could change that.
Yeah, yours.
But hang on, can't you?
It's like one of the main creators.
So, can't you change
like me for bald people?
Because you know the skill binds that are like Control W and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you can control, you can change those to not be using control, right?
Yes, you can change all your keybinds. The main issue for a lot of people right now is they would like to have in this keybind settings force move to be like, whether you put it on mouse button 1 or not. Right now it's costing you a skill slot, and we're already a little bit, for some builds, a little bit.
Imagine not using double SAD for movement.
Right.
Short on that.
Imagine,
dude.
I would have thought that when you include the control, like they're more inconvenient, but like the control Q, control W, that kind of stuff, those ones, like, are you really using all of those as well? Because I feel like you could just
literally
use the,
mirrored
like,
his camera.
slot 10 or whatever the last one is, like at the end there, and then use that one as your force move, and then just rebind it to something that doesn't require precision control. And then if you do that, you should be able to use that. But like, I mean, I guess there's no real reason we couldn't change it to not use a skill slot potentially. But I guess I figure that it's not usually a problem at the moment if you're able to do that.
A lot of people want that for sure.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, look, I'll table it with the UI guys and see if they want to do it then.
Yeah. Also, pretty small sample size, but I polled the people watching on Twitch right now, and 77% are saying they do want to know. I actually thought it would be more people against.
Interesting.
Yeah, so do with that what you will.
Well, that's an interesting data point to have.
Yeah, curious. Right. I would like to hear a little bit more about towers and like buffing the maps and like
sure.
If you can talk about that a little bit, because before. The vibe I was getting as a player, it's felt a little bit like Synthesis where I would be like trying really hard to maximize my area and buffing it up, and that could maybe sound a little tedious. So yeah, I would just love to hear you talk about towers more.
Yeah, so effectively, so you unlock towers. The towers are, there's quite a few around, so you can always like, and the radius is actually quite large. And what that means is that generally speaking, the amount of things that get added, like the amount of breaches, for example, that you add when you use a breach tablet, generally speaking, you're going to be there's more in radius that could receive the breach than the number that than the number that it's going to be adding.
Okay.
So for that reason, like I know there was some concern, that we had initially that like, because you have to like run maps to get to the tower in the first place, you're effectively consuming some of the maps you would have been able to use, that would have gotten buffed. And that is true, but because the radius is so large, and because like the number that they'll add, of breaches that might add might be like 6 or something, or 6, 7, something like that. It means that generally speaking, there'll always be more maps in the radius than there will, even ones you haven't run yet, than what you add.
Okay.
In terms of adding them to overlapping stuff, like because there's overlapping towers, you can still get a situation where like you want to try and maximize this.
Yeah.
And yes, you can only add one, use each tower one time. So effectively, like you want to find the tower, like go to it, add whatever mechanic you're adding, find some nearby towers potentially if there are nearby ones. Use those as well. Like add them all, and then once you've done that, you get the overlapping radii for the mods.
So remind me again. So basically, towers on the map allowed you to add like map modifiers and buffs, right? So you basically want to juice your areas within the tower radii to be. That's the equivalent of map juicing right now, or one of them at least.
And then you run them. So effectively works like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if you've got any specific questions about it, I can certainly answer them.
Can you use towers multiple times?
Oh
no, you can't. So just one time each.
Didn't he just answer that?
Honestly, it's hard because again, I haven't played, which I love. I haven't played. I would just like. Do you like it? Like, is it fun? Like, is it something you're confident you think people will enjoy?
I mean, I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty fun, but it's kind of like, look, it's one of those things we'll just have to see how it works in some ways. What we don't really know is like what the long-term feel of it is, like when you actually really ramp everything to like max and with, but what's the steady state like once you've reached the like point of just grinding forever? And that I sort of have a hard time knowing. Like we haven't done like. The amount of time we need to invest to be able to really test that is like more than what we have, so it's kind of hard for us to know that. But the actual, just like when you just play it normally, like it's cool, like it does work well, and I'm enjoying that. The hard part.
Not gonna lie, at least to my ear, this sounds very much like a PoE1 Andy's concerns with new systems and they don't want change kind of thing for like map juice. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't sound to me like a genuine concern about. Is this a fun thing in video gaming? It totally sounds like don't change my game, please, kind of thing.
But yeah, as I said, the hard part to know will be like once you've got infinite resources and you could just like, you know, you've got as much as you will it feel bad then? And I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I'm hoping not though. There are generic tablets as well, by the way, that don't relate to a specific mechanic. And those ones like add more general mods that just sort of affect all maps. So that's another thing as well, just so you know. So we've got that too.
That's very fun.
And I am sure that we're going to be playing around a lot with the mod pools and other things like this, and sort of like, you know, like affecting the juicing experience is definitely something that needs a lot more actual testing to really know like how far that goes and how well it works. So I'm sure that will be an area that receives heavy balance as we're going through. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of doing early access, I guess.
Right.
I was
It's just like, yes, there's enough time to just make this PoE 1, 2.
yesterday on a podcast called
3.
Rock Frames, and Ko and JP asked Ezekiel to make them a question for today's podcast that I said I would ask them. And Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE 1?
So, see, I guess I don't know that I would say that the conscious choice.
Okay. Because there's still a bit of this interview left, I have to go take Mr. Cat's blood glucose and give him food alarm. So we will take a little break-arino here. I will leave you with our brand new best of Sludoween 2024 from a couple of months ago that Alentia has made. And I will be back in a few minutes. So you get this on the spot, sometimes prepare. Okay. Enjoy. Wait, I want to hear I want to hear just the beginning of this. Let me hide my cam. Oh. Warning is, what the hell? I haven't watched this, by the way. So anyway, it contains scenes that some viewers may find disturbing. Viewer descriptions advise lots of screaming like a little bitch. What the fuck, Alentia? Alright, I'm going to have to start proofreading Alentia's work before launching it. God damn it. Definitely gonna have to adjust some audio here, chat. I'm sure. You'll have to let me know, because I'm not hearing what you're hearing.
3 children here.
Did you say free or 3?
3. Is that counting? That's counting Rob too. Yay! They know.
Red team. Red team. Is it from Lord of the Rings? Okay. Cheers. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. This is not a good drink. Oh, that's a bad one. I got a seed. Oh, this is so bad. I'm not gonna go as heavy-handed as last time because it just made it so bitter. Yeah, that's a solid amount there. The final drinks have been created. All right, cheers. Have you tasted it yet?
Oh.
Good luck.
That's not good.
Oh.
Surprisingly not good.
Is Rob such a Chad for doing this? Wearing a Luigi costume?
I don't think that's what he means. Ugh. Ugh.
What are you guys talking about, the leg?
Oh. Pumpkin seeds don't improve it.
So,
I think the 3-minute ad before every YouTube video is maybe a little excessive.
yeah, there needs to be a balance there somewhere. Oh god,
Yeah.
this is so bad.
I think I'm getting used to it. Oh.
Yeah. Why, chat? Ugh. It's so bad.
Yeah, yes it is.
Sorry, the Luigi theme is not that strong.
Mr. Cat? Yes. Yeah.
What's up, X-Car?
Why does the booze always sink to the bottom?
Oh, the bottom's so bad.
Yeah.
I think most of the pumpkin and gin sank to the bottom.
Yeah.
The things I do for you, chat.
Alright, I'm done.
What's that? Wahoo! You want another one? Mamma mia!
Ugh. Ugh.
Oh god, you're a little horny there, Oddbus? Oh god, the aftertaste is so bad, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, gin and tonic would be good too.
Ugh. Okay.
Yeah,
That was just so good. I want another one right now. Oh, fuck. I actually turned my character around a bit because I thought something was behind me. Oh, come on, dude. Fool me once. Ah, fuck! God damn it. Now, I've played enough scary games to know that as soon as we vault here, that body's gonna get dragged off screen or something. On. Door access on. Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh! No, Daddy. I'm just stuck in the corner. What? I literally can't move. What is this? I'm stuck on the machine. I can't get out of it. Oh, there we go. If I was literally just slamming Q and it would be moved. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Aha, I baited you. What the fuck?
Alright, I'm on point.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah. It's actually crazy. This, inside of this pumpkin is like, these white pumpkins, it's like twice as thick. And they're like way more dense. Basically, it looks like the inside of Can Tiger's asshole. Look at this. Look at this. He's coming! He's coming! He's right behind me! Josh, come back! You're more supple than I am. Please, I'm big. Ah, he's so gooey. Ah! Oh, God! Ah! Josh, I'm still not dead. Come back. You can still make this right. Please. No. I'll do that. Oh, shit. Oh. I didn't see the other one. Oh, do I need to do something with this one? Oh, fuck. Okay, every time Boot wins, I'm gonna take 5 shots of sweet.
Problem? No,
Yeah!
Drink it! Just
I'm
put
gonna
it in
take
your
one of
mouth!
the insulin
Dance
needles.
to it.
Yeah! We're good.
Why are you looking at me?
Oh my god, dude. Oh fuck! Forgot to hold. Let it automatically grab. Ah! What the fuck is that? Ah! Oh Jesus! What the fuck is that?
I am an agent.
Ah! It threw stuff at me, and it hurt. Ah! What the fuck? The hell is that? That was like a cockroach. Ah! She's dead. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Jesus. Ah! Fucking shit. Ah! Jesus, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Jesus. Bro, I was reading chat. Ah! God, I fucking knew it too. Ah! Jesus, brother. That's an old rocking chair. Ah! Ah! Jesus. Ah! Jesus. Not again. Ah! Oh, you motherfucker. Ah! What the fuck? Ah! Oh, not again. Ah! Jesus. Let's keep watching. Ah! What the fuck? No way. Ah! Jesus. Oh, goody. Jesus.
Ah, Jesus.
Oh! Jesus, fuck. Great. Ah! Ah! Motherfucker got me twice. Brother. Chad, I swear to God. No! Oh! Ah! Oh! Bro, how the fuck did he sneak up on me? Jesus! Ah! You bitch! Ah! I fucking knew it was there too. Oh, fuck me, dude. Ah! Ah! Fuck. Bro, what the hell is this shit chapter? Jesus. Oh my God. Ah! Bro, shut the fuck up. Oh, God, come on. Ah, fuck. Jesus. Ah! Fuck! God damn it, chat. There? Oh, Jesus fuck. Ah! Fuck. Jesus. Ah! Ah! The fuck? Already built another one, so. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. God damn it, man. Ah! God, bitch! Ah! No! Bruh. Oh, Jesus. Bro. Ah! Interesting. Oh my God. Ah! Shut the fuck. God damn it. Ah! Fuck's sake. Jesus. Bruh. Very. I just drilled on myself. Ah! Fuck. God, it's fucking. Oh no, Mr. Cat left. Ah! Ah! Jesus. Fuck. Ah! Oh, fucking. God damn it. Jesus. Bro. I. Fucking hell, dude. Ah! Oh, fuck you. What? Is it behind me? Ah! What the fuck is that? Ah! Ah! Fuck! Ah! Fuck's sake, dude. Oh, fuck! Jesus. Ah!
Don't you fucking move, I swear to God!
God damn. Ah! Bro just like slammed my keyboard. Ah! Ah! Fuck. God damn it. Ah! Jesus. Ah! It's just the wind, chat. Calm down. This is up. Jesus fuck. I will slap you so hard. Now we're dead. Wait, you die in this game? Wait, what?
It's me, Luigi.
Very funny, Chad. Okay, I think I see what I need to do here. Okay, maybe not. I'm trying to hide under the thing. Wait, can you push this? Oh my fucking god, dude. I thought it was, Is there any reason why they're not following the obvious way to go? Yeah, good talk, John.
Now,
What the fuck?
don't believe how obvious this way to go was.
What do you mean? It continues on the other side. Ah, fuck! Yeah, it's actually... Hello. I have returned. Much to your dismay. Or my dismay, apparently. Welcome back. Alrighty. Let's continue. I brought some crunchy food. We're playing old clips while I'm AFK, yeah. No, I'm just very, very good at costume changing quickly. Okay. We were at...
Yesterday on a podcast.
Oh, the PoE 1 harder thing. Okay.
I mean, that's the beauty
Like
of doing
move
early
away,
access,
mic away
I
from my
guess.
mouth while I chew.
I was yesterday on a podcast called Dropped Frames, and Co and JP asked Ezekiel to make them a question for today's podcast, but I said I would ask them, and Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE 1?
Much love you bold man. At work kisses tube in soon slow Lavia.
Wait, tube in what? Who's tubing in where? Andrew, man, thank you for the 20-monther, brother. Always nice to see you. Drinky poos for the holidays soon. I'll not take no as an answer. I'm not a fan of that clips video. Oh, because of the jump scares? Bro, just ruined Jaxel's night. Holy shit. Probably should have warned.
To today's podcast, but I said I would ask them, and Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE 1?
So, see, I guess I don't know that I would say that the conscious choice was to make the game more difficult as the, like, because that makes it sound like the goal is we're going to make it more difficult. Whereas what the goal was to make the combat more engaging. And on some level that did make the game more difficult, but I wouldn't say that was like, this is what we're setting out to do, if you know what I mean. It's like we're setting out to make the combat good. And to me, at least, good combat involves some level of challenge. And so that's kind of what you end up with. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what that's what it really comes down to.
Wait. Is the general sentiment that PoE 2 is harder than PoE 1 or something?
It's just, yeah, like that's just, it's a natural part of that.
Cool.
I think that's really what it is.
Yeah, engaging combat. That makes sense. A cat in the community asked, will every attack from rapid fire give stacks of tailwind?
So it currently
just 'cause
does.
it's more active
I know
gameplay,
there was a
probably.
discussion happening about this. One of the designers was unhappy
With
about it,
blocking and all that kind of
and so I think that I know there was a discussion recently that I haven't heard the result of about what's going on with that. I actually can't answer what the final state will be because I don't know. It depends on what they went off and did. But there was a discussion about it for sure. It was a balanced concern. That's what I know.
Yeah, I think that's why they were curious. I've seen a lot of theory crafting and stuff.
Yeah.
So we have a few more Reddit questions here. I think we have a few thousand questions from Reddit, so I've just tried calling down.
Good.
This was one I found very interesting, and it was...
Wait, maps aren't 6 attempts anymore? Oh, by the way, these shits, chat, if you ever buy cherry tomatoes, always get them on the vine. They're so much better. Yum, yum, yum. Anyways. Your new Steam dick came in. Dead as a brick. Nice. Good. Man, I don't know. I like that. I know this is not going to resonate with a lot of, like, PoE vets that kind of just want PoE 1 with better graphics. I personally think these are better changes for the game and game pacing and stuff like that. In fact, that's something I want to talk about at the end of this video. But
it's pretty rare to see someone so motivated after doing something for so long. Can you talk about what makes you so motivated?
Drugs.
I guess for me, I just want to make, like... I want to actually make a game I'm happy with, and until I've actually done that, I think I won't be happy. You know what I mean? Like I just want to keep going. Like I was never fully happy with PoE 1. There was always more to do. It's always like like it's just we're still not in a good place yet. And yeah, I want to make that perfect action RPG. I'll just keep going until I've achieved that, right? And maybe that's impossible to like make something really truly perfect, but like I guess I'm just ultimately motivated to fix things. Like I want, I just want everything to be perfect, and so we keep going until we get to that point, which maybe is impossible. As far as I know, that's what's driving me really.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a great answer. I mean, it's very...
Are the days off
like,
extremely busy?
It's very fun.
Did I miss you? I always miss you guys when I don't stream. You can pour it in and out if you die.
Next question is, does hardcore still go to softcore?
Yes. So it works the same as PoE 1.
Good.
So effectively, Like I was thinking about actually starting softcore this time, but I could effectively just start playing on hardcore, die, and just continue on softcore then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
100% that's what we're doing then. 100% that's what we're doing.
I'll do that then.
Yeah, sure.
Check it out. Thanks for continuing.
Hopefully that will happen by the time you're like 3 areas in. So
okay.
but we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see.
Damn. All right. Oh wow. So like, yeah. How hardcore rival do you think it is for your first time?
I think that would be. I think it probably would really not be hardcore viable, just because there's going to be mechanics on bosses that you're going to need to learn. That being said, look, I mean, you can with enough grinding and like, you know, if you really over prepare for everything, right? You obviously can be very, you know, you can be successful. But yeah, like if you're playing at a regular pace, like, you know, bosses will kill you just due to, like, you know, learn the mechanics. Like there are things that are subtle about them, and, you know, you have to work them out. Or, you know, like obviously, like you've never seen, like everything is very well telegraphed, but like if you don't know what it's telegraphing, you know, like until you've seen the ability one time, you know, what I would say is if you were like playing behind someone and every single boss fight you like watched a video of someone playing it first before you fought it in hardcore, I think you could probably do it that way. But where's the fun in that, right? Like you want to experience all the stuff the first time yourself. So that I would say you can do. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
that's I would say play softcore your first time, or at least play hardcore and die, and then play softcore the rest, and you should be all right.
That truly is the better way to do it, though. I love hardcore, but I really think Diablo needs to move away from this, like, your character's deleted stuff. I don't know. It's just not... It's like just archaic design as far as hardcore goes.
Yeah. No,
Like, you already lose the prestige of hardcore at that point. What's the point of just, like, destroying all the time spent if you want to keep with that character?
I was actually like bouncing between which one I should do, and then it was finally Ben that
Ascendency,
convinced me that I should play softcore because of server issues.
For sure, Nico.
And I think that obviously that is something we're all concerned about. So
I have a feeling like if there are server issues, it probably won't be that, like, it's like lag server side on the individual like on an individual instance. It's much more likely to be like back-end problems, which like boot off to, you know, 100,000 people get booted off kind of thing. That's kind of like a different type, you know, rather than like a you know, like, oh, it's just crappy performance. Like I would hope anyway. I mean, you never really know, but like I just have a feeling it was much more likely to be those kinds of problems, like the like horrible back-end issue that I have to get up before at 2 a.m. to work out, rather than the like just slow grind.
yeah, how
But yeah, hopefully we're able to solve that issue.
how confident are you feeling?
Like, it's hard. Apparently, not very. If I'm,
Yeah.
if I'm saying that, the issue is just like, you know, I really have no idea how many people will turn up on day one. Like we can look at supporter pack sales and we can say like, okay, well, there's at least this number, but on day one, you know, we're not sure. And the other thing as well is that there are things like, what's console going to be like? I just don't know really. Like how many people will turn up there. It's really hard to say. It's very hard to feel confidence even though we're doing a bunch of testing and things like that, just because, like, you know, as I said, it's a new game, you never know what's going to happen. Like launches are just like notorious for like random issues, right? And it's not for lack of people trying to make sure that, like, you know, it's not like we're like, oh, you know, just cheaping out on servers or something like that, right? Like we will do our best to get as much as we can, but you just never know what kind of a random performance issue can go wrong. And the sucky thing about it is, like, you can make some really subtle mistake somewhere and it results in like a huge amount of chaos for the players, because, like, you know, you go over some weird threshold and you get some deadlock or some random thing happens and it just everything dies. And so yeah, that kind of stuff really sucks. I really hope we can do well. I mean, the nice thing is, at least, is that
What's that noise? Oh, it's a cat in the litter box.
You know, it's all based on PoE1 back and stuff. Like, that's been tested to a pretty reasonable degree by this point. You know, I think we can do okay. But on the other hand, we may get more players than what our back end has ever dealt with before. And I think it's very, very likely at this point that
Chat, let me tell you. It's always difficult when you get more than your back end can handle. All right? I just want you guys to know that. What's up, Panda? Hello, Greek. Hype farming. Yeah. Hardcore is always an int. Well, not if you just continue in softcore after, right? Boy, ghetto.
That will happen. So you know, as I said, you can never really know.
I don't know if you're like comfortable sharing a number you're prepared for, but like, are you prepared for like 1 million players, for example? If that's something you're.
Well, a million is how many is what we're prepared for as far as instance capacity goes.
Okay.
We also are prepared to increase that as well, like in terms of just like talking to cloud vendors and stuff like that about like, you know, what if we go over this? Like, do we have a plan for how we're going to scale up? Like that kind of stuff. So 1 million is the capacity that we'll have on day one, like before we know how many people we're going to get. And my hope is that that'll be enough.
I mean, like, how do you like guess this kind of shit outside of just like random sale metrics and stuff? Like, we have some keys to give away. We're going to be giving away some early access keys tomorrow. By the way, whoever's joined the stream later today. There's 1 million people like me that have extra keys that they're dishing out, that bought supporter packs that are coming in on like mobile. You know what I mean? He's about to talk that? Yeah, but I'd rather just assume it for the next hour, Cal, okay? I haven't watched this video. You're spoiling.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we'll get it in 1 million. I don't think it's going to go. I think the chance of going above 1 million is pretty low, honestly. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think the chance of going above that is pretty low. Just because bear in mind, it is paid, right? It's not like okay. Let me say this on our full release when it's free. Like, I think the numbers will be much higher than 1 million. I think that's going to be very, very high, like absurdly high. But for a paid early access, I think getting to 1 million would be a very good success. Like that would be crazy. But yet I think that we might be on the way to it for sure.
Yeah.
As I said, 1 million is what we're, because of the fact that we want to make sure we don't screw this up. 1 million is what we're getting for instance capacity. When I say instance, by the way, I'm talking about the actual servers that individual players play on, as opposed to like the back end, which is like where all the which is the scaling challenge that's much more hard to know. Now, as far as like testing, like testing the back end and making sure it can work, the hard part there is like, can you simulate player numbers?
I love he was talking about testing the back end, and then that alert came up. Wyston, dude, thanks for the 3-year primer, man. Congrats on the new badge, dude.
Like, correctly enough to actually know what's going on. So we've got a synthetic test that goes up to 1.6 million in the back end before it falls over, and we want to try and improve that to 2 million before we launch, just so that we like can be like okay. But the thing is that that's a synthetic test, right? Like, we don't, like, we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like, what if we're just wrong about that? And like, people, you know, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with, like how often do people change areas, and how often do people, like, how many items do people pick up and not pick up, and like, we don't really know the numbers for that. And we can look at PoE1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real world situation, but then it'll just be some other random thing we don't even think about that like players end up doing that we just don't even, that can cause the issue. So the other thing as well is like
multi-boxing 500 characters.
What if we just didn't like, okay, so sure, we wrote it to that many players like as a test, but there could be like even more subtle elements. Like, here's a random example we did think about, but like just to sort of give you an example of the kind of subtlety that happens here. So we have processes in the backend called instance managers, which like deal with like effectively they just like know where all the instances are, like all the game instances are, and like if they fall over, you know, like if they keeping track of them effectively. And we've got more than one of these, but like, to know which one to contact, you need to know, like, you need to have something to work out, like, what is the thing that, like, that will tell you, like, which instance manager I should be talking to whenever I'm going to go to a new area. And so that we shard this based on the area, the area index. And the thing that we realized recently was that, like, when everyone plays the game initially, they're all going to be in the same area. They're all going to be starting in what's called G11, which is like the first area of the game. And then a bunch of those people, like, there'll be a very similar amount of time that people will take to get from there to the next area. Yeah. And so that means that everyone will go from there to like the next area. And so that means like all the load's going to be on one of these instance managers, and then all the load's going to move to a different instance manager. It's all going to happen at the same time, which means there's actually like the thing with having more of these is like completely defeated by just the way that will happen on launch. And like, that's not something that our load test would immediately notice, because like, we kind of have to think about how the actual players will actually be behaving on release day to be able to see that kind of issue. So like, that's one we did think of, but like, there could be 200 other things like that we didn't think of, that like, you know.
I feel like being like a backend and like server engineer for this kind of shit is actually like really tough.
could
listening
result
to
in
him talk
problems.
about
And so
like,
this is the
these
kind
kind
of
problems.
stuff that like, you know, as I said, that you just never expect in the back end. So this is probably like way too much detail, and like I'm being way too
I love the
technical here,
transparency.
But
It's really great.
but okay. But anyway, as I said, that's the kind of issue. So I'm hoping that whatever it is like really obvious. Like whatever problem we do run into is like really obvious to us, so we can just fix it. But it's because the part that really sucks is like the thing fell over. Like there's no crash, there's no like thing. It's just
Hour
a bunch of
40,
people got disconnected.
Brennan.
There's no logs. There's
Highest number
there's
of
nothing
concurrent
for us
players
to
in
even, like,
PoE
talk
1
about.
was
That's like the really
32
horrible kind of issue,
321,000.
that I really hope we don't run into.
This
yeah,
might get to like a million.
You know,
I don't think you guys understand
know,
how many
we'll
people
see
are
what
sponsored
happens.
for this.
I'm hoping it will be okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could
Like,
just do a
every
surprise
fucking
launch
streamer
right
and their
now,
mother is
then there will
sponsored right
be
now, except
like
for me.
no one's expecting it. You just
Well, there was somehow I don't think that's a good idea. So, well, I guess what will be really interesting to see is how big do the queues get on. Like yeah, that could be scary.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay.
I'm excited. I'm very hyped. Awesome.
Does Jonathan have a bit of a stutter? He seems to like sometimes, you know. Maybe he does.
Thank you so much for the transparency there. That was more in depth than I was expecting, and yeah, love it.
Okay, don't really care about
a
ExileCon
question
plans. Sorry.
about ExileCon.
Not yet, at least until
Are
it's,
there
like,
going to
actually
be more
becomes a
Exile cons? Will there be again about
No boss portals again.
bosses? Is every single boss going to be you die once and it's over? Like, you know, you collect 300 Zesh Duelist splinters or whatever.
Right. So
I wasn't making fun of it. It was just an observation. Like, does he seem to have one?
we've actually had quite a lot of conversations about this topic. With the 300 splinters thing, just to, by the way, is like they do come in stacks, so it's not like you have to fight 300 breaches to do that. But this was definitely a question. Should we allow more portals for some of these bosses because, like, you know, it's like the first time that you save up, the first time you're going to fight it, and then you just die instantly to some ability, and like, is that okay? And there were definitely some arguments about this. But we eventually decided that, we are going to leave it as one death for those bosses just because we just want to make sure that there's integrity in the, you know, like in the boss fight, that you actually, like, did actually have to kill it from top to bottom. It is one of those things, though, that, like, if it really was a problem, I guess we could readdress it. But, like, I think we're pretty keen to go with just one death even for those for the time being.
Cool.
But, yes.
Yeah, very interesting.
There was a lot of argument about it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm gonna be hardcore hopefully most of the time. So once I figure the game out, so I was just mostly asking for softcore players. I'll be very curious how they feel about it. Cool. Okay, another question. How do you feel about safe mechanics like Toda? Like obviously, RuneScape is probably the game that comes to mind where you can very, very much more than any game I can think of tailor exactly what type of content you want to be doing, right? Like, if you want to, you can do completely safe content, or you can focus on like a.
Isn't this where the Atlas tree comes in again, though? Right? And trees up.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on like being able to tailor your custom content?
So, I mean, I would say that PoE is pretty strong in this regard as well, right? Like, you've got the ability to change the degree to which, like, how many mods you put on maps, and then, like, how much you're juicing things with mechanics for the towers, and, like, all sorts of stuff like that. So I would say that PoE is one of the games where you do actually have quite a lot of control. So, like, you can definitely get, like, look, if you're running a white map, there's not a huge amount that's just going to randomly kill you if you're like if you're powerful enough to deal with that. You should be okay. It really is the other the other extra difficulty you add that makes it so that you're so that you're more safe. And like especially now that the boss
I think they mentioned that the Atlas tree. Oh, sorry, the Atlas tree. I thought you meant the map. The map is infinite. The Atlas tree, I'm not sure.
Bosses have been moved out of the regular map so that you can choose whether you're doing them or not. Like you have even that choice as well. So yeah, I'm a fan of tailoring content difficulty, and that is the goal for us as well, right? Just like make sure that you can decide that.
Awesome. Yeah. No, me too. I'm a big fan of that. Very cool. So
somebody else mentioned it earlier, Vivelli, but not just for my stream. But every once in a few months we go through issues with my stream buffering for some people randomly and like no one else seemingly. And usually I need to just switch stream locations, which I can't do without shutting stream off right now, so it'd be a tomorrow thing. But if it starts to affect more people, like it literally just happens every once in a few months. I need to go from like Toronto to Virginia and then Virginia to like Quebec and stuff like that. But if it's other people too, that's more indicative it's a Twitch thing.
Talking about playing hardcore and pausing.
Go to the corner.
Nightmare Man, thanks for the 59 primer. Welcome back, me brother. What's this section? Co-op join during pause.
So let's say that I've opened an expensive boss fight. It took me a while to farm, and I'm halfway through the fight, and I'm like, oh, this is not going well. This is not going down well. But I don't want to leave either. Can I pause the fight and be like, Steel Mage, I need help right now. Please come get me. And can he then, like, while I'm paused, can he come help me?
So so currently you actually can't like do things like accept invites and everything while you're paused.
Okay.
Now we actually had planned to allow you to do way more stuff while paused.
Yeah.
There was this whole pause rework we were going to do. We were going to change the interface so you can pause the game and still be able to like look at the rest of the interface and like kind of do certain things while paused or not. And then we could just make the decision of like what's allowed when paused and what isn't.
Yeah.
But we never got it. We unfortunately didn't get time to do it. So right now, you wouldn't be able to accept a challenge while pause. But that being said, you could like pause the game, message your friend, he sends you an invite, you unpause quickly, click accept, and then pause again, right? Like it is kind of possible.
Right.
And so there's kind of really no reason to like not allow you to accept an invite while paused for that reason, because like you can just kind of do that. Like that would be possible.
Cool.
And ultimately,
Why would you just not add a hotkey for reviving a checkpoint?
that would mean that you can kind of do that. The question then is like, can you get to the person in a fight? And that depends on the context.
Yeah.
Now, I don't actually know 100% of all the rules about this, about exactly what goes on. I believe that when you see shuttle someone, as the players call it, that you go to the checkpoint of the last, you go to the physical location of the most recent checkpoint the player has.
Yeah.
And then from there you can go into the boss fight. So during campaign you can certainly just like get into someone's boss fight very easily.
Yeah.
What I don't know is what the situation is with regard to maps and exactly how that works. So I would have to check on that to work out exactly what you could do there. I am sure there's going to be all sorts of like exploits and like random issues around pausing and checkpoints as well, and like all of those things. Like I just have a feeling that there's going to be stuff. Like we obviously do our best to think of these, but I'm sure there's going to be some stuff. So there might have to be some tweaks to the rules later on here. But as far as I know, you can do that. I believe. So I'm pretty sure what should happen is, I think that for maps, the last checkpoint is like still in the map room.
Yeah.
Because there's no checkpoints in map. So I'm pretty sure what would happen is that they'd go outside the map, they would be standing where the portals are, and if there's a portal available, they'll be able to go through that portal. And so if you moved the portal close to the boss fight before you went into it, because you can't use the portal while in the boss fight, then that would mean they'd be outside the boss fight. And so long as there's a way to get into the boss fight after the fact, it should work. So as far as I know, that should be how it works at the moment. But as I said, there might be individual rules that we can add or remove or whatever. Like there'll probably be tweaks to this, I'm sure.
Cool. Also, chat really wants me to correct you and say we call it swirly.
What? Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, people around here call them seashelling.
Right.
I don't know where that. Maybe that's just in GGG slang for this.
That's funny.
Okay.
I mean,
it apparently looks like a seashell.
That is really cool though. I'm obviously a little bit biased. Like I would love to run like a boss service where I'm like coming to rescue people. So that'd be very fun.
Well, as far as I know, that should be possible right now. But as I said, we might tweak the rules.
Cool. A little bit of like a more random cutesy question with how do you feel about like mini games like fishing or just like things to do that aren't necessarily like the core game?
Fishing.
I don't know. Like
that was not a very positive reaction.
Some people find that stuff fun. I guess I see the mini games in PoE as more like the different league mechanics. So like those are the things that we're probably more likely to add.
Fishing mini games.
But I know people have been wanting a fishing mini game for a long time. I guess look, we have boat support now, right? Like
I know.
From the hideout. So you never know, I guess.
Cool. Two-factor authentication, is that something we can see improvements of in PoE 2?
So this is one of those
Schneid,
things
thanks
where
for the 41 primer, brother.
It's trivially easy to add two-factor authentication. The hard part is all the support policies around what happens when people lose their second factor.
I'm chilling, man.
It's like
getting ready for a big streamathon on Saturday.
Like, okay, so like, how do you verify someone who's lost the second factor? And then like, that's a whole thing that's all drama around this. And then like, you open yourself up to like all sorts of like support mistakes you could be making with that kind of stuff. And like, it's notoriously like you have this thing. And then people say, oh, you should just tell people that if they had two factor, then if they lose the second factor, they're just hosed. And it's like, well, you can say that now. Yeah. You say that right up to the point you do lose your second factor, and then you're like, why is there no recovery process for this? You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a recovery process. And then it's like, okay, so then how do we verify it? So then people are like, oh, know, you could like take government ID, and it's like, okay, well now there's
What
like
are you working as?
GDPR and privacy implications of this, and it's like it's just kind of an endless rabbit hole of like random policy and horrible stuff, and so like. We should have it, right? Like, absolutely, we should 100%. We should have two-factor. We just don't, and it's all because of that, like the tricky stuff around this. And like one day, I just have no doubt we will implement this. Yeah, it's just we just need to dig ourselves out of the hole of all the policy issues with around support for this. That's the thing. And so what I will say though is just as a thing is that you can effectively outsource the two-factor on your account by using Steam if you want, because they have two-factor. And if Steam is the only login method on your account, then effectively you're just relying on their two-factor to be able to work. So you still have that option.
Just let someone else do it.
But yeah, we should add two-factor to the regular login system, and I want to add two-factor to the regular login system. It's just a question of getting time to sort through all the problems with it.
Do I get part of your Christmas bonus?
Speaking of regular login system, I can't remember if this was already confirmed, but do we still have both the standalone client and Steam?
Yep.
Okay.
We do.
Excellent. Another community question. So there is a limit of support gems, right? I can only use element control destruction on one gem. I can't use it on 2 gems.
Correct.
Is that rule still the same on my weapon swap? Let's say that I have a lightning ability in one weapon swap and a cold ability in the other, but on both of these main gems, I want to use control destruction.
So there's one per character. It doesn't relate to weapon swap. Because the thing I just want to clarify around this is that like it's not like you've got slots that are just like one versus the other, right? Like when you look at your skill screen, they're all just on one screen. That you just get to enable or disable certain skills for being used by a certain weapon swap. So there's no like as far as the question goes, like it is one for your entire character.
Okay. When we saw like videos, somebody had a video going through the settings and stuff like that, and I did not see lockstep or predictive being there. Is that still a thing?
Why wouldn't it have been there? It could have been there. Okay, so
apparently it's only on the menu screen.
Oh yeah, because you can't change it while you're in your
you can do both
in game. But yeah, it should be there. As far as I know. One thing I will say is that predictive with WSD
just get 10% of his earnings. Is there a transcript of this interview? You'd have to check. Let me see.
Okay, let me get this right. Okay, so there is a mode called hybrid. And I think that with WSD, predictive turns into hybrid, but I'm not sure whether or not they've actually like fiddled around with the interface of this. Hybrid is the mode that consoles use, but I don't think it tells you about it because I don't think there's a setting for it on consoles. Right. But effectively, what that is, it's like it's somewhere in between predictive and lockstep. I guess I could like, and effectively what it is that. This is kind of irrelevant, but effectively, with lockstep, when there's lag, internet lag, the whole game freezes. And with predictive, when there's internet lag, the game does not freeze.
I don't know what are these.
Hybrid is a mode where we still use predictive networking, but we still freeze everything when the server hasn't replied to you, and that's just because it keeps everything sync a little bit better, but prevents some of the issues that you get in predictive.
Same is.
That mode just works a bit better when you're using direct control with WSD versus and stuff without causing too many.
Yeah, but what did it do?
Desync issues. So that's just a random detail there. But yeah, as far as I know, they still work, and they should be fine. What I worry about, and this is just random speculation on my part, is that like pretty much everyone in GGG plays in lockstep.
Yeah.
And so what that means is that like I worry that there won't be as much testing in predictive, and there could be like issues that happen in predictive that we're just not aware of because of the fact that like everyone's just playing in lockstep all the time. So it probably hasn't received the same testing as what what lockstep gets.
Is the standard to play in lockstep?
So I would suggest to you play in lockstep if you can. Obviously, the issue is when your high latency is high. That's the sort of stuff that will be that I'm sure will get more testing as we go into early access as well. But just random thing.
A question I just thought of. Was in PoE1 a thing that can happen is assets loading and being invisible if there were already loading ones. Is that a fixed thing in PoE2?
Unfortunately, that's not fixed, and this is something that really, really bothers me. But look, it's something that we're going to be like we do I really want to fix that. I really, really want to fix it. Like it's the worst thing to me is that occurring. So we'll get to the point where that can occur. It's actually been made harder in PoE 2 because of the fact the assets are larger in general. You know, like higher resolution textures and higher resolution like models and stuff like that. So. I don't think it will necessarily be worse or anything, but yeah, it really sucks to me whenever a thing doesn't load. And so this is a thing that we will be working on and improving.
Wait, there's issues in PoE 1? Or just like a monster? Or like... Okay, Ziz, you need to calm down, dude. Let's just see here for a sec. What happens if we take this? You could say it really grinds his gears. What happens if we take this? Banger. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have a new profile icon. Anyways, what happened? Wait, so in PoE 1, like literally at like just I don't know, like what wouldn't load? Like could like a flamethrower from a totem not load and you run into it and die, kind of thing?
Over time, I want to get to the point where it's just 100% the case that you never see an asset pop. Like that would be ideal.
Awesome.
Yeah. But we'll work towards that. But it isn't. We aren't there yet.
Cool. A lot of people are asking about pre-download.
We already know there is,
especially
right?
for people with slow connections, being able to
tomorrow. I think it starts
start
tomorrow
downloading
night.
the files before the 6th.
No, what's next?
Is rarity multiplicative or?
Yeah.
Cool. Makes sense.
You know, chat, I have a question too.
Is rarity multiplicative or additive with map/monster rarity?
Does the banana taste good? Hope it has some veins
you
on
mean so player rarity is player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity, yeah. Okay. So that's still the case.
Right. Yeah. A question about what leagues are, because obviously we are still going to have leagues in PoE 2. What are they going to be based around? Right now they're being inspired by other games. Is that still going to be the case?
Oh, I mean, that's always the case, right? We're always looking at other mechanics. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what is cool. And so that means that all we're really doing when we're looking at other games is like, is there something we can notice here that could inspire us to be cool? But like, it doesn't have to be another game. It could be a movie or like just some random other thing. Like, you never know where the inspiration's going to come from. But that stuff can definitely happen.
Not a very veiny banana
and we come up
chat.
with a cool mechanic. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah. Is there any game off the top of your head that you're like, oh, do you really like want to find a way to like get this in PoE that like inspires you?
I don't know that I can name one right now. If like it's like anything that would have happened like that, we probably already made a league for it.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something recent, and we haven't been talking about leagues in PoE 2 yet, so we haven't had like a brainstorming session about that yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I said, I don't think I can come up with one at the moment.
Awesome. And pretty much the final question here. I kind of tried to avoid open-ended questions, but is there any particular large engine changes with PoE 2 that allows you to do something that you've always wanted to do in PoE 1 but you weren't able to?
So most of the changes, like engine-wise, are actually on PoE 1's engine because we wanted to merge them so that we can make all the assets transfer.
Yeah.
Probably one of the largest changes that is different between PoE 1 and 2 is the global elimination system. And what that kind of means is that so like any and this was like we had GI in PoE 1 as well, but it kind of works differently. So like effectively, the nice thing that you can do with a really good GI is that you can light objects without having to actually place lights in them. Like they just get lit by the glowing parts. Okay. And so you just get a really nice like soft form of lighting from certain things. And certain areas can actually be lit entirely with the GI system, which is just really nice. Like you get the ability to do some lighting that's just really quite different than what PoE 1 has been capable of. So yeah, like that's pretty cool. Trying to think if there's anything else that like we didn't actually port over, but not really. Like, because we've tried to get everything as much as possible to be the same. Just
grounded in
just
PoE
asset
2.
portability. So there's quite a lot of stuff to do with like one of the engine features we have is the ability to read this is like real technical stuff, but to read the material that's on the ground and use that in the shader of a thing that's sitting on top.
Yeah.
And that lets you do things like, for example, we use that in the, the bear slam. Yeah. When the bear does a slam, like the actual ground that's under the bear, like the chunks of rubble that come up are like red from the ground that's actually there. So that kind of like fits to the areas. That's kind of cool.
That's really cool.
And there's a few, that's actually used quite a lot, like in more subtle ways. The bear is like really obvious because it's like big chunks of terrain that kind of.
I thought of another thing. Guild tabs. Guilds are not transferring over to PoE 2. What about guild stash tabs?
So because of the fact the guild isn't, it means the stash tabs aren't either, and that's kind of unfortunate.
That
because
sucks for
want that to
any
happen.
social person.
Sorry, is PoE Mobile still being worked on?
It's not being worked on right now. Like we put it on hold when we as we realized.
I just want to throw my hat in the oh my god, please let us mute other player sounds. I hate the goblin troops. I want to throw my hat in that.
Okay.
So much.
Understood. Yeah, understood. I'll talk to them about it.
Awesome. That was pretty much all the questions I had.
Yeah, solid interview. Good, lot of good info. Not the most eloquent interview, but it got the job done. I remember reading a couple of just like little, I don't know, leakerinos talks about it in general, whatever, on Twitter, that people are saying that controller apparently in PoE 2 feels really good. Not that I plan on going on controller. Controller does have some advantages, but in an ARPG with that amount of item, controller would drive me up the wall, like menuing and stuff. But in theory, controller could be like you'd play with controller and then at your desk, right, and then mouse and keyboard, like through items and shit. I mean, WSAD do be the way. Which brought me to one thing. I'm curious how many, and I think I mentioned this the other day too. I'm curious how many of PoE 1 like super dedicated Andes are not down with the substantial like gameplay and system changes to PoE 2, and as a result, pacing of the game. Like, I wonder if there's just like tribalistic anger towards it, like, you know. Active blocking, dodge, WSAD movement, things like that, which I think are fantastic for what it's worth. Macro Bio Boy uses controller for gameplay and MK for inventory. Yeah, okay. So the big disadvantage with controller a lot of the time is targeting reticles. 360-degree movement's great, and a lot of that stuff's great. But targeting reticles are so much more accurate and faster with a mouse, right? So it really kind of also just depends at what level or intensity or whatever you play at, right? I was napping, what happened? Oh, I had a banana, but it didn't have any BDVs. Most of the complaints are just about the speed and pacing of PoE 2. I think it all looks great, man. I don't know. Again, maybe not popular opinion amongst PoE crowd, but I think slowing the game down from what it was, but still allowing you to grow to that potential, or maybe not as big a potential, but like in that area, I think is good for the game. I'm sure someone out there, for someone out there who hates change, PoE 1 will still be supported. Yeah, that's right. Shucks, no BDVs. Well, it also means I have more bananas now, so they will definitely get them as they ripen. You'll be here to watch me. Solid interview. Is there another big interview you guys would suggest? Do the claw stance in my hand, I play with ASDF instead of key WER. The movement changes a bit meh, but I still have to see if there's no... Oh god, Potion Piano, I'm so glad that's gone. Like, honestly, one of the best changes. Yeah, WSAD, though, like, is so good. It's one of the best changes D4 has made. And it's just, like, advantageous straight up. I mean, unless you have, like, some kind of physical reason you can't. That's a totally different story. But it provides objective, innate combat advantage. WSADing. My experience playing PoE 2 betas, targeting is shit with the mouse too. I guess we'll find out in 48 hours, right? So are your abilities 1, 2, 3, 4? They're whatever you want them to be. I can't play without WSAD now. It's just better. It is just better. It is just better. You might not like it more. Like, that's a totally different story, and that's, like, up to you. But it is better, like, in terms of just advantage of playing the game. The ability to keep moving while aiming at your target to shoot, for example, is something you just can't do with mouse movement, straight up. And loses efficiency. Even if it's smaller efficiency, it loses efficiency. What I taught myself to do, weirdly enough, with Diablo, because obviously I come from a WoW background, so well, actually, I used to use QWES, but nonetheless, is I actually put my ability, like, I reversed everything. So I put my abilities on my mouse and WSAD for movement keys. And I think I might probably do the same thing with PoE 2. The problem with PoE 2 is it has more abilities. I'm not sure if that's going to fly as well. But, I mean, does it really have more than 5 or 6 active spamming abilities? Probably not, right? So, I mean, I can also load up to 12 on my mouse. It doesn't matter to me. A little bit of a hybrid is something I might consider too. So still keep, like, you know, potions and blah, blah, blah on your keyboard. Like Q and E are prime keys as well. So it's like 1, 2, 3. Things like that. But I got used to WSAD movement with mouse key binding, which is something I never did in WoW because I was super against rotational stuff because it's weird. But I got used to it in D4 and it worked out quite well. And then move around with WSAD. Well, D4 allows you to do both. I think it allows you to have WSAD movement and mouse movement hybrid if you want, something like that. Just I assume what PoE 2 is either has or is going to have, right? Something like that. Controller looks good for Merc. Yeah, exactly. So like Merc is definitely a class where you will just straight up have advantage with WSAD movement or controller versus traditional mouse movement. Like 100%. It's just like, I will not hear any argument against it because it's just, you're wrong. Like, this is not a fanboy thing, by the way. You're just literally objectively wrong. But you also need to take into account that if some players are just uncomfortable with moving away from mouse movement to the fact that even if the other has an objective advantage, but it's hurting them so much because they just can't get used to it, then obviously you do whatever is most comfortable for you. But in a world where you're comfortable with both or want to learn both or whatever, it's definitely advantageous to have WSAD. Honey P. Honey P. Is there any other interview that we should watch? I'm kind of like half tempted, even though we've all seen it, to watch, to like rewatch their main presentation again. Just like where they go over all their systems and everything. I'm kind of tempted to do that again. It was like 40 minutes-ish, or like an hour-ish, I don't know. Because I think that's a good summary of what the game's offering, and it'll add good context to all the micro-information we're picking up now from different sources. There's a video about someone saying that WSAD shouldn't be the superior option for PoE 2. I'm curious to see why. Because it's just wrong. Absolutely, Demus. For PoE, of course. The steering wheel will turn my character in real time. That sounds like a archaic argument. Sounds like a fanboy argument. We don't like those around here. So I think... Yeah, I think I kind of want to watch that. What do you got? Are you guys down? It's just because what I found while, because I'm not somebody that literally has just been breathing nothing but PoE 2 since their announcement. I found that there was a lot of stuff during this interview that I was like, wait, what do runes do again? What do whatever the fucking other thing was? You know what I mean? There's a lot of like, I don't remember exactly what that is from their presentation. And when they talked about like endgame stuff, I was like, well, how did exactly towers work again? So it kind of made me want to like refresh on that. This is why I was asking about goblin sounds.
Like, thank you so much.
Thank you so.
Oh my god. Was there one?
Sound MTX Pog 4 days ago. Was he playing?
Oh my god. Was there one? I don't have the waypoint there. What is this important for the quest?
I gotta find this funny, dude. I mean, it is annoying, but it's like funny annoying. This kind of shit makes me laugh.
I'm level 20. I'm level 20.
I mean, don't get me wrong, me too at a certain point. I get like audio overstimulation, and I guess see it on stream sometimes on like Mr. Cat's yowling, and I'm trying to listen to something and something else is happening. When there's like 4 different things playing in your ear when you're trying to focus on something, it definitely is overwhelming for me too, and makes me like freak the fuck out, like shut the fuck up kind of thing. But if I'm not concentrating and just watching this, like, this is kind of funny. it's like annoying. I don't know, man. It's like annoying but funny, but like I get it. I get why like some people are just like oh man. Didn't realize there was a ranger class. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I want to watch their original presentation. Not like literally every moment if it will obviously skip through for like stuff that's obvious or stuff that they talk about that. Like I just want to like refresh on their systems introduction essentially. Is what I'd like. Path of Exile 2. So we'll launch like the full thing because I just want it for context. Path of Exile 2 early access gameplay trailer. No. Let's just go to the PoE2 Path of Exile channel.
Existence.
That sucks. The live stream, this one. But it was 8 hours long, that thing? What the? How much of QA did they do? Oh no, that's a year ago. That's ExileCon videos. Tell me you don't use a lot of YouTube by. A month ago. Live on November 21st. Live Twitch. This one. Was this one? No. That's only 30 seconds long. Endgame. What is this? Endgame content reveal? Or is this their full reveal? 12 days ago. Was it 12 days ago? It's already getting the video, goddammit. I don't know for class. That's why I want to like overview everything. Like my approach here is overview everything. Learn about what we can, important tidbits, and then we're going to read through the Ascendency trees maybe tomorrow because I want to get some Ravenswatch in because we're probably going to do this all day tomorrow and make a decision. We might peep them today again too, or maybe we'll peep the Ascendency trees today and then look at them in more detail tomorrow because I see like a bunch of little snippets on abilities and whatnot here. Dad, help me. Where the hell is this video?
Just what are we facing here?
Jonathan Rogers, game director on.
Existence is a
Now, early access will initially have.
Is this the video? Okay. It says endgame content reveal, but they went through like everything in this, didn't they? Okay. Which video am I looking for? Just their announcement video from when they announced like the content reveal for early access.
6 classes available.
I think it's this.
Let's have a look at them.
Yes.
The monk is a. Now, early access will initially
this.
have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills.
You guys want to leave closed captions on?
To get new skills, you will first need to
already
find
watched the
skill
trailer.
gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one.
God damn it, I missed what he said.
Since this is a level
to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7.
Cool.
So there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning.
Can you imagine how long the full staff would be? Like, that's crazy.
Ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities.
I think that's a
empower
cool
his staff.
ability, but in practice,
If
it's
an
like
enemy is
annoying to
close
sit
to
there
being
and hit the
stunned,
bell.
you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind
Oh,
projectiles.
this guy's getting fucked up as hell. Holy shit.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack
Monk
to pack,
does look giga. Like, I
spewing
think
projectiles
just
and obliterating
initially from
screens
my,
of enemies with huge
from what I
combo
remember, my
attacks.
initial thoughts, Monk is definitely one of my considerations for start.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks
God, I
and
hope
can
I'm
shrug
the
off the
ground.
hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior...
So I will say one note, and that's always one of the limitations in WSAD versus either mouse movement or joystick movement on controller, is if there's active movement during abilities that you can retarget the direction of. Like, let's say that shield charge. Let's say that shield charge lasts 5 seconds, but it can move to where your mouse goes. That's much harder to pull off with WSAD than mouse cursor or controller.
can also use
So controller, in theory, could have the best of everything. It just kind of depends how abilities are.
war cries, which can empower your next...
In D4, you don't really have a lot of those. Abilities in D4 are usually just unidirectional and oftentimes instant, or lock and channel.
skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from the next
It just
attack.
depends. It's hard to tell, right?
The
Like, you'd have to
Stampede
see.
counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
Have to test a lot of stuff.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
All right.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
That's sick.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
I feel like
The
blocks
warrior
would be
also has
broken, dude.
access to
Like, what?
totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into.
How do you back up and block with point and click, though? There you go. You're starting to see the disadvantage, too.
I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem.
You'd have to lock
Now when I summon
position
them,
with a
you'll sit
mouse
there and
key
slam
and
the
then
monsters
click
from a
behind you
distance.
if that's how it works. But then you'd still
There are
move
20
your character,
active
'cause
skills
if
for
you want to block
maces,
behind
so
you.
there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
Not gonna lie, Warrior looks pretty fucking sick too, though. I know it's definitely your more like standard shit, so it's not as like cool and new, but it just looks meaty. as fuck, dude.
Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump
Like,
around,
this is a class that
you'll
you
have a
definitely
lot
don't want
of
to point
mobility
click
in
on.
combat.
If you have the option otherwise.
Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers.
There's just a vault?
Or electrocute enemies to take
Like
them out of
over...
combat.
That's sick.
Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools
man,
the
that's
ranger
like
has,
sick too,
you
I
can
don't
take
know.
advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot.
Literally one of their best
Flasks
changes.
gain charges
Straight up.
as you kill enemies, and typically
Nutty
allow
dude,
you
thanks
to
for the
heal
53
6 or 7
monther. You look
times
meaty.
when full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
Fuck, I missed it.
Are
You guys stop being
full.
so attractive and
But that's not
distractive.
the only thing, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically
Charms? Not chance.
the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new
Lasts 4 seconds. Consumes charges on use. Currently has 0 charges. Used when you take cold damage from a hit. The thing is, though, if charms are going to be manual uses on top of auto use, it will just turn into fucking piano again, right? Or are they like? Has there been any more answers? I remember asking this when we watched the presentation. Like, are these auto consume only? Only auto use. God bless, yeah.
new
'Cause
item
if
type
it wasn't,
that
it'd just be
automatically
piano
defend
again.
you
Yeah.
from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will
what?
make you immune to
A thorn charm?
getting frozen. Equip a thawing charm.
Jonathan, there's no R in the word thawing, you silly man.
When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Cool.
The mercenary wields a crossbow
Good
that
changes.
can be
Very
loaded
good
with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility.
This class looks fucking sick
All
as well.
classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade
I always runs it like a fucking shotgun. What the
launchers
hell?
like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
Like this class looks super fun.
Use glacial
I would say
Bolt
this
to create
class
walls
is the
of ice
class people most have just like over the past few days come in and been like, "Are you playing PoE 2? Yeah, oh man, awesome. I'm going insert class." Mercenary's been the one that's popped up most around here. Joby, man, thanks for the 6-monther. Congrats on the new badge. It does look super cool.
Separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing
Get
massive
fucked, Iron.
AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Banger.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic
Yeah, this
shotgun.
is pretty pog, dude.
If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty
What's the
minions,
FPS, like
curses,
2?
and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast.
I want to hear this one more time, sorry.
This is a about minions. We'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects.
The tooltips look a little nicer. Yeah, they did add keywords and everything like an LE. Anything that's underlined you could probably learn more about, which is good. Conjures an icy barrier that gains stages over time. Melee attacks that hit you'll remove a stage to cause a burst of ice that deals cold spell. Gains a stage every X seconds up to a maximum of 3. So these are all just passive. And you reserve spirit with them. Okay.
Like Arctic
He
Armor,
did say
which
the passive,
classes
right?
have this is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent
skills.
All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one.
Bro,
Skeletal Warriors...
I pray that one of their targets for EA that just wasn't ready yet was a UI revamp. It's so bad to have buffs in the top left, your important abilities with CDs on small icons in the bottom right, more things that are important like your healing and health in the bottom left. They need, like... That's one thing that I must say Diablo is just better at. Now, granted, they don't have as much stuff, but they can easily like they have such a big gap here under now because they've refined some of the bottom part of the UI. Like they could put buffs and debuffs easily there. Oh god, it's so oof.
Is a cheap but weak. Useful for
like bro, like needing to micromanage, but it is the same reason that people use basic weak ores in WoW because of how bad their buff tracking is. It's literally why people do it.
Tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
I mean, which looks fun, right? That's your just necro stepping stone, but it's fun. But I don't know if I would personally do it over the other 4. I mean, it's just if you like necromancer, that's what you play, right? Like if you like minion build, that's your jam.
This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements.
Looks nice.
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
That's giga sick.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to certain skills. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 20... For example, the sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, You could grab the Custom Ignite gem and
Use it with Firestorm.
use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies,
So you're basically just procking free
fire
firestorms after
When it's
igniting
full,
with her
a
fireball.
firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these.
Yeah, there's gonna be 12
There's a
altogether.
lot more to come.
I thought there was
There's
only
one
like 2
more
or 3.
important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited.
That's crazy.
We're
dude.
looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
For what, Iron Thug? Oh boy, find me 5 different weapons? I don't think you have to, right? I think they just gave an example. Oh, the weapon skill missing. Oh, for like the trees and stuff later, yeah.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this.
See, this kind of shit I really like. This is almost like roguelike, you know, survivor games and shit that we play.
But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it
Why does the crossbow have bullets? Why don't they just give him shotguns? I don't. There's literally fucking casings shooting at it.
will work. So it's a good idea to experiment.
It's literally a gun.
Note that you can only have
on
one
it.
of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Oh, shit.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Probably not.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
Wait, whoa, hold up. Why
Now,
did
all
he
of
just
it-
like all of a sudden
this is
get
just
more?
to it. Results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it.
Add a socket to a skill gem. Okay. With 4 sockets. Oh, you need like specific gems for it? What did the
All
first
the
one say?
possible ways these can interact. Each support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
As a socket with 3 sockets. Okay, so there are multiple ranks of Jeweler's Orbs. Got you.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports.
D3 Demon Hunter is the
socketed into
same?
it.
It's so silly.
And if you're clever, you
No,
can
but
come
they
up
shot
with some pretty
bolts in
interesting
that,
ideas.
didn't they? Demon Hunter D3?
Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems.
Don't worry, new players. We've made it easier than ever to approach the game. Despair.
The passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over
Oh, really, buddy?
1,500
I didn't know
nodes
that.
on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at
It's just 1,500. Right, Rainy? You're good. It's only 1,500. It's not really that big. Listen, all you got to think about is the fact that you'll just need to memorize literally every node, okay? And one of the nodes puts in an arachnophobia mode.
first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
That's
now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes.
Can you post a link for this video? Yep, 1 sec.
In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notable.
Memes aside, though, to be fair, you probably can approach this tree in a very sectioned manner of thinking. Over here is more warrior-y stuff. Over here is more, you know, whatever. I mean, obviously, a lot of it we'll still have knowledge to cross-contaminate some build and parts of trees to make some OP crap, right? But for the most part, like, if you just stick with, like, oh, I'm a monk and I'm starting in this part of the tree, so I could probably take some of this, like, you'll probably be good.
Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second.
Wait, are bolts like a consumable? Or is it just until your skill goes on cooldown or something?
Time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute.
Look at the number and the skill. But that's why I'm asking, what happens when you run out of bolts? Does it go on cooldown?
Off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes.
Okay, so you go on CD.
So there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
This is like a gun. You gotta reload.
In order to get
like a gun
between
with a
these
bow on it.
clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
Oh, there's not
You can
locked
change
anymore.
which
That's nice.
attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Banger.
In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require
Did they take this idea from Mythic Plus?
changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
With fucking Titan's grip from WoW.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Cool.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
The only degens here are us, the players.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from defeat the boss in this area. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss
Is there a cooldown on your roll anywhere? Or can you spam it?
in this area to acquire a permanent
Surely there's
addition
a
of
cooldown,
Spirit.
right? I'm not seeing it
Permanent
anywhere
buffs
now.
you gain from Spirit are very powerful, and
30
every
max.
class will find a use for them. So make sure you hunt down these
No
upgrades.
CD on roll,
There's one in
really.
each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character
That's
progression,
interesting.
items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in
I'm
Path
here
of
'cause you
Exile
paid
can be
me to be
broken
here.
down into 4
Not true.
rarity
Not
groups.
sponsored.
Normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a
How
magic
bad will
item
your
with
build
one
be
mod.
if you go in completely blind? I mean, I think if you have any knowledge of just like general RPGs, you could probably put, I mean, something feasible together if you just take a little bit of time to read the tooltips and have any notion of like synergy, you know, in RPGs.
You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod.
I don't think rolls
then use a
iframes. I think it's just movement out of abilities. Bro, that'd be so broken if it had iframes in a game like this.
Regal Orb to add a third mod and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add
Wait, you
more
do? You iframe? The first half of roll is iframes? Ah, okay.
mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Really? Where did you get this information
One
from?
of the things we think
Was
is
it an
really
interview?
important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve
My eyes are watching this, but my brain's still thinking about the iframe thing. Bro, that's insane. That adds a level of skill capping to this game. Like, that means... I mean, there's probably going to be some things you can't avoid outside of just their flashing red things. But, like, if you get good at timing iframes, especially if you play, like, Souls-likes and shit like that, you'll literally be able to just avoid one-shot ability from, like, endgame bosses, right? Alicott says no CD, but there is no iframe on the dodge, so you can't really cheese it. You can't dodge AoEs. You cannot iframe an instance of AoE damage, like a slam. That sounds like it kind of defeats the purpose, right?
at the magic item vendor. These items are crafted into upgrades. All the items that add mods.
Iframe is an immunity or an invincibility frame where you basically just cannot die in that moment from most types of damage.
Are much more.
It's one of the main concepts in a lot of action RPGs like Souls-likes and stuff like that.
Common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently.
In HTML.
As well as making the drop
funny.
rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
I give post live launch like 2 leagues before they're like making items with 6 sockets and rune words and shit like that.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee.
I assume this just doesn't work in SSF.
All items in Path of Exile are freely tradable.
I love
We
Sleety.
never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Booba. Wait, what do you mean even if you find them early on? There's
The
going to be
last
shitty
character
low
progression
level?
system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements.
We'll read these a little later.
Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous
I can freeze
location,
time to just shoot
resetting her
everywhere.
life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she
Oi,
can reset
Grizzly.
all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage,
charges into
you can
a wall.
encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering
Bro, and combo-
Winds, she
combo that
gains a
with
small
multi-shot.
increase to movement speed with every attack. But be
900
careful,
arrows on the screen.
She loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to
Concoca?
throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage.
That was less
A
appealing to me.
bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
I'm a fan of Dottie builds, though.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy.
I don't know, man. Elementalist
All
or sorceress, whatever, seems
pay
pretty
the
fucking
price,
cool.
making skills cost life as well as mana.
That's a
But
cool
in exchange, every monster they kill will
resource.
drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chances double against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
I mean, what the
and with
fuck is
Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
It's like Rambo.
Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendency classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Augers.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
And couldn't it be like the soul of a whiskey? I fucking hate gin.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the trial of the seconds, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Secondus. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions.
This was like one of their league mechanics, right? I don't think I did this one before.
At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Sanctum?
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendency. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendency trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Sanctum
in this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
Sanctum? Or Ascension or something?
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
I don't know, that mercenary looks cool. Have they fixed the UI for release? That's exactly what I said like 20 minutes ago.
Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards.
Yeah, this has been an issue today,
Of course,
Pope.
there
I don't
are
know
the
why.
items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendency class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Oh. One sec, just before we continue, I saw... have they said how big early access is? Lots of content? Okay, so... Early access in this game is like what Diablo 4 is going to be in 10 years in terms of content. Just to like kind of put it together. It is insane amount of content. Like it's and you know, it's only like part of it, right? We're going to have like double the classes and all this stuff. Like it's nuts. In fact, now that you're here, this is exactly where you should pay attention to the video, because if I remember correctly, this is where they start to get into the content for early access. I just need 1 second though before we start that. Yeah, and like the other half of the story comes out. Like it's meaty. It is very meaty. Give me 1 second. Okay, you guys aren't allowed to see this just in case it pops up. It's for STREAMATHON thing. Which starts on Saturday. STREAMATHON starts Saturday. Okay, let's get back to it.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Our STREAMATHON is going to be super
cool. For new
cool,
players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after
he's in a calm environment with
we've added a
script
second
iron.
difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame?
Ooh.
To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between.
Well,
Each
STREAMATHon have
endgame
hose?
mechanic needs to
Many.
have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign.
Wait, hold up.
And we have dialed the random portals will add corruption.
Sorry, I got distracted by Aggie, I'm not gonna lie.
A temple in which to help
I'm still working on Streamathon stuff while streaming.
fight plot. It's infinite and expands in all directions.
But the reason I backed up in the first place, I thought if you die, it bricks your map. But why were there 6 portals then? Is that if you like run out to checkpoint or sell or?
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too
Empty
much
gear,
here,
I guess?
but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the
For
Atlas, you
portaling.
will find
Blue,
the Ziggurat,
gotcha.
a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals
groups?
of space
Each
and
group member
time.
consumes
Here,
one?
we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected.
Yeah, see here.
All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations.
You never
in
mapped
the
before? I mean,
campaign,
I have.
and we
I've played
dialed the
PoE
randomization
1
up
a
to
fair
11.
amount. I just don't
The
remember
monster
this shit.
packs
Dude.
you will
I don't remember what
face
the fuck
in
I
each
had to
map
check
are
this,
totally
right? So,
random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations.
but in 1, when
There
you
are over
died,
400
you were able
monster
to
types
zone
in
back
early
into your
access,
map. It would
and
just
they have
consume a
lot
portal.
of
But in
varied
this one,
and
if you
interesting
died, it breaks your
abilities.
map.
Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and
There
you
it
will
is.
have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
What happens, chat, if you're someone like, I don't know, let's just think of a random name, like Jeddick. Jeddo. Okay, Jeddico. Just a random person, doesn't really exist. And you get to the end game, and as soon as you get to the end game, you have, let's say, 4 directions you can go into, right? And you go to each one of those map and brick them all. And you have no path of progression. What do? Did you just break your character? Reset. There's a reset function. Okay.
No longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful might run into it, the areas behind it, in the map challenges. Depending on which combinations you
I'm
face.
trying to like internalize what he's saying in between like stupid jokes to you guys and like typing to Egg. I just realize I'm halfway through watching a segment. I'm like, I have no idea what he's talking about, dude. Fucking ADD. Okay.
You might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary
this is a
buff.
shrine, right?
Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items.
But shrines are just like you have to clear to use them.
Strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment
These
you
are
open
just
it,
the
and the boxes often have
boxes from the
mechanisms
first
to
game.
unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Yeah, a lot of this is PoE 1 stuff so far, right?
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption.
Like these
These
kind of
dangerous
mechanics.
monsters can be broken free. If you
Like
defeat
this is,
them,
what,
the
Essence?
essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal
Essence
items
dudes
to
that are usually
magic
frozen.
items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Why
For
did the
example,
chest take 20
we
years to
could
open?
use this
Fuck
one
you,
on some
that's why
boots
Pope.
to ensure a movement speed mod.
Cat killer.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Yeah, some of it's a little twisted and changed though, yeah, right? Yeah, reworked, exactly.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Essence is OP, got it.
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase
What's up,
the
Yules?
number of monsters,
How's PoE
the
2?
number of
Well, seeing as
rares,
I'm playing
the
it
number of
actively right now.
precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame
But it
world
looks
map,
cool, man.
you'll
I'm
notice
excited.
various different biomes. From snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys.
Snow?
Most maps
10
are
out of 10.
restricted to certain biomes.
Nothing for everyone,
As you
IGN.
continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abomination.
That's what we need, fucking bolstering. Give me 2 seconds.
You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them.
P1 had housing before
indicates
Watcher.
that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss.
I mean, what they've done, which is like it's not a bad thing. What they've done is basically taken most of the concepts and some like league mechanics and stuff from PoE 1, modernized graphics, went crazy ham with build depth, some new like build cross contamination, elemental cross contamination, and just made like that insanely deep. And then like they basically already had a skeleton, a blueprint of what the game should be like, thanks to a lot of the legwork from PoE 1. So they took that, tweaked it, modernized it, and then spent a ton of time in class development, is what it feels like to me. Spent a ton of time in class development and system development for the game. And then, like I said, like slightly modernized and changed some shit, and then just added a metric shit ton of content to the game. Like, they're just like, let's just fucking add 200 bosses, right? And just like a shit ton of variety.
Because only
Which all together, coming together, like looks great, right?
1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize
Which video
in
is
boss
this? This is
killing,
their
giving you much
presentation
greater
that we
rewards
watched
for
like a
defeating
couple
them.
weeks ago. I just wanted to rewatch it again to get,
For each different type of
refresher.
content in the
It's also different
endgame,
being
we
able
are
to
adding
pause it and think
specialized
about it and
trees
stuff.
in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good
I think there's
boost to
like
the rewards
kind of a
the breach,
base part of
so
the
keep
tree
an eye
pope,
out.
which is smaller, and then a bunch of mini trees.
One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets.
I think there's still a bigger Atlas
Tablets
tree.
are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the
Nah,
Atlas.
not yet, Brennan.
Breaches
That's kind of
will
why we're
drop
watching
breach
this.
tablets.
And, like,
Clicking
talking
on a
about it and
completed
stuff.
tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, more breaches get more areas within clicking a tablet. These can be a good
Let's just rewatch the whole thing. No, I'm just kidding.
boost to the rewards that will open and drop more items if you loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards
I
of the
don't even
breach,
need to interact with
so
them.
keep
That's
an
nice.
eye out.
Small things like that are good.
One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This
What,
makes
is just a
all
specific breach tower?
breaches will drop that can be used with precursor towers to add
Oh,
more encounters to the Atlas.
It's just any type of
Breaches
tower, and
will
it
drop
reacts to whatever
breach
tablets you drop.
Clicking on
So
a
there's probably
completed
tablets
tower
from
will
like
allow
each
you to consume
thing.
the tablet to add more breaches to areas within
That's a
range of
huge
the tower.
radius on that
This
tower.
makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
So tablets
in
are
addition,
your
like all
currency to
items in
control.
PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency
Like
to
the
add mods to
direction
your
of
tablets,
what you want to
allowing
farm.
you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you
I
will
don't
find
really
multiple
use Sextants
towers
in the
near
old
to
game,
each
so I
other
don't
with
know, but
overlapping areas of
makes sense.
effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets.
Oh shit, dude.
In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts. items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find breach rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
I have a massive breach in my
And should you
toilet
be
every
fast
morning,
enough,
should I just say?
you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
I'm gonna make. Oh yeah, we're definitely spreadsheet gaming on Friday, chat. Honeybee. Should probably make one already, to be honest. Good. So with all this hand stuff, man, did Miyazaki make this?
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We
This is
still
wild.
have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section
These are the smaller trees that Pope was talking about.
of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher
Yeah, that's
difficulty,
right, Arrow.
and some rewards from Zesht
fight looks
can
like the
only
last
be
30
found
minutes.
by
I mean, maybe if you
increasing the
do Quinn
difficulty
damage,
of the
but-
twisted domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Raid class.
Rip.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the
Exactly,
area
Iron,
contains
exactly.
ritual altars.
Yes, those are damage
Ritual
numbers above the
altars
boss bar. The
demand
game
tribute.
has damage numbers now,
Every monster you slaughter
but
in the
not
circle
like
will
Diablo
feed to the
style. I
altar.
don't think at least that's
After
an
the
option,
sacrifice,
like where they're
touch
just
it to
spraying
begin
all
the
over the
ritual.
screen.
The
And I
monsters
think
you
it's
just
is it
killed will be
bosses
resurrected
only?
by the
Like I
King
haven't
of
seen
the
it on
Mist's
ads at all.
dark magic, and you must fight to
But yeah,
survive.
the number in the top right above the boss
tribute
bars
you
at the
have
top of your
offered to the
screen, which you'll
altar
see
can
again
be
at some
spent to
point,
buy
is
powerful
damage numbers.
items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area
I never really
will
liked
spawn the
Ritual very
monsters
much, I don't
revived
know.
by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrificed.
Like, it was okay. I
By
didn't
the
hate
end
it.
of an area, you'll be
Wasn't my
fighting a
favorite, though.
truly
Like I said, just
imposing
literally
number
the
of
mechanics
foes,
and
but
how
will have a
what you do.
significant amount of tribute to spend.
Yeah, it gets
One
really
of the rewards you
claustrophobic
can
in
buy
there
with
sometimes.
tribute are omens.
And a little
These are
bullshitty.
special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity.
Delirium I liked. It was just what was the mechanics of Delirium. Sorry, it's not really the mechanic. I like the mechanics of Delirium. Just, you want to be moving quickly and killing as much shit in Delirium, right? To like get your rewards up. but the loot goblin in me couldn't stand killing enemies basically on a timer and having loot drop that would lose you time needing to go pick up, even if it's a micro time, right? It adds up. So like, I'd always clear delirium and then be like, okay, now I got to backtrack for like a minute to find everything that dropped, right? Because like, you don't want to spend time picking it up. The buffer, yeah, I don't know about the buffering thing. There's a couple of you guys today. I don't know if it's just this stream too, or you guys have other streams open that are having the same issue, but I'll try a different server tomorrow for stream. And hopefully that helps. It's not just you, yeah. I mean, if it's Twitch entirely, then I can't really do anything about that right now. I haven't had any issues. Well, that's usually what happens. It's just like a small subset of people, like every few months, have that kind of issue. Frankly, thankfully, rather, it's not everybody, but yeah.
A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also...
Wait, is this... Did they combine... what the fuck was it? Blight neck enchants with Breach? Or not Breach, with Delirium now?
Great, because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories.
Wait, weren't splinters from the fucking
that get
Breach
progressively
mechanic
more
before?
difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying.
Omniphobia.
If you can complete a simulacrum, you will
Scared
gain
of
points for the
everything.
Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient
This is one
burial
league
sites
where
with
like I
lost
like the league
Verisium
mechanic,
artifacts, and
but
they
I never really spent time learning or understanding how the currencies they gave you for gambling worked and who to gamble with and stuff like that. I would just do the Breach or the whatever the fuck it was called, Expedition mechanic, and then just be like, that was fun, and then move on, you know what I mean?
They want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog,
Expedition
Tujin,
is fun.
and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful,
13?
Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2.
Wait, hold on. How many was that? Ritual, Delirium, Expedition. That was 3. Oh, Breach, 4. 4 of the 7, right?
Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed.
I'm confused with this game already. This is an information overload, but it's individually not very difficult. It's just that there's a lot.
That you can craft with your currency
like,
items.
there's just a lot of content,
as they allow
but
you to stack
each of the
modifiers
content
that may
itself
not
is
be
not
easily accessible
difficult
on
to
the tree
grasp.
normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. Jewels, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets
But I
of the
think it's one of the 7 with an end boss, right?
You will want to take advantage of its progression
Joe?
system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame.
Nah, that's a fucking, that's a
cook
cook take,
one
Ace.
honor for the entire trial.
You are
so
not
you
the
will need to do
demographic
a
to ask about that.
completely
Stop it,
hitless run.
it's simple to you. Ain't no way. Rip.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well.
Hooray!
The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out.
123 in chat if you're horny.
Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most
Kale, thanks for the T3123,
difficult
brother.
content in Path of Exile 2.
Welcome
While
back, homie.
mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger.
Wait, what am I missing? How many bosses are here? You got 1 Giga boss for Ritual, 1 Giga boss for Delirium, 1 Giga boss for Expedition, and 1 Giga boss in the endgame trials. All right? Actually, no, there are multiple bosses there, but that's 5. Didn't they say there were 7? Did I miss a note somewhere? Zelix, man, thank you for the 80. Prime Marino, and welcome back. You should see the Stalker achievements, Mirrors. But there's a lot of people, like, I don't play PoE through Steam. I just launched the client for what it's worth. Like, there's probably a lot of people like that.
Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out.
Yeah, I said the rest is
but how do you
shilling for supporter packs. As a new player, not going to interact with a lot of things. I don't know, man. It's interesting topic of discussion, right? And I think there's many facets to like the new player experience in PoE and soon to be PoE 2. The reality is, though, right, is that metrics don't lie. And PoE 1 has been there for 10 years, right? So, you know, you can argue one way or another, but at the end of the day, their sustained player base, the Steam achievements, whatever, don't lie, right? Like, there's a reason they're low in one way or another. And that's because a lot of the sentiments that people share and a lot of the stereotype behind the game, I mean, it's true, right? Like, it's there for a reason. It's literally true. Does that mean, obviously, that your experience, not anyone particular in here, but in general, does that mean your experience with the game is representative of what a lot of the numbers seem to indicate? Of course not, right? Like, Path of Exile, and by the looks of it, Path of Exile 2 is an immense game with a shit ton of knowledge needed. I say knowledge specifically. You don't need to be, like, super duper smart to play the game or anything, but it requires knowing a lot of stuff, which for some people, it's too much for their brain to handle, and it's too overwhelming. For other people, it's one of the biggest factors, like even me for PoE 1, is just time, bro. Like, that's a lot of time to really learn and master the game. And there's people who then the dichotomy is that they get frustrated because they want to be able to play the game and know its systems, but then they don't want to put the time in, right? To which your response, somebody might have an elitist response, be like, well, then just don't play. Well, then they don't play. Then they go play Diablo 4. And that's why Diablo 4 has such a bigger player base and will have a bigger player base than PoE 2. Sorry, I'm just saying it like it is, man. Like no disrespect to PoE 2. I'm super excited. But it's like, when you have so much in a game, how do you make it, and even from tooltips and not tooltips, but like little videos and snippets and whatever I've seen, they've certainly made a lot of leaps and taken a lot of notes from like LE, which is the best onboarding experience for ARPGs, to help their system, right? With keywords and like descriptions of what those keywords do. And so like, there's a lot of stuff there, but no matter which way you slice it, no matter how many tips and tricks you can give, like this section of the 1500 passive tree is mostly for, you know, ranger stuff, and this is mostly for monk stuff and whatever. Yes, there's stuff that's going to help you like compartmentalize and have like an easier time with learning. But no matter how you slice it, there is just an entire fucking encyclopedia to learn in this game. End of story, right? Now, then it comes down to individual taste. Are you somebody that is fine with starting the game knowing you're not, like, you don't know a lot of shit, trying to get into the game and then wanting to learn more and more and more like that? Or are you somebody that's just like too overwhelmed with everything? You want to know everything at the start and you're not going to give it a shot, right? But that's by design, though, Tara, right? That's 100% by design. You're absolutely right. And as a result, makes it way smaller of a pie slice to have to eat at once, right? So, you know, it's always an interesting discussion because I see a lot of, like, really polarizing takes in chat over the years of playing PoE 1 whenever we were sponsored to play a league, and now, obviously, at the precipice of PoE 2 launch. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. There's a lot in the game, like a lot, which for some people like myself is exciting because I like finding that kind of stuff, and I like being there at the get-go with other people also finding stuff. But it's also daunting for other players because it's like, man, that seems like an entire-ass investment that I either don't have patience to learn right now, I have patience, but I straight up don't have time, or for some people, straight up, it's just like it's too much for me. It's just too much stuff to focus on. So that's why they end up relying on either guides or just don't play. Like, straight up. All right? Like, I think there needs to be, like, a really important distinction made here between the amount of content and the amount of information for character development and systems. Everybody loves content, all right? The more the merrier. That's one of Diablo 4's weakest spots with endgame that's heavily criticized for, especially in light of PoE 2. Not the complexity of classes and the depth of classes, which by design is meant to be that simple. If you don't like that, then you go play PoE or LE, right? But the amount of content, and PoE 2's amount of endgame content and probably Act content too, is insane. That is something everybody likes, and that's cool, and that's pretty easy to learn. I know it seemed overwhelming to go like, okay, ritual and then this, but it's really not that much depth to those systems as much as there is just amount of it, and that's great. So many bosses, whatever, large variety for people to experience and play. I think what starts to be really daunting for players is not the amount of content, but the amount of customizability and depth to things like character building, crafting, blah 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 blah, straight up, right? And I don't know, like, there's not really much more to say about that. You're either going to put in the time or you're not going to put in the time, and that's fine. But I do think just by sheer volume in the second facet of what we're talking about here, there's just going to be people that don't play this game. It's just too much for them. They're going to play it for sponsorship. They're going to play it because their favorite streamer plays it for a bit. They're going to play it because the hype train and they want to try it out. It's going to be free, so they're going to play it on launch, try it out. But I don't expect that in the long term, PoE 2 is going to have substantially higher numbers in terms of sustained users than PoE 1. There's probably also going to be some people that don't play because they just want PoE 1 more, because there are some changes to the game, right? Like pacing of the game, stuff like that. So, and I wholly do think that, and I say this without any like fanboyism to D4 or anything like that. It's just like objective analysis. D4 is always just going to have a substantially larger amount of users than this game because it's so much easier to get into D4. And there's so much less that you have to know, not about being smart or anything, but the amount of knowledge you need to know and stuff you need to know and systems and whatever in the game, and their depth is so much lower than PoE on average that it's so much easier to just be like, I just feel like getting in the game and smacking some monsters, right? So, giving it a good try. I would say, this is how I've always seen, like, you know, we started today with like a discussion around this topic too. I am always somebody, I hate guides. I hate guides because most of them are shit. People don't know what they're talking about for the most part. And outside of that, my experience with Warcraft over the years, outside of that, I have a massive erection. But also, I have a massive satisfaction in making my own builds, seeing them succeed, seeing them fail, and learning from that and build. Like, that to me is a lot of fun, right? It's straight up super fun and very satisfying. And PoE 1 was the only game I can think of to date where I didn't do that because it was just too much, dude. I was not there at the get-go with the game. So trying to get into game 6 and then 8 and then 9, 10 years later, it's just like, bro, I just don't, especially like as a streamer that at the time was only WoW and now it's Variety. I was like, I just don't have the fucking patience for this, straight up. So to me, for years, whoever's been around all this time, how many times have I said PoE is I'm going to use PoE 2 as my chance to get into the game. And we're here now, finally, on the doorstep. So I would say that if any of you were like me, this is probably your best chance to do it. Not that if you don't do it now, it's gone forever. The period of early access is your time to do it. Because they're going to add content to the game during early access, but that's ultimately the baseline game. But yeah, once the game fully launches, that's when they start to pile in new leagues and new this and new that. And 5 years down the road, it's going to be the same thing where you're like, you're going to be me from the first one. It's just like, it's just too much, dude. But the size of the slice at the beginning is definitely pretty big as well. Definitely pretty big. So, what are you? You like your hair? Fuck your hair, dude. Everyone is a noob. Well, everyone's kind of a noob. I mean, there's still a lot of baseline concepts that clearly apply from the first game. Even some of the systems are just, reimagined versions of the first game. So it's definitely going to help. But yeah, everybody is at the get-go discovering the tree together, making builds together, seeing what's OP together, seeing what's whatever, right? Like, this is definitely the time to learn. It's really just, do you have the patience or care to want to learn to play the game? No, then the game's probably never going to be for you. If now of all times it's still like then it's right? And then we can play something else. That's no problem. I have no idea what class we're going to do first. We're actually going to look at Ascendencies in a bit, and then we're going to go play some Ravenswatch, and then I'm going to look at this again tomorrow. Why are you guys all so angry right now in chat? Why can't we have a civil discussion about this video game? Be civil. I hear you have a special birthday song for people. I just may. The game is carrying a lot of systems over from vanilla, right? But the crossover in a lot of those systems is much more palatable now, and they're more standalone, feeding into the meta of the game rather than a whole bunch of crisscross. I also think there's just like generally a lot less crafting materials and all that kind of shit. There's just less systems, period, for sure. But like, there's not like we saw earlier, right? There's not Blight and what the fuck was it? Blight and Delirium, right? It's like they've kind of combined that into one big system now. Guess I should cash it in then. It's your birthday tomorrow, but I won't be able to watch the stream. Alright, I'll make a special exception. But how old are you turning? I thought you wanted to try PoE, Pope. It's even in your name with an extra P. PoE thrice named. Chat, there's literally no reason to get angry. My favorite song? Is it the birthday song? So it's your son's birthday? Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Bro, if Kale's gonna be playing, everyone can try it. And for the record, I don't like... There's always a reason to be angry, but is there always a reason to be aggy? Anyways, that man, listen, that's all it is, yeah? But like... There is a lot there. Like, there's just no two ways about it. Especially if you don't live in a vacuum with PoE and you have like other games in the category to compare it to, which you literally directly do with D4 and LE, right? It's very simple to see the level of depth and complexity in PoE. particularly depth. I hate using the word complexity because it's not like you need to fucking have like a PhD IRL in something, right? Something irks me about the comment of like needing to be really smart to play PoE, because I don't agree with that, but you do need to be able to be patient and learn a lot of knowledge. That is not innately difficult to comprehend, but it's just a lot, right? It's just a lot. It's just like, you just need to know a lot of facts that people just CBA, right? Childish, do you answer? Still waiting on it. How's your turn, Childish? Or turning? Quinn went 797 Ubers and HCF SSF, true. I said I was gonna sing your stuff, but you gotta tell me at 32. Damn, you're 2 years into the end game of your life. Alright. Who's that? Gail. This is your tomorrow birthday song. It isn't very long. Hope it's a bangerino. Hope you have a lot of fun tomorrow. Hope you have a lot of fun tomorrow. And thanks for popping in today. But yeah, that's what it is, man. I think the best thing, and the way I'm by default kind of approaching our time with PoE 2 is I'm about as clueless as a lot of you are. Yeah, I have some experience with PoE 1. That's why I was like, oh, that's kind of like that league. But really, man, we're all starting this together. And I said this at the beginning of stream, and some people mentioned as well. I'm going to try to be a lot more like vocal about what we're doing, because a lot of people just listen in on stream and stuff. And I think I could help the learning and understanding process even for myself by just talking more about what we're doing, right? Because I don't know a lot of this shit either. Nobody does, right? You're going to have a good basis from PoE 1, but... The complicated parts of PoE come later. Right, but a lot of people don't know that, Ace, right? And it's not just about complication. It's like, I mean, I think every time we saw the tree of 1,500 nodes, is that complicated? Did they even mention anything about the tree that looked complicated? No. This node does this node does this. But every time that node came up, people were like, yeah, I'm out. Right? Like, that's just enough for some people. I do think there are certainly, at least based on their introduction, a lot less like systemic, annoying, complicated crossovers than there were in the first one that make the game much easier to understand. But that's all just based on, you know, I don't know, presentation. Could not be the case. We'll see in 48 hours or whatever. It's fairly easy to see if you look at it from a non-gamer's perspective or casual gamers. The amount of PoE leagues, it gets me confused. Are the previous league systems that linger to the newest league? You never know what's important to do and whatnot. Right, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's really hard to join a game that has like a really heavy foundation into it that, you know, to people that vet the game is like easy. It's like, oh, of course, once you get an item, you do step 1, and then you do step 2, and then you do step 3. But don't do step 4A before you do 4B. And like, yeah, and there you go. And there you just made your perfect item after 15 steps. You know, like that takes a lot of time and learning. When you're at the opening gates to a game, man, to be fair, though, like, even World of Warcraft, dude, right? To me, that's like the back of my hand. But even WoW has, like, an insanely shit barrier to entry these days. Is it as convoluted and deep from like a system perspective as PoE? No, but man, think of the shit you know in WoW that like you need to think of it from a new player's perspective that they would never know. They don't know about the min-maxing of delves and what you need to do weekly and the 1,500 add-ons that people use, and like they don't know this shit, right? Like for endgame. So it's just it's not just a PoE thing. There's a ton of games that are just like, man, I played No Man's Sky like a few months back, probably like over a year and a half back, and it looked like a lot of fun, and about 4 hours in, I was like, there is so much in this game that I just don't know what it is, and I just can't be arsed to learn. and I never played it again. I would like to play it again at some point. I'd like to give it a try. I'm sure it's a very fun game, but I was just like, fuck this, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and a lot of people just have that with PoE because they're like, cool, I'm going to make a sorceress. And then you make a sorceress and you're like, wow, I got my first skill point. P, skill trait. Oh, that's enough of that. I'm going to go to Diablo 4, you know, where there's like a much smaller tree. You think I'm memeing, but I'm not. Like, straight up, right? That's just people's reactions. I think if you go in with the, like, I think if you're a new player, there's 2 ways to get into this game constructively without getting burned out immediately or scared or something. One is to just straight up innocently go in the game, not care about anything, go in blindly and just play the game and see what you think, and discover it as things come along and not stress about needing to know a bunch of stuff. Just whatever is in front of your face, you learn. And if they do a good job onboarding their systems, great.
You like skill trees.
And then the second one,
put some skill tress in your skill tree so you can work on a skill tree while you skill tree.
I love skill tress. Okay, Lassa, thank you for the 6 years. Ooh, congrats on the new badge. Thank you very much. And the second one is to go in with a patient mindset and just know that there is going to be a lot to learn. And if you do want to grasp all the concepts, you're going to need to be patient with it. And if neither of those apply to you and you're already not somebody that really likes PoE 1 and know you like PoE 2, it's probably not your jam. Good news is it'll be free to play in a year or whatever. Check it out then. Don't like it? No problem. All right. I find it difficult to find the fun in old WoW these days. I'm the same. Last time stream D4, I can relatively easily find their build and follow in their footsteps. I spent most time trying to figure out how to even understand what the guide was talking about. Yeah. But like, this would be the time, right? LoL is like that with all the champions. Yeah, it's just... If you want, like, there's just some games, man, that just have a massive... Like, they've just been around for so long that they just have an insane amount of stuff in them, knowledge in them, right? But even if I went to like download like Street Fighter right now, Street Fighter 6, like I would need to, you know, learn all the fighters and what they do, and like that's how you get better and all that kind of shit. Even like Hearthstone, right, which I got like re-addicted to earlier this year, was just a lot of it was like you have to know all the cards and you have to know what other builds are, and then that helps you make your build better to counter those builds and what's the meta and all that kind of shit. So it's just video gaming. PoE just happens to be a game that has a lot in it. Like a lot. Or going like me in fear that I'm making a mistake that will affect my endgame the entire time I play. I think that's one thing they seem to have pulled back on PoE 2 a lot. I'm getting the sense that is definitely something that plagued other people, including myself, right? Like, it sucks to have the feeling that you go in and you're like, okay, I have no idea what this does and what these 3 of 90 currencies do. And like, I remember when I first played PoE 1, I like used, I forget what it was. I used some like rare currency. And it was like, oh my God, did Sloot just do that? And I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? What's going on, right? They seem to have pulled back on, like, you know, no orbs of regret. You can freely respec now and things like that. So it seems like they're a little more lenient with allowing players to do whatever, which is kind of weird with the rune thing, but yeah. So many gotchas when you first got into PoE? Yeah. Cool. Well, now that we got that angry session out of the way. No, already. I didn't get to be mad. There you go. The part I'm trying to argue, you're not going into leagues with the mindset that you need to learn everything on day one. Everyone knows games like PoE have absolute dog shit introduction. New players are left in the dark, but 100% introduction godlike in a game does not equal difficulty. Well, I mean, but there is difficulty in the game too, Ace, right? Like, I don't know if I agree either with the take that the game is easy if you know everything, because it's not. You still need to push buttons and stuff will kill you, all right? What I will kind of like, not really argue against what you just said, but just make kind of like a little devil's advocate note is that there are people that their fun in games is learning the game and wanting to know everything so that they can get, like, a lot of what people play games for is to get better at the game, right? And master the game and whatever. So if somebody that has that mindset, which is pretty common, goes into a game where doing that requires a full-time job investment, I mean, exaggerated, but you know what I mean, that is enough to just be like, fuck this, right? I'm out. I understand it's early access, but what do you really think it is? I mean, I think this game's early access from more of a balance and maybe some bugs perspective and design, but it's certainly not an early access game from a content perspective. Like it literally does put D4 to shame in terms of content amount in its early access state. So that's a lot of content there for an early access game. We're missing half the classes, you're missing half the campaign. That's another thing, man. All this endgame talk and complexity and whatever aside, I just hope the fucking story's good, because it is dog shit in PoE 1. I'm sorry, man. Anybody who enjoys the PoE 1 story, I feel like you probably haven't played good RPG stories. Like, it's just not very good, dude. So I'm hoping that's something, like, it'd be cool to actually go through an interesting story for once. Shut up, Yoles. You don't even play this game. Yeah, I think it's like a lot of balancing and stuff for this early release, like Dreaded saying. Pope, I think Ace is arguing what Ruski argues, which, to be fair, I think everyone needs to take a step back and realize that I think, even myself, because I'm trying to distinguish it, I don't really think there's an easy answer here. I think there's a big gray zone. A very big gray zone or gradient when we use the word complexity. I think some people use the word complexity expecting you need to be a genius that has 4 degrees IRL and like is incredibly smart, and that's what's required to play the game. And I think other people use the word complexity just simply to state the amount of systems and system crossovers and talent tree nodes and crossovers between talent tree nodes, and the fact that you can fork your talent tree nodes now with 2 different weapon sets and stuff like that. Is that, for some people, literally different? Like, you know, does it require you to be a very smart human being to do that? No, but is it complex in terms of the amount of systems and degrees of freedom and, you know, potential outcomes and combinations? Yeah, it is complex, right? And so people would describe that as complexity. So I think complexity here is like a bit of a ringer term right now that I think is frustrating a lot of people in some of this conversation. That it doesn't, like, not everybody has the same definition of complexity, you know? Methinks. So, yeah, it could be sensory overload for some people, sure. I have anxiety, so when I look at skills like P, it overloads my brain, sure. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's playing PoE for the first time and seeing all of the options in front of you, which are exciting because there's so many, is kind of like going to the fucking Cheesecake Factory and opening their 75-page menu that has everything in it, and then as a result not knowing what to order anymore. Is basically the dealio with this game. Exactly, Walidor. Cheesecake Factory is exactly what I was referencing. Yep. Which, for Europeans, if you don't know what that is what it is. I also think, man, kind of like Zockel said above, if you just, like, try to all this, like, discussion and intimidation out, and you just want to go play the game because you want to go kill some monsters and get some loot, you could do that, too. Nobody says you can't. Like, who the fuck cares if you have some shit build? You might be more intrigued to learn and stuff along the way, but I don't know. I think just going in it with an open mind and not caring about and worrying about, are you optimizing, are you doing the right thing, are you spec'd correctly, are you whatever, Blizzard would probably enhance a lot of people's experience, including my own. But just my brain doesn't work like that. China, dude, thanks for the 75er. Yeah, I think so too, Tara. I think so too. New PoE music video? What is this? Oh, like an actual one. This is some like fucking basement project.
Sirens call, strong as the tide. None could.
Bro, is that Uma Thurman?
Nor could she hide.
Say from the DMCA? Yeah, it's PoE 2 virtual music. What's up, Nemesis? Thanks for doing PoE 2. I want to learn PoE 2 with you guys. Alright? That's why I'm like watching these videos and like being very vocal about everything, and that's how I'm going to be on Friday too. Because I'm starting from the ground up as well, largely. I have some experience with PoE 1, but something not fundamental, you know? So we can all learn it together and try to understand, rather than just like what I don't want to do, and it's going to ruin my experience with PoE, is like go watch this guide. I'm so fucking out if that's what it turns into, and I don't want it to turn into that, so I'm adamant about learning fundamental now. That was a beautiful song that I talked over. All right, dude. Ace, please, Pope. I swear to God, guys. I like tried to like be funny and like quell this little argument earlier. You guys are just like keeping going, just like we're good. We get it. Yeah, I don't think you guys are gonna see eye to eye. It really doesn't matter anymore, right? We're over this discussion. I'm so excited for the lack of guides going into PoE 2. You haven't Googled. Were you being sarcastic? You're being sarcastic, right? Are they abound already? Oh, you weren't being sarcastic, bro. Like 2 weeks ago, there's been tier lists of like guesses from the videos of what Ascension is the best, and my guess that best Ascension for new players and endgame and the ultimate new player guide and like all the it's infinite. Like, literally infinite. Infinite. But what you are saying is true, yes. The essence of discovery is largely everyone's on the same playing field. Now, to be fair, there have been betas, and they have given out... Can somebody, by the way, summarize what all the drama was with Fextra Life? I was not streaming the past few days when it happened, so I didn't really catch everything that happened. As far as Mythic Raider, nice roll into game with the idea of playing the game the way I wanted instead of following someone else's blueprint. Agreed. Agreed, Syntech. Why did you add 3s instead of E's? Are you fucking rapping or something? There's new drama. It's not really new anymore, but Fextra Life, who we all hate, of course, except for that one guy that got really mad at me one time for saying that on stream and called my stream a piece of shit and unfollowed. There was some drama with them. They, like, leaked... Forrest made a video on that. Did he? Is it long? If it's like 5-10 minutes, I'll watch it. But if it's like 40 minutes, I don't care that much. They released a review before NDA was over. Apparently, it was GGG's mistake. Okay. Well, there you go. So anyway, so their bottom line is there have been a bunch of leaks, and people do have access to versions of the game that aren't live yet. So they're... Is it a completely brand new, nobody's ever seen this equal playing field? No, it's not. There are some creators and media outlets and stuff that do have access to PoE 2 as we speak right now, and they've played parts of it or maybe all of what's going to be available in early access. But for the most part, the majority of people playing, including content creators, we're all starting at the finish line together. True, Make. True Pope. Also known as PoE thrice named. Is everything available in the beta? Make? It's also now a closed beta that's under NDA that's been massively leaked, right? So either way, yeah, there are. It's the same thing Diablo did, where everyone was like pissed off about it starting together. Where like Woody, Joe, and fucking Robin, whoever got like early access to, I don't know what it was, the DLC or something, and they basically knew the game before it came out. It's. I'm more surprised if anybody expected that not to happen. By the way. Yeah, Garros / Can Tiger, I think so too. Yeah, Extra Life has been a shit stain on the community for a long time because of their really abhorrent practices with, well, first of all, poor information and wrong information in guides, leaking stuff, NDA. This is just another notch in the belt that they did with PoE2, and particularly heavily view botting and self-embedding their Twitch channel so that they always go have 10,000s of viewers and are like at top of a section. Just like really shitty practices, you know. Why do we hate on Extra Life? Go to the YouTube stream and go back like 20 seconds, and then you can read and listen to that again. Right, and if they need to like properly describe that in PoE2, Tara, and hope they have. "20 seconds and I like 20 seconds. I ain't got that kind of time. I'm learning PoE2, which only takes 10 seconds. Okay, I need to go pee, and time's at 8. I've basically permanently shifted the cat's feeding schedules now. Because of Mr. Cat's diabetes. So instead of lunch so they're eating at 11, 3, and 7 before. And I need to match up his last meal as close as I can with his second insulin injection at 11. Which is actually fine because they haven't really been... I notice a lot of the time they leave food in their bowl and I throw it out. So this is probably good all around. But it's probably going to be a little difficult because they're not used to it. The past few days have been pretty good. I've been getting their lunch in at 5, which is what I did today. I don't know if they're going to last till 11. It's usually been around 9 to 10 p.m. that I'm feeding them because they start getting ratty. So I got to kind of ease them into it. Either way, it's 8 o'clock. I'm saying that, and I need to go pee and warm up a bit of my own dinner. So the cat break will be later. So we'll take a little quickie break here. Not too long because I don't need to do any cat stuff. And then we will read through these Ascendencies, probably chat a bit about that, and then I think we'll branch off and play some Ravenswatch, and then tomorrow all day we will PoE2 it up with probably choosing an Ascendancy, looking at... I noticed that PoE put out a lot of little videos with like some previews on some of the class stuff, so I think that'll be a good segue after we read these tomorrow. Well, we'll read these today, but like tomorrow to look at those, and I'll probably make a decision on Ascendency and stuff. A lot of it is make, yeah. I was going to ask if you're planning to play. Yeah, we'll play some. Yeah, the schedule's out for the week. Obviously late, sorry. Taking a couple days off, but it's obviously mostly going to be PoE2, but we'll have some Ravenswatch tonight and maybe tomorrow as well. I definitely don't want to stay up insanely late today or tomorrow because if you weren't here earlier, our big holiday streamathon is on Saturday. We begin on Saturday, and there's still a lot of work to do for that. Granted, the majority of the brunt of the work's been done, but I still need to do some stuff, and ain't no way it's happening Friday. Because of launch day, and even Friday I'm going to have to peel myself away, not at 5 in the morning. So I have a fun launch on Saturday, which means today and tomorrow I need to not stay up till 3 a.m. streaming so that I can wrap up some of the loose ends that need to be wrapped up. How long are you planning on playing PoE2 during streamathon? I don't know, it's variable. I don't have an answer to that. I'm planning at least on finishing the campaign and dipping my toes in endgame. But there's going to be a lot of factors. I spoke about this at the beginning of the stream. There's going to be a lot of factors that I don't know, right? Is viewership going to be absolutely terrible? Am I going to enjoy it that much? Are you guys going to be enjoying it? Do we cold turkey it if it's bad? Do we maybe move to like a half PoE, half something else? What we're definitely not going to do is we're not going to become main PoE creators that do nothing but this for like the entirety of December and the entirety of streamathon. even if it is super fun, because I do want to get to other games, and there's going to be a lot of other stuff to do. But within this first stretch, I don't know. I just don't have the answer for that, because it'll just depend on some factors that I'm going to look at daily and see how we feel. The biggest one is, are we having fun? If not, then we probably won't do it that long. But I do want to, like I said, at least check some endgame out and stuff. Yeah, that's how PoE 1 was, Garrus. I don't know. It's fine. If that's what you got to do to reach endgame, that's what you got to do to reach endgame. We'll see, though. We shall see, my friends. Like I said, I mean, like, you know, I definitely felt the, like, lull in viewership and the contribution to chat and stuff when we were playing Stalker 2 on days like 5, 6, 7, 8. And I myself was like, oh my god, is this like, you know what I mean? Fortunately, with PoE 2, it's easier to be like, okay, I think that's enough, right? We're not like missing the massive shocking ending conclusion to the story or something, so cool. And yeah, I know that you do act 1 to 3 and then you do it over again before the end game. So what I meant is you finish the story and then do some end game, but I'd like to see that. I mean, you know, if this was my, like, I mean, there's a ton of content here, right? Even then, like, just checking out every class and every ascendancy and then end game, and like, I mean, there's months of content here if you're like a main PoE streamer and stuff like that, but we'll see how it goes. And yeah, there will be drops. We will have drops. Everybody who streams PoE 2 is going to have drops. And there will be support a streamer as well, so that will also help the at least watching a bit and numbers experience on my end. Yar. I got a solution to that every day. Increase the cat cam size and decrease the game size by day 8. It's mostly cat cam with a little gameplay in the corner. This man too has an uncle. But yeah, I wouldn't, you know, I'm certainly not adverse, especially after conversation, whoever was here for that, our community conversation after Stalker 2 and how to handle future situations like that, where it's like, the game has a lot of content, maybe it's not that engaging, though, after day X. Maybe we're getting a little antsy, you want to see something else. And I think one of the good things put forward, definitely, at some point is just do, like, evening streams if it, not, like, end stream and, you know, come back 2 hours later, but just like we're doing today, right? We're going to finish some PoE prep, then we're going to go play some Ravenswatch, right? So that, like, you know, we would shift the main content during the main portion and peak hours of the stream to whatever game comes next. And it's like, guys, I still feel like playing some PoE. Let's play some PoE for the last 3-4 hours of the night, you know, whatever it may be. Know what I'm saying? True, Joshua Tree Jackson. What is this music? That was Stormstout Brewery from Mr. Pandaria. Splits are a good idea. They were, until I ripped my nutsack open. Epic fails montage reaction. Only if I could sing the montage song from Team America World Police whilst doing it. Whilst doing it. Oh, just saw your message, Josh. I probably need another, like, hour, Josh, if you want to play Ravenswatch together. Because I want to look at the Ascendency trees. There are 12 of these that I just want to read the tooltips on and probably have a little buzz about each one. And then I'm good to go. We'll go back to PoE tomorrow, rather. I'm guessing they're going to regularly be updating the EA, so overloading at the start might not be the way to go. Yeah. I mean, people that are going to be overloading EA now are going to be the people like I overloaded World of Warcraft beta and alpha when it came out, because that was my main content. I played every class, every spec. We talked about talent trees. We ran each dungeon 5 trillion times, right? So people like Zizarin and whatever, this is their bread and butter, that's all they're going to be doing for the next, like, 6 months. Because there just is that much content there as they keep adding it too, right? But especially when they have big content bumps, oh, here's the rest of the story, or here's this, or whatever they're going to add, like, it's an easier time to check and be like, yeah, let's do a PoE run, you know, or like whatever it may be. Or let's check out our character again. But definitely going to be a bigger initial burst now, while everyone's kind of waiting to play the game. But listen, man, honestly, like, a lot of this tends to lead to over-analysis and whatever. At the end of the day, it's just like, are we having fun or not? If we're having fun, let's fucking jam. If we're not, like, we do evenings. And if we're really not, then we'll check it out again at a future point. Alright. You can try Marvel Rivals. Breeny, yeah. Little beach. Okay. I'm going to put you guys back on this, and I will be right back. Because what else would you like to see except for Costin's face? Especially for Rafe the first thing in the morning. Okay, BRB. How's Mr. Cat? Attitude-wise, is okay, and his blood results were really good again. But he has this bald patch that's freaking me out, which is why we did why we did bald results. Why we did blood tests again, but it didn't show any issues with the kidney or liver from that, so I don't know. He's got this weird-ass baldo spot, man. It's worrying me, but we'll see. But otherwise, good. Like, his blood, as far as the diabetes stuff goes, it's getting better and better. Just why do you have that on file? Can't tell you. Okay, BRB. Oh, not that. This. Goodbye. See you in a few minutes.
That's why I came in here and I'm like, oh, okay. There's nothing there.
What the fuck? Dumb bitch. What? Ah! Jesus. There's my own light scared me. I turned around so quickly. Just keeps cutting out. There's a synth in there. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Fuck me, dude. Yeah, they're definitely more dangerous.
Watch this more to stop. You know. Oh, you just led a giant guy to me. I'm now dead.
Oh, good.
You don't need condoms anymore. Just wear this.
Much better.
Yeah. I definitely don't want to sleep with the other one of you. Yeah. Come on, Rob. Feel my peel. Yeah. Oh, God.
Feel my peel?
You're so appealing.
Don't mind me.
I have the need for speed. Hardcore.
Aha!
Do you wiggle?
I wiggle free. Wiggle.
Ah. Hmm. What the fuck? You're
oh
cheating.
My God, there was someone in here.
Naughty chatters around here. And I feel like I'm gonna have to search you to the fullest extent of the law. This is Sloot County now.
God damn it.
Good stuff. Where you at?
Yeah.
I just noticed there was a bird theme between some of the books. Jesus fuck. That actually startled the shit out of me. Green or blue door? Or orange door? Jesus. Okay. This will be my most beautiful work. Wait, I'm Mario. This will be my most beautiful work. Oh, I'm gonna make a Peach's pussy gush. So yeah, I mean, this is mean, right? You think that's the button, so you just gotta jump over that, so then you go beside it, and then... Okay, video game. Like, how are you supposed to know this? They already reversed it. I'm dead sexy.
Mario Jr.
Want to see my little mouth chat? Oh, there you are, Mr. Cat. Yeah?
Meow.
Oh, you want to see Mario Jr.?
Oh no, no! What just happened there?
What the fuck? Why would he not run over that?
Wait, why is it not over? Okay.
Why is Slu doing a different voice? I don't know. All right. What crap?
Let's push it like a bit. Brother. I'm Funshine Bear. Yeah? You guys remember that? Bitch.
My friend is having a birthday. I want to get my friend a special treat. Where can I buy a treat for my friend? Oh, I know. Let's get them some nice candy. Do you know where the candy store is?
This costume's actually terrifying. Alright, bend over.
Wooly.
Just a little bit loud.
Today we're going to make an apple pie.
My favorite is
I'll try to turn it down after this.
What's your favorite kind of pie?
What?
That sounds delicious.
I'm dead sexy. I'm a dead sexy. It's a very nice. Wait, no, that's Borat. Ah! I don't know if we should give them a dosage between what they said now and what they initially said tonight. Oh! Jesus. Let's see what the couch looks like. You know, maybe we won't do.
Can't do the splits further.
Maybe we won't do couch gaming tonight, actually. Good stuff. Oh God. Oh no. What's happening? Oh. Quick. I don't want to look up. I don't want to look up. Oh, why are you so fast? Why is she so fast? She's so old. Bitch. I'll fuck you up. You too, Mr. Up. Oh, Jesus. Wait, what? Where did the guy? There's like a little guy in the water. And whenever I get scared today, I'm not allowed to regularly yell, alright? I have to go, wow, or ay, 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 and stuff like that. And if I break character, then I have to have an olive. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck that. Fuck that. Oh, Jesus. You could use these. I didn't really see. Fuck, that actually startled the shit out of me. Fuck it. There you go. Happy Friday, chat. Oh, she died. Oh. Let's go. Ah! Fucking bitches. Oh, God. There's so many. Yeah. because it's not,
Bro,
not
fuck
too
this
dark
game.
in here. Because what's happening? Oh! No, 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 no. Who likes the dad bod? Yeah. You wanna ride this train? Alrighty. Hello, I've returned. Much to your dismay. You guys enjoyed the clips? Lentia's latest work? Man, it is... it's snowing out. There's like a little bit of stuff this morning, like I told you guys. It's like heavy snow in the streetlights and just a sheet of white on the ground now. And Peter North visited earlier. Crazy. All right, let's welcome back everybody. Let's jam. Pet Mr. Catwell is up there too. You play Visage again? I mean, now we know though, right? Won't be nearly as scary the second time, right? Is that a toque or a beanie? It's a toque. They're all toques. Beanies is stupid. Okay, let's see. So they have the 12 Ascendencies here. So you get a jam through each one. Just kind of read a little on it, and then tomorrow probably we'll make a decision after we watch a couple, if there's any accompanying videos. I think there's some that GGG released. And then we go play some Ravenswatch, which is good. With Josh, though, which is bad. Life's all about balance. Haven't had any snow yet, but it's been insane in the south of you in Minnesota. Well, it's coming. Can you post this link in chat? Sure. Alright, what are we starting with here? The Sorceress. I would say, based on like what we previewed and stuff, I mean, they all like, they all had at least one Ascendancy that seemed pretty interesting to me. NGL. Sorceress, I didn't really. Oh, sorry, the Sorceress is fine. The Witch, I didn't care so much about like Blood Mage Witch, to be honest. Like, it looked kind of cool. I'm not gonna be a Lich from LE, but like Infernalist seemed pretty sick. Do a ranking? Sure. Can we make a tier list too? Anyway, Sorceress. Sorceress seemed cool. This is Storm Reaver. How many points do you get in PoE 2? Is it 8 again? Did they say? Yeah. Oh, touchpad.
Ready, sir. Ready, sir.
Woo 3 years.
MS Learns. Thank you, brother, for the 3 years. Congrats on that shiny new badge. And welcome back. All right, so over here, Scouring Winds. What are these nodes? Just like some passive stat, probably. Exposure you inflict lowers the affected resistance by an additional 20%. So, like, I don't know what exposure is, but because it's underlined, you'll be able to hover over it and see what it does. I assume it just... exposure lowers the resistance of an element, and that one does it by an extra 20%. It's minus 10 res, yeah. Tempest Caller. Grant skill Elemental Storm. Trigger Elemental Storm on critical hits with spells. Elemental Storm creates a stationary fire, cold, or lightning storm at a target location for a duration based on the highest elemental damage type for the hit that triggered the storm. Hits which do not deal elemental damage will not trigger the storm. A lot of buzzwords. So basically, crit with spell, create a storm. Does it have an ICD or anything? Or is it just like every time you crit? It's obviously like basic synergy here. More crit equals good equals more storms. So that's node number 2. So if we go down this tree, then you can go to number 3 here, which is Elemental Storm says 150% more cooldown recovery rate. So there's a CDR on it. Clearly, I don't know where it says it, but there is one. So this means you could do more of them every time you crit. Over here, this inner right node. Targets can be affected by 2 of your chills at the same time. Your chills can reduce action speed by a maximum of 35%. Up to a maximum of 35%. 25% less
Here, take
magnitude of
Jeff's
chill you
money.
inflict. Okay. And then this leads into 5, which is all damage from hit contributes to chill magnitude. Okay. Over here, 6 and 7, inner left. Targets can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time, but you have 50% less shock duration. All damage from hits contribute to shock chance. Okay, well, lightning ram. 8 and 9. 8, you have Arcane Surge. Arcane Surge grants 10% more cast speed and 20% more mana regen, which is the passive. And then number 9 down here, stemming from 8. 1% increased effective Arcane Surge on you per 15 max mana. So, obvious synergy there. More mana equals good. You get more Arcane Surge. You get more cast speed. More cast speed. Poop, poop. And then number 10. 40% of elemental damage taken is recouped as energy shield. So defensive. Okay. This looks kind of neat. We chill them, we kill them. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one side is like attacks or cast speedy, one is crit-y. And because this has clearly some kind of ICD on it, they don't feed really well into each other, right? Because the increased attack speed, even if you crit with that increased attack speed, you can only generate so many storms at once. You're probably going to take one of those 2 major nodes with either chill or shock. Or scouring wounds. Does exposure work for every element type? Like if you do like a fire, frost, and lightning attack, does it expose for every single one of those? Yeah, scouring wounds is strong. No? How does it work then? Is it just for one? Was a passive giving you another passive instead of just giving you the effect? What are you talking about? Constant Gale and Forced Will? Well, I mean, it's the same with this, right? Think of it like... I don't know. Think of it like in any tech spec tree where it's like, here's an ability. Here's the advanced version of this ability, right? I don't know, a lot of games do that. The hardest hit of each element? How often is it calculated, though? Not all skills can do exposure and PoE, and you need certain skills to trigger that. Like, it doesn't state here at all. I assume it might be in the tooltip for exposure. I mean, Constant Gale gives you Arcane Surge instead of giving you cast speed and mana regen. Oh, I see what you're saying. Probably so that 9 can easily feed into a buff on an existing ability. For programming reasons, who knows? Cool. Alright. And then the other one is Chronomancer. That one that could, like, freeze time around them and stuff. How cute. They shaped it like an hourglass. So 1 and 2. Skills have 33% chance to not consume a cooldown when used. Seems pretty strong. Number 2, grants the skill Time Snap. Manipulates time, resetting the cooldowns of your other skills. It's like Cold Snap, kind of like Cold Snap for Mage and WoW. Number 3 over here. Time Freeze. Release a large wave of that stops time for all affected enemies for a duration. Duration is lower the more times the enemy has had time stopped for them. That's the one they showed in the video. And then number 4, Footprints in the Sand, Temporal Rift. Passively leaves after images of your recent past. Cast the spell to return to the oldest after image. Teleporting to that location and resetting your life mana and energy shield to the values they had at that time. So it's kind of like Tracer's ability in Overwatch. Number 5 up here. Every 12 seconds, gain 50% more cast speed for 4 seconds. There's like a... It's like they mix like Arcane and Frost Mage and WoW into this. Number 6. Enemies in your presence are slowed by 20%. I assume presence is some kind of... You're going to hover over that and it says within X meters or something. Number 7. 30% damage taken is recouped as life. What does recoup mean? Is it like you get it as a over time effect back? X% of that? Yeah. Recoup effects occur over 4 seconds. What's the baseline? 6? If this is to 4, it must be something longer. Okay. This one seems kind of cool. The 33% chance not to consume cooldown sounds pretty poggers, depending on what you put in there. Especially if it's like heavy CDs. Who is base 4 in PoE 1? Okay, well, it's not in PoE 2, that's for sure. Probably like 6. Alright, so that's Sorceress. I mean, those are alright. I don't know if there's anything that was like, wow, that sounds really cool. The freeze time shit sounds pretty cool. But like, how's that going to work on bosses? Like, ain't no way you can freeze bosses for that long initially. I don't know, maybe you can. It's a coupon? Warrior. Warrior is probably one that one of the classes that I was most like. Yeah, I'm not like too interested. I know, Warrior's Warrior, but then after seeing aesthetically the previews in the video we just watched, I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty fucking cool. And the block stuff seems kind of broken. Which one's this? Titan. So there's either Titan or Warbringer. This is Titan. Number 1 in this node. This is kind of shaped like a bow. 50% more armor from equipped body armor. Tanky. Every second slam skill you use yourself is ancestrally boosted, which means it has 20% more damage and area of effect. So every second slam skill you use gets boosted like that. That's for number 3. Oop, I skipped one, my bad. That's number 3, which stems from number 2, which is Earthbreaker. 20% chance for your slam skills you use yourself to cast Aftershocks. Aftershocks are bursts of area damage that occur after the initial impact of the skill, causing them, if not otherwise specified. The Aftershock will deal the same damage as the initial impact in the same area. So you do a big heavy slam, 20% chance for that to basically mimic itself in the same spot. And then number 3 was stemming off of that to have it be 20% more damage and area. Colossal Capacity over here in the middle. Carry a chest which adds 20 inventory slots. Okay. I guess good for farming, maybe? I don't know. Like, who would ever take that over the other stuff that gives character throughput, but fun? Number 5, which stems from 4. 50% increased effect of small passive skills. I guess you might need to take that to take number 5 if you want. Yeah, that was that's a pretty juicy node. That's a pretty juicy node. That's a lot of player power right there. So I guess you kind of need to take it. Number 6. Your hits are crushing blows. Crushing blows cause heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Those are terms that we can learn about by hovering over when we're in game. I assume stun is built up like a gauge, and then once they're built up, you can stun them with a crushing blow. Number 7, branching from that, 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. There you go. It's like D4, yeah. Well, no, in D4 you stun, you stagger something when the bar fills. In this, it sounds like you reach a numerical amount and then choose when to stun it. Am I incorrect? Primed for gauge, baby. And finally, 15% max HP. So 1 and 8 are tanky stuff, and then a bunch of stuff in here. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward and probably just hits like a fucking truck, right? Earthbreaker. This sounds like aesthetically fun, this class. It sounds like it just has a lot of weight to its hits. And it'd probably be really satisfying if you have just like a really big hit that procs Ancestral Boost and Aftershock, and then just like just watch it explode, you know? Will PoE 2 be better than Diablo 4? It's going to be different. It depends what you want. It really does depend what you want. They're in the same genre of video game, but if you're looking for a more casual experience, that's a little more, definitely more approachable. DA4 is your bet. If you're looking to like really get into deep systems and builds and stuff like that, PoE is more your bet. Also, there's way more I could describe for each game, but you know, just at a glance. Warbringer, the other warrior spec, specialization, if you will, also known as an Ascension. Up over here on the left, what is this supposed to be? Is it like a boner? Looks like a boner. Number 1, break armor equal to 10% of hit damage dealt. Whatever that is. I don't know what that is. See, there's a whole bunch of terms here that we can't mouse over, unfortunately, but we'll get to on Friday. I assume it will take some armor off of the target, though, right? Number 2, stemming from that, you can break enemy armor to below 0. So yeah, which means it's kind of like pen in MOP in World of Warcraft. Armor pen. Where's your fun rating according to Salute? What are you talking about? Bro, I'm up 12. Well, I am 12 inches, but... Jade Heritage over here. Grant skill encase in Jade. Gain a stack of Jade every second. Consumes all stacks of Jade to grant a buff for a duration that absorbs all damage from hits up to a maximum based on the amount of Jade consumed. While encased, you cannot move or perform actions. Okay. I wonder how crazy high that's going to get. Number 4, Answered Call. Grants Ancestral Spirits. Trigger Ancestral Spirits when you summon a totem. Each of your totems will summon an Ancestral Spirit minion to fight for you. If the totem that summoned the minion dies, then the Ancestral Spirit will as well. Okay. And stemming from that wooden wall, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your nearest totem's life before you. It's tanky trait. It's like Blessing of Sacrifice in WoW from totems. That's 30%. Renly's Training, which stems from... Oh no, I lied. It doesn't stem from that. It's its own node here, or its own section of the tree starting. Gain 40% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Oh, so they still have passive block chance if you're not holding your shield up actively, right? Number 7, Turtle Charm. 35% less block chance, can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Wait, what? I don't understand. What's the point of the less block chance if you're always blocking? Without needing to raise your shield. Explain. Explain now. No, I understand the second part of it, right? Which is just you literally block everything. What is the point of less block chance if you're already guaranteed blocking everything? Is blocking 100% damage reduction? Until your stagger wears off, I think, yeah. Or your block stagger bar, whatever it was. You're not blocking everything all in the time? I guess I don't understand what the fuck it's saying. I know you have to block as an action. I get it. Wait, do you not have passive block chance even when your shield's not raised? Are you sure? Then what is the point of gain 40% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value for? I'm pretty sure a passive block chance is still a thing. And the active guarantees the block, and if your shield is not raised, you have a chance to block. Otherwise, a bunch of these make no sense. Yes, yeah. That is correct, but you can't passive block or active block for that matter every kind of attack. I mean, sure, yeah, they even said, like, there's red attacks that'll hit you. But that still leads me back to, if you can block all damage in an AoE environment without needing to press your button to actively block, what is the point of block chance? Like, I'm sure playing it will be explained, but just from this tooltip it makes no sense. Block damage at all times, but you have less chance to block. But you block damage guaranteed at all times. Like, can't you do that anyway, baseline? Can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Like, there's no directional nature to your passive blocking. It's only active blocking. All hits, even the ones that cannot be blocked, probably. I guess. And then you have less chance to block them, but there's new things you can block. It probably makes the most sense. That's weird, I don't know. I need to see it again. I guess we have to see what those attacks would be. Yeah, I think it's just, once you see it in action, you're like, ah, okay, that makes sense. Number 8. Corpses in your presence explode when you war cry, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. Interesting. Corpse explosion build as warrior. And Great Wolf's Howl, number 9. Ignore war cry cooldowns. Interesting. Okay. They just go around spamming shouts and blowing up corpses. Cool. Alright. This one seemed alright. I think if I were to play warrior, to me personally, Titan seems a little more fun. There's some potentially. I think block in general, because there's active block now, seems like it'll be OP as fuck. But Titan seems pretty cool. I think it'll just be aesthetically satisfying to play that. Ranger. I must say I'm a little interested in Ranger on account of the rogue pew pew that I enjoyed in Diablo 4. Let's see what they got. Shut up, Arnie. Deadeye. 30% chance that if you would gain frenzy charges, you instead gain up to your maximum number of frenzy charges. What did frenzy do in PoE 1? Attack speed or something? Attack speed, yeah. You trying to help me out? Uh-huh. They're different in PoE 2, though. Okay. So that's the number 1 here. And then we have number 2. I just took one of those upstairs. Benefits of consuming frenzy charges for your skills have 50% chance to be doubled. I think you consumed frenzy charges before, did you? Are frenzy charges like combo, sort of? Oh, and you make yourself useful. Order frenzy charges in this game. ¿Por qué no los dos learns? Eagle Eyes, number 3 over here. You have no accuracy penalty at distance. So you don't need to spec in accuracy nodes. 4A and B in here. Projectiles deal 20% more hits damage to certain targets in the first 3.5 meters of their movement. Scaling down with distance travel to reach 0% after 7 meters. So they want you in close quarters to get max benefit from that. Or the other one is projectiles deal 0% more damage in the first 3 and then ramp up to 20. So one is, do you prefer to fight from a far distance or do you want to sit a little closer in shotgun style? And then number 5 stemming from that is skills fire an additional projectile. Number 6 over here, you can apply an additional mark. Don't know what the fuck that is. Number 7 over here, Gathering Wind. Gain Tailwind on skill use. Lose all Tailwind when hit. Tailwind is a stacking buff which grants 1% increased movement speed, 3% increased skill speed, and 15% increased evasion rating per stack for 10 seconds. Maximum 10 stacks. It refreshes when you gain another stack. So don't get hit, lol. And finally, number 8, 3% less damage taken per Whalewind stack. 30% DR. It's a builder spender kind of thing. Cool. I don't know, man. Sounds pretty poggers. I think this, to me, this one sounds maybe the most fun so far of what we read. Deadeye. Followed by maybe Titan equals Chronomancer. Something like that. Although Stormweaver sounds pretty fun too. I don't know. What's the next one? Pathfinder. This one didn't seem as fun from the video. Like throw vials and shit, but maybe. Let's read. It's in the shape of a nipple-ish. Number 1 over here on the right. 50% more flask charges gained. Number 2, life flask effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Life flask effects do not queue. Wait, so as long as you're healing effective health, you just have unlimited life flask? Interesting. What is the queuing part? You'd be able to spam charges before and queue up like 5 segments of healing? And that makes it not be the case so you don't waste some of that power there? Cool. Okay, so technically if you skill shot your heals really well, you have unlimited healing. And that could be good for like learning purposes, especially, right? Number 3. The most damaging poison on enemies you kill is spread to another enemy within 1.5 meters. Oh, that sounds fun. I love dot builds in games. Number 4, double the number of poisons you can inflict on enemies, but 35 less poison duration. So that means, as he was explaining in the Zizaran interview, that means you could have the maximum of your 2 highest damaging poisons taking on a target at once, which will then spread to something else when you kill them instead of just one. This mode makes it so it doesn't stop. Wait, what do you mean? So for the first part, you hit life flask and it would normally refill your life. And when it's full, stop. Flask effects are not removed and unreserved life is filled. It's just the hot? Oh, it's life flask effects, not charges. Life flask effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. So it's you basically full heal yourself every time you use your flask? Like it keeps ticking until you're full? Is that what you're saying? Instead of life flask topping when you get full life, it just doesn't stop. It's a little weirdly worded. Are not removed when your life is full. Why would you want the hot to keep ticking? Just in case you take damage again rapidly, then it's still ticking during that time? It's like renew, right? So it's like it's still going for its duration. So if you get hit again, you're still technically healing with it. And you can't spam it. So basically once you hit it once, it just heals you for that set amount before you can press your life flask again. Wait, does number 4 less poison duration? Does that imply that it does the same poison damage in less time? Or that each poison does 35% less damage, but you have 2 of them? Because it can kind of be read either way. The latter? I mean, that's the way I read it initially, but it dawned on me. So I'm gonna have to go look it up. It's less damage for the less duration, okay. And that's still Poggies, though. It's 2 poisons at 2/3 duration instead of 1 at full duration. Where are we? 5. Wait, 3? Oh, 3, 4, yeah, 3. So 3, 4 here, and then we have 5, which are a whole bunch of concoctions. Consume charges from your mana flask to throw a bottle that explodes, dealing unarmed chaos damage in an area. Poison inflicted by the skill has more effect. Then the second one is throw a bottle that deals lightning, then cold, fire, and physical. You can choose charges from your mana flask to throw a bottle that explodes, dealing unarmed chaos attack damage in an area. Why does it say unarmed? So it just like doesn't scale with any of your weapon damage? Is that what I'm saying? But it scales with your like dexterity and stuff, or whatever would increase your damage otherwise. So how'd you make these scale? Crit and what else? Like strength? Well, strength and PoE 1, right? Because it increases your attack damage, but whatever the fuck Dex does in this one. Number 6, gain 5 passive skill points. Number 7 in the last branch here, 30% less movement speed penalty when using skills while moving. And number 8, your speed is unaffected by slows, so you can't be slowed. Other gear, crit, Dex, right now. Interesting. This actually seemed this seemed cooler than I thought it would. Especially the poison spread shit. This one inflicts lightning exposure, cold, fire exposure, and then bleeding affected by the skill has more effect. Oh, why is chaos damage with poison? Is poison considered chaos damage in the game? Because I guess there's no nature damage, right? Yeah, okay. Poison inflicted by the skill has more effect. What does that mean? Like it just hits for more? I don't know, this seems kind of neat actually. You take the poison on enemies, take over 1 toxicity, and then just fucking throw poison vials at people's bum-bums. Oh, it could be kind of fun, I don't know. I think Deadeye's a little more fun-looking to me and straightforward as well, but yeah. I think Ranger overall sounding the most fun of the first 3 we've looked at. Witch. Blood Mage. Sanguimancy. Number 1, right in the middle here. It's like in the shape of a heart. Isn't that cute? So these are the witch ascendancies, the 2 witch ascendancies. Number 1, grants skill life remnants. Skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. Drinks the blood, life remnants, drinks the blood of your enemies to restore your life. While active, enemies you kill have a chance to spawn a life remnant, and critically hitting a target spawns a life remnant every few seconds. Picking up a life remnant grants you life, which can overflow maximum life. Okay. Number 2, over here. Vitality Siphon, 10% of spell damage leeched as life. Number 3, your curses have infinite duration. Holy moly. That'd have been so good for that fucking erectile dysfunction thing I played for the first time ever in my life. In PoE, like 5 years ago. Number 4, gain 10% of damage as extra physical damage. Elemental damage also contributes to bleeding magnitude. Number 5, Gore Spike over here. 1% increased critical damage bonus per 40 life. I assume 40 current life, not max life. Number 6, Under the Flesh. Base critical hit chance for spells is 15%. I assume, which is much higher than they usually are, which is what, like 0 probably? Grasping Wounds over here. 25% life loss from hits is prevented. Then that much life is lost over 4 seconds instead. What, they have a fucking built-in stagger? That's giga OP. What are hits? I keep seeing the word hits underlined. Is that everything except for, like, dot damage? Like, does that include AoE, one-time instances of damage? So this is everything except, like, a dot effect on you, or like running through a puddle of poison or something like that. That's pretty big, dude. Stagger is always broken in RPGs. I've yet to find instances of stagger that aren't just like grossly overpowered. Everything except dot or ground effects, non-degen, right? Do I lotion in my head after I shower? I do. Yeah, both of them. Most damage in the game is hits, but a lot of bosses do have dangerous dots. Okay. And then the branch out from number 7 here is gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra max life. Okay, this actually sounds pretty pog. Looking at it, I was kind of like, eh. But this is actually pretty fucking cool. Gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra max life. Yeah, interesting. This is pretty gnarly. Oh, over 8, McLeod. Okay, we were talking about that earlier. We didn't know how much it was when we looked at the recoup in, I think it was the Sorceress? Or no, it was the Warrior. Yeah, Make, I believe. This was pretty cool. I don't know, man. Oh, pretty cool. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Sorry, fucking STREAMATHON stuff. Yeah, this seems pretty cool, dude. And I don't know. Stagger effects are just always poggers. This seems to be really strong defensively, this section right here. How many Ascendency points do you get? You get all 8 in number 2 as well? Like, you get all of these nodes? Is there a choice in the end or no? Or do you get 4? You get 8? Oh, but these small nodes count as 1, right? You can only get 4 of these 8 major nodes, I assume. Yeah. Okay, so you basically choose 4 of 8. That's tough, man. A lot of these look good. Anyways, yeah, this one seems pretty cool. Infernalist. Also in the shape of nipple. Number 1 over here, which 2, 3, and 4 branch out from. 20% cold damage taken as fire, 20% lightning taken as fire, and 20% physical taken as chaos. Branching from this, one of them is reserves 25% of life, but you get +1 to max mana per 6 max life. Okay. Number 3, reserves 25% of life again, but you get +1 to max spirit per 25 max life. Spirit looked to be pretty strong. Mechanic / resource coming up. Or reserves 25% life, +1 to max energy shield per 8 max life. I assume these are all mutually exclusive. You choose one of the 3. Or maybe not, actually. I don't know. If you want to reserve 75% of your HP. Is your Streamathon going to include Saluted Claws? Well, you'll just have to tune in and find out, Mr. Cabbage. You could do all. Sounds like a great thing for hardcore. Number 5, Demonic Possession. So many fucking notes here, though. Demonic Possession. Demon Form. Shapeshift into a demon, vastly boosting the power of your spells. You gain Demon Flame every second. You remain in demon form, causing your life to be lost at an ever-increasing rate. Reverts to human form if you reach 1 life. Use a skill that isn't a spell, or reactivate this skill. So there's a failsafe. It will not kill you, but it'll leave you in a very scary position if you don't end it early. And number 6, branching from that, is max 10 Demon Flame. Oh. Wait, you could probably just make a Poggers build with enough leech and sustain, where you just perma demon form. Right? If you get this. If you cap your demon flame. Now, I don't know how heavy 10 is, but, you know, just in theory here. In theory crafting. Number 7. Max mana is over here. Max mana is replaced by maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skills. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Oh, Jesus. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum. 10% Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Then there's branches in 8 and 9. Number 8, while not on low Infernal Flame, which I think they said was 30% or 35%, all damage from you and allies in your presence contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. Or number 9, Seething Body. While on high Infernal Flame, which is probably 75 or 80 plus, you and your allies gain 20% damage as fire damage. So it's not really like a builder spender. I don't know why I felt like this was more of a builder spender from the video. This is more of a spam and eat the damage or just float around not casting for a second. Which is probably not ideal. 10, Loyal Hellhound. Grant skill Summon Infernal Hound. 20% of damage from hits is taken from your Hellhound's life before you. And Summon Hellhound summons a reviving Infernal Hellhound, which ignites enemies near it. The Hellhound takes a portion of damage from hits from you, which we just read was 20%. And finally, Grinning Immolation, number 11. Become ignited when you deal a critical hit, taking 15% of your life and energy shield as fire damage per second. You have 30% more crit damage bonus. Based on the video, I was feeling this one more, and I didn't really care as much for Blood Mage, and now it's kind of reverse. I'm not as interested in Infernalist after reading the fine print of all the abilities, but Blood Mage seems poggers AF. Although I think it would still be cool to make like a permanent, if you can, if it allows to make a permanent demonic form, demon form build for this, with enough sustain and leech. Yeah. I don't know, man. Blood Mage is up there now, dude. I think it's like Blood Mage equals Deadeye for me. / maybe Pathfinder, but... yeah. Pretty cool, dude. Mercenary. Mercenary. Mercenary is the one. Can someone please explain as a witch how you would control minions to go to a certain area or open doors chests on console? I don't know how you would command them like that with a mouse. Thanks. I can't tell you for sure, but if it's anything like Diablo 4 or Diablo 2, the way it works is whatever like interactable item that you're looking at in your general direction is closest, that's what they'll go in and interact with. Either that or they're going to add like a quick targeting reticle to it. It's one of the two. There's only so much you can do. Unless they have some new tech, I don't know, maybe. Mercenary is the class that, I must say, looks super pog, and is definitely the class that every time we talk about classes and PoE 2 hype and stuff in this stream, is most frequently comes up with comments from you guys being like, oh, I'm definitely running Mercenary, etc., etc. So, let's see. Witch Hunter. 5 nipples. Number 1. 20 passive skills become weapon set skill points. Like, are they talking about skill points like for your skills that you socket into your weapons and shit? That seems crazy. Like, am I misunderstanding? Means they swap your skill tree points when you switch. Oh, it's the one that they previewed with the sorceress where you can like branch off and do like a fire and a lightning. They just get 20 more of them. Okay. So they can branch off more than other classes. Okay. Number 2, Culling Strike, which is Culling Strike, kill normal enemies if their life is at 30% or below. Magic enemies are instead killed at 20, rare at 10, unique at 5. These thresholds are checked before the damage of the hit is applied. Wait, unique include bosses? You just execute at 5%? Okay. Number 3, Judge, Jury, and Executioner. You get Decimating Strike. Decimating Strike hits against full life enemies remove between 5 and 30% of life before damaging hit is applied. So you could just get you could kill a third of a boss for free if you're lucky. Okay. All right, number 4 in the middle here. Witchbane. Enemies have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their maximum life. Break enemy concentration on hit equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Enemies regain 10% concentration every second if they haven't lost concentration in the past 5 seconds. Concentration was... They mentioned something about it in the video. It's like a silence effect if they lose all their concentration or something like that. No Mercy, number 5, which branches from this. Deal up to 30% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. Interesting. Oh, there's one more tooltip, my bad. Enemies have less cooldown recovery rate the lower their concentration is, scaling down to 50% less cooldown recovery rate when it's at 0. Okay, so enemies will spam less of their abilities. So you could just keep this, like, completely down at all times. And then do a permanent 30% multiplicative, I assume? Increased damage? This is where I like Diablo noting with the plus and the X, but... This is actually bonkers. Because, I mean, you're always spamming damage. So, like, on a boss, this will just always be up. That means you'll have a boss doing stuff half as often and taking 30% more damage at all times. More is multi, right? See, this is where I need to explain this. If you guys aren't here for me to learn or whatever, or like seasoned vets, like nobody would know this, right? They can... What's the nomenclature for additive damage? Like even that reads like it could be multi, you know what I mean? Extra, right? Like they need those are terms that need to be underlined, like all this other stuff. Either that or they need to use like the Diablo system of plus and multiplicative and all, or like plus and times. Anyways, number 6. Obsessive Ritual. Grants skill sorcery ward. 50% less armor and evasion rating, but you gain sorcery ward, which is passively manifest protective barrier, which takes elemental damage from hits for you until depleted. The barrier instantly recharges to its full value a short time after it stops taking damage or is fully depleted. So it's like a magic shield, but you get smacked harder by physical / avoid less. Number 7, branching from that, 50% increased effect of sorcery ward. Sorcery ward recovers 50% faster, so more of that. And finally, number 8 over here. A 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode, dealing 100% of their maximum life as physical damage. Chances doubled against undead and demons. Bro, this is poggers. This shit's poggers, man. Ooh, I don't know, dude. Alright, later, Ace, dude. Good to see you, man. This is pretty poggers, dude. This is a boss killer, but you could also spec it for AoE, right? Like, if you're just trying to zoom through maps, you'd just maybe not even spec No Mercy, right? Don't take No Mercy. Maybe don't take Decimating Strike, although it'd be good. And then you put into Zealous Inquisition. If it's a heavy map, right? And then when you go bossing, you just take Zealous Inquisition out unless there's a heavy add presence on the boss. You just go back into No Mercy. Right? Yeah, I agree. I think this is pretty welcoming to new players. I think this and I think Deadeye are fairly welcoming to new players. I don't think Pathfinder is bad either. And just warrior stuff in general. Like, warrior stuff is usually pretty straightforward. But this is definitely pretty welcoming. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty fucking poggers. Yeah, yo, we gotta stop reading, man, because, like, everything's sounding poggers. This is not helping me decide at all. It's not helping me decide my shit at all. This is just making everything sound fun, making me want to play multiple ones. The crossbow itself's not very noob-friendly, though. Yeah, true. And the switching ammo. That's fair. Do a poll? No. That's why I make a spreadsheet. Well, we'll do that tomorrow after we look at everything, right? Not today. So we'll make a video. I mean, we can clip it tomorrow. I do not literally have time to make a separate dedicated video for this while planning for a streamathon on Thursday, or not Friday, Saturday. But that's an easy clippy. Where were we? Gemling Legionnaire, the second mercenary. You're good, Ace. Pope, why you gotta be a little... Why you be like that? GNs. Okay. Where were we? Gemling. Spiky nipples. Number 1. 10% equality of all skills. Alright, is that just like a... Is that just a multiplicative? Like, all of your skills just do 10% more damage and have 10% radius and all that kind of stuff? Are serious here, make her useful? You good luck with that. No? What does quality do then for gemming? Has certain effects per skill. Oh, okay, it's different for every skill. So you'll just have to read what it does. Okay. +1 level to all skills. Okay, that obviously will have more of what I just said. That's number 2 over here. Number 3, 30% less cost of skills. And skill gems have 30% more attribute requirement. Sorry, but skill gems have 30% more attribute requirement, but they cost less. Grants 3 additional skill slots. Wait, there's a cap to skill slots? I guess there is. What was it in PoE 1? 14? 16? Imagine playing Noida instead of fucking Magicraft. PoE cap was, oh right, it was limited by sockets in your gear, which was technically, well no, weren't there, I mean, which was a lot if you didn't link that with anything, right? So in PoE 2 you have 9 skill slots, and this can go up to 12. Is that my understanding? Skills from gear get on top of the 9 skill cap, yeah? Okay, cool. So you have up to 12. Number 5 over here, stemming from 4. You can use 2 copies of the same support gem in different skills. That's... I have a feeling... let me read number 6 and 7 and 8. Number 6, +1 to max cold res per 4 blue support gems. +1 to max fire for red. +1 to max lightning for green. Number 7, attribute requirement of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. So that means if one requires strength, but you have a shit ton of dex, that will satisfy it. Number 8, inherent bonuses from int, strength, and dex are doubled. Alright. Which would make reaching this 30% attribute requirement much easier. This class... Okay. Just to... Like, my hunch with this, correct me if I'm wrong, is this seems very boring on the surface level, but I feel like numerically you can make, like, some stupid builds for players that, like, know the spells really well and stuff like that. Like, I have a feeling the numbers you can reach with this are just, like, insane. Like, it's not the most exciting stuff. It's not, like, cool new abilities and stuff like that, but... like double support gems when you're limited to 1 for every single support gem in the game. Less skill cost, more skills, +1 to all skills. Like, this is crazy shit. It's just, it's like limits go Super Saiyan when other characters can't keep up with that. It seems like, at least. Just will make or break depending on what unique items are. I don't think I'd play this initially. It just doesn't seem as fun to me in terms of a gameplay perspective, but I think this would be super fun to play from, like, I'm trying to break numbers perspective, which is probably not what my focus is initially in early access, if that makes sense. But it's interesting. Like from a fun perspective, I feel like Witch Hunter is a lot more fun. Seeing, like, corpses explode and shit like that, you know what I mean? This will be a this makes the most obscene build in 2 to 3 weeks one. Yeah, probably. Finally, the Monk. You know, Monk was, like, very initially my, like, wow, that looks really cool. We're talking, like, months ago when they first started showing some of this stuff. And I don't know, man. Even after rewatching the video today, I don't know if I'm feeling it as much anymore. And not because I think it looks increasingly lame, rather than because I started having a higher appreciation for other things that I initially didn't. Like Mercenary, now Blood Mage as well, Deadeye, like, these all look like really fun. And Monk hasn't started looking more fun than it initially was for me, so. Anyways, Invoker. Number 1. Get added shittily midway through an expansion and break the Mythic Plus. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong. That's an Evoker, chat. Lead me through grace. Gain 1 spirit for every 6 energy shield. Gain 1 spirit for every 6 energy shield on equipped body armor. Gain 1 spirit for every 15 evasion rating on equipped body armor. Cannot gain spirit from equipment. Okay. Sounds like they could probably scale their spirit pretty high, but, like, in better gear later. You turned on Blood Mage? Well, it's because I'm actually reading what they do now, rather than just, like, a little video snippet, right? Because the video snippet's like, oh, that looks cool, but then, like, once you read some of the abilities, like I basically swapped and U-turned Blood Mage and Infernomancer, or whatever it's called. Infernalist. Number 2, over here. Evasion rating also grants physical damage reduction. 40% less evasion rating, though. Number 3, Meditate. Channels channel to recharge energy shield can overcharge your energy shield up to double its normal maximum. Channeling ends when you take damage or your energy shield is double its normal maximum. This skill cannot be used if your energy shield is already double its normal maximum, or you have no energy shield, or you have no maximum energy shield. I'm not gonna lie, this sounds like super boring. It sounds super chory, this skill. Like, imagine having to meditate between every fucking pack, or like every boss ability to be safe, you know what I mean? Like, it's probably strong if you stack energy shield, but it just doesn't seem very fun. You build yourself a broken build in Valgar, basically use the staff, that makes my class HP, you know. Oh, I have no idea what any of the mage stuff did, y'all, but GG's. That's what games are for, they're meant to be broken. Number 4, over here. Gain 10% extra damage as... gain 10% of damage as extra cold damage on freezing enemies, create chilled ground. Number 5 on the other side of that is gain 10% as extra lightning instead, so you probably have to choose one of the two, I assume, because it looks like this is faded out and this is selected. 25% chance on shocking enemies to create shocked ground. And then finally you go to number 6, which is And I Shall Rage, which gives you Unbound Avatar. Gain Unbound Fury by inflicting elemental ailments with hits on enemies. Once you've reached a maximum Unbound Fury, consume it to become unbound for a duration, vastly augmenting your elemental prowess. Maybe you can do both, actually. Interesting. Meta skills gain 35% more energy over here. I don't know what the hell meta skill is. Number 8, critical hits ignore non-negative enemy monster elemental resistance. So that means your crits will always hit as if they have 0 resistance, but will not negatively benefit you if they're like minus 30 or something. Hello, Horny. I think tomorrow, Naruko. I don't know what time exactly, though. And finally, stemming from that is... Elemental Expression. Trigger Elemental Expression on melee crits. Create a fiery explosion, an arcing bolt of lightning, or an icy wave of projectiles. The chance for an explosion is proportional to your strength, for a bolt proportional to your dexterity, and for a wave proportional to your intelligence. Interesting. This is actually kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's still neat. It's as neat as I initially thought it was. I don't know if it's... I don't know if it's mercenary, ranger levels of neat, and blood mage. Hang on a second. Okay, Brittany. Okie dokie. Finally. Chayula. This is like the shadow monk, as they said. Mana leech is instant. Is it usually not? Is it usually like you leech it as a hot or a mot mana over time? Chalupa monk. Chupa chupa. That's over here, number 2. You cannot recharge energy shield. Mana leech effects also recover energy shield. Number 3. 23% chance to gain 25% of damage with hits as extra chaos damage. 13% chance to gain 50% of damage with hits as extra chaos damage, or 7% chance to gain 100% of damage as extra chaos damage, which adds up to 33%. Bro, what? I feel like I just saw the line of the from fucking Anchorman where it's like 60% of the time it works every time. Number 5, grants skill Into the Breach. Creates a breach around you, allowing you to see nearby flames of Chayula. You are considered to be in a breach while this skill is active, which I assume will feed into the breach mechanic for whatever reason. The Flames of Chayula. Collecting Flames of Chayula grant the following bonuses. Red gets you 7% Red Flames of Chayula leech 7% of your max life to you. Blue Flames leech 7% of your max mana to you. Purple Flames of Chayula provide a stacking buff, granting 7% of damage as chaos damage for 5 seconds, and stacks up to 10 times. That sounds, I don't know, that sounds annoying to play, having to look for these to keep up that buff every fight. Like, it was like 10 seconds, maybe a bit better, but maybe it'll come more naturally while you're playing, but that sounds annoying to like, or unless they're like super plentiful. Number 6, effects and duration of Flames of Chayula on you is double. 7% of damage is chaos damage for 5 seconds up to 10, so you'd have 140% damage is chaos damage for 5 seconds. If you stack it to full and maintain it. I mean, that's a lot. That sounds like a lot. I mean, is that not a shit ton? Like, is that like on top of your damage? So if you hit for 1,000, is it gonna hit for an extra 1,400 damage as chaos? Like, you're just like doubling your fucking damage there? Or beyond doubling? Embrace the darkness over here. You want me to buy Magicraft now? Bro, weren't you literally just talking about a different video game 3 minutes ago? Wouldn't be so bad track if buffs aren't off in Narnia. That's how it reads. Let's see if it's actually manageable in practice. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be frustrating with, like... Imagine, like, being on a boss fight, trying to do damage, and then you're running around in circles looking for little purple flames and shit constantly. Like, how often do they respawn in the same room? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. We'll see. You know me, I can't stay with one game. True. Number 7, remove all spirit. Maximum base maximum darkness is 100. For each life or energy shield lost to damage, reserve 1 darkness instead of possible darkness reservation. Instead, if possible, darkness reservation lasts for 10 seconds. Plus 5 to maximum darkness per level. Number 8, gain 1% of damage as extra chaos damage per 20 unreserved darkness. Number 9, instead, or not instead, but here, 50% reduced darkness reservation duration. So remove all spirit. Maximum darkness is 100. For each life or energy shield lost to damage, reserve 1 darkness instead, if possible. Darkness reservation lasts for 10 seconds. Plus 5 to max darkness per level. You gain 1% of damage as extra chaos damage per 20 unreserved darkness. I mean, this seems like 50% reduced darkness reservation duration, since every 5 seconds instead. Chalupa and... so this is basically a don't get hit build, if you want to max benefit from this. So maybe, like, this is probably for bosses, yeah? Because, like, ain't no way you're keeping up a lot of this buff on, like, mapping. Like, shit is just randomly going to hit you all over the screen constantly. The Cube, thanks for the 44, welcome back. Chalupa and Gremling are both mind-numbingly boring. Yeah, I don't know, it seems kind of neat conceptually, but I feel like it just wouldn't... It'd be, like, frustrating to play, because I feel like you're going to run around looking... Like, to max it seems like you have to jump through fucking hoops to max benefit, and I don't know, maybe the numbers lot up to be insane, but, I mean, on paper, they technically look kind of crazy. But, I don't know, running around needing to look for purple buffs and then making sure you don't get hit by anything, and you get hit and you lose your stack is really frustrating. I don't think you just wouldn't run 7, 8, and 9 in mapping, like, at all, right? Because, like, things are just randomly going to hit you all over the screen. I think that's just, like, a bossing area. And then you probably run 5 and then bounce between 7, 8, 9 to shit over here. With reality rending and whatnot. Blizzard!
Blizzard!
The orbs are also random. I mean, based on the little video snippet.
107 months and we're just hitting our prime. Po 2 hype farm.
Based on the little previews they gave, it seemed like orbs were like decently plentiful.
And I am the Sun Master Arc Pact offered instantly Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the
purple,
breach
red,
demons.
purple, another
There you
purple
will
just
see
another purple
Dream,
just popped up where
which
they were.
allows you to see into the domain of the breach demons. There you will see the flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
But I mean, look.
There you will see the flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana.
That's already 5 seconds. His buff's gone at this point. So you would need to stop mid-combat and start running to, and you're not unhindered or whatever the term is in this game where you can just run through enemies. You would then need to like go around these to grab that purple orb to maintain your buff, you know what I mean? Like that sounds super annoying to play with. If they made it 10 seconds, I think it might be a little more reasonable. Or if you're like reaching a clear speed where things are just getting like globaled constantly, then it would be pretty good. But like on this speed of game, it sounds just like straight up frustrating to play. Moisty! Thank you for the 107, man. Hype farm! So yeah, I don't know. Being considered in a breach is big for breach items like some rings, double stats, and breach. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I understand the benefit of that, but I was just more like, you know, just reading this is like, it seems like you can reach some maybe ridiculous numbers with this. If you have full buffs here, you take double, right? And then you take Grasp of the Void, never get hit, and you just do like stupid amounts of damage. It feels like you can do, but like the gameplay hoops you have to jump through and just the general, I don't know, choriness behind them doesn't seem very fun. Regardless what the numbers are, it just doesn't seem, it seems frustrating rather than rewarding, if that makes sense. Like it feels like it would be more frustrating to constantly drop stacks rather than rewarding when you collect a full round of stacks. Like especially because it stacks to 10. Like imagine getting to 9 and then you get cucked by some like little rats that trap you in a corner. And on the other side of those rats is the purple buff you need, and then they trap you in there for 7 seconds and you lose your 9 stack that you just spent like 45 seconds trying to get in the first place, right? Like that's super fucking lame. And it is what we're starting. Nope, this doesn't help at all. I have no idea. I've never bought any of this game's merch. And either. Oh, are they good quality? I don't know. Has anybody bought PoE merch before? Like the shirts and stuff? I cannot answer that, I'm afraid. Okay, so I guess that was a little kind of preview of the trees of what the Ascendencies do. What are we feeling here? I mean, I'm not going to make a decision right now. That'll be tomorrow, especially after we talk about it some more and look at some little video snippets and stuff from PoE, but from GGG. Friday, Cabbage. Now we're going to go play with Josh in a second. Play some Ravenswatch, but fitting music there. I don't know. I think I'm less... Monk was like, when I initially saw classes months ago, right? Like I said, and Monk was on there, I was like, wow, that looks super cool. That's probably going to be the class I start with. Now, I don't know. None of these look terrible to me for what it's worth. Like, I think all of them are fun, especially because hype and new and stuff. But Monk is, I don't think, on the top of my priority list anymore. Mercenary is definitely up there, specifically Witch Hunter. I think looks super fun. Super, super fun. Blood Mage looks really cool too, and that's one that I wasn't expecting, but after reading through it, looks really neat. Infernalist did look neat, and after seeing exactly how its flame mechanics, or whatever it's called, Unbound, whatever their Maximum Infernal Flame, after seeing how that mechanic works, which is just basically a cycle through, take the damage, build fire res, instead of like a builder spender, I'm like a little less interested in it. So Blood Mage and Infernal is kind of swapped for me, oddly enough. Ranger looks super fun. I just like rogue. You guys know I like roguey, quick stuff. So Ranger is definitely on there. Seems like there's some cool synergies. Projectile mass amount, arrows flying everywhere, elemental effects, poison. That's definitely up my alley. So Ranger's definitely up there. Blood Mage is up there. Witch Hunter's up there right now. Warrior looks like cool. Titan, specifically. So if I were to play a melee, I think it would be Titan. Like, it looks like it has a very satisfying payoff if you smash big hits and then the Aftershock and whatever it's called, like Avatar proc, whatever it was. Seems like it'd be fun. But that's like all of them, Joby, no? Invoker's pretty... If I were to play Monk, I think I'd play Invoker instead of Chiyula. Or maybe I'd try Chiyula just to see, although you can't respec. Like, I'd be curious to see. Like, if maintaining your purple flame buff didn't seem like a pain in the ass, I'd be more open to it. Or, like, not getting hit kind of thing, right? You try playing a Merc and you could get past level 8. Because it was boring. And then Sorceress. I don't know, Sorceress just looks neat in general, right? You usually know what you're getting with, like, mage builds. I don't know. I think we've at least eliminated some options. Like, I'm not really interested in Warbringer. Not really interested in Infernalist. Not really interested in Monk and Gemling as much right now. They're probably, like, half of the choices. My gut has Deadeye, like, resonating the most with me. I don't know why. It seems like the closest to D4 Rogue, which I had a lot of fun with. But I don't think I'm going to make a choice right here anyways. Blood Mage seems really cool, too. The most boring Ascendency. Sounds rather subjective. Minion Infernalist Blood Mage. Like the doggo for Infernalist, you mean? The Blood Mage looks really cool, too. And Stagger is just fucking busted. I don't know, we'll see tomorrow. When we deep dive it as much as when we shallow dive it as much as we can. But yeah. Deadeye, Blood Mage, Witch Hunter. Maybe it's kind of where we're heading towards. In that direction. Cool. Okay. Let me poke Josh, see if he's down to jam. You say Josh, he smells weird? He does. He does indeed. Okay. What the fuck is he? Wanna play video games? Feels like it's midnight. Yeah, it's like heavily snowing outside and dark here, which is why it feels like it's midnight for you because of the weather here in Toronto / Richmond Hill. I'd have been tempted to go melee swords if / axes of flails were available, but Messenger is too damn boring. I don't know, man. This is a tough decision to make. There's a lot of fun-looking stuff here. I mean, even, like, I don't even want to sell Sorcerer's short. I just usually don't play too much magey stuff, but, like, Chronomancer and Stormy are, like, pretty fun. fuck is that emote? Dies of veg. Well, opponent PoE to push as little buttons as possible. PoE or PoE 1, yeah. Do I like the arts? How have you been? Hello. I do like the arts very much. Random YouTube chatter. Whom Rise to Rave repeated. I look forward to seeing what minion uniques there are. Wait, which one was the one with the minions? Blood Mage? Wait, does Blood Mage still use... Oh, I guess you just wouldn't use minion stuff. You'd make like a fucking nuke build with this, right? Because of the crit? I don't know, man. This is tough. I definitely need to sleep and think on it. But, yeah, there's some cool options here, for sure. For sure. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll look at this. Let me see if Josh responded. He says, yeah, okay. Most minion peeps are looking Infernalist or Gemling. Oh, because you can cross over anything. Yeah, this is where I need to like look a bit more into it because, you know, I have like a bit of D4 brain here where it's like this Ascendency locks you into whatever, but then I remember that we're on PoE where you can do anything with anything, right? Like you can put minions into any of these builds, technically, but you flex them hardest with some of these because of some of their unique Ascendency uses. Alrighty, cool, man. A lot of fun. Alright, we'll do more hype farming for PoE 2 tomorrow, and we will make a decision for our first character. Tomorrow! We shall see. There's a way to make Blood Mage minions work. I don't know. Well, I see. I don't know enough about like minion scaling. Like, do minions scale with your crit damage and crit and stuff like that? Because in theory, wouldn't your minions just do a fucking shit ton of damage then? I literally don't know the math behind that in this video game, so I'll have to see. Usually they are separate stats. I guess we'll see on Friday then, yeah. Minion crit damage in yours. Okay. We're going to join Joshua Tree Jackson and play some Ravenswatch, because it's super fucking good. We'll do more PoE. Well, starting tomorrow is basically PoE 2 for a few days. Might do like a little Ravenswatch tomorrow evening, just depends. I feel like we've covered most of the content that is like I was interested in seeing before. So tomorrow we're basically going to have a bunch of this and make a decision. I don't know if that'll take 8 hours, though, right? Or 8 to 10 hours. But we'll definitely start with more PoE 2 stuff tomorrow. Time for Ravenswatch. Time for Steam update. Looks good though, man. I'm excited. Very excited. Reminder! We are starting our big holiday streamathon on Saturday. It will be very poggers. If it wasn't poggers enough already, that it'll be during PoE 2. It'll be even more poggers now. Like, legit, we're cooking up some... Everyone I've asked about the stuff we're making so far has said it's super cool. I hope it resonates with you guys. I'll feel really bad if it doesn't. But it's very cool. Very, very cool. I got me switch my YouTube to... Oh, what time is it actually? 9:45. The cats aren't bothering me for food, and Mr. Cat's shots in an hour. I'll try to wait to give him dinner then. So we'll do our cat dinner break in about an hour and a bit. I'm here no matter what. Unless I'm not, in which case I'm doing things. If you're not, you're not, man. Enjoy PoE 2 time. Wait, that was... There we go. There's the live stream part of YouTube. Hello, YouTubers. YouTube back in for streaming, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Kill disaster. Let's mute the copyright-free World of Warcraft music, which is one of the only safe things to ever play on stream as far as YouTube's concerned. Let's join the Tree Jackson. Hello.
Hello.
I have come to play video games.
Hooray.
Have you beaten the first difficulty?
Yeah, multiple times.
Have you beaten the second difficulty?
I have not done the second difficulty yet.
Okay,
I was
we
trying
can start with that then. Yeah. It is all good in the hood.
The only ones that I haven't tried yet at this point are Aladdin and Methuselah or whatever.
Aladdin's super cool. Methuselah's interesting. I think she could be really, I think she could be really effective in group, but like fuck me, is she a nightmare in single?
Yeah, I was reading her like sometimes you are immobilized, sometimes you are a wisp, sometimes you're this other thing.
You basically, I think I explained this like that Bruv night, but we were probably drunk. So. You're basically, you turn into a siege engine in StarCraft.
Oh, I remember you saying that.
Yeah. And you control the wisp while being stationary. So if enemies rush you, you have to like do a little animation to finish your turret form and then dodge, and it's just a friggin' nightmare, dude. I have no friends, apparently. Anyway, I'd have to do it from here.
What?
There we go. I went to the in-game invite list, and there's just nothing on there. Tell Josh Horn you said hello. I'm sure you heard what I just read back to you since I'm on voice.
No, technically, as soon as you say horn, I just block everything out.
I will do you a favor in future then. If it's something for me, I'll just start with the name Horn so you don't have to listen to the rest of it. So new method to buy AI friends in the store. You already can. They're called cats and dogs. Did you get the invite, by the way?
Let me see. I did.
Oh, good. Well, are we both in agreement that Geppetto is cracked?
Geppetto is nutty, dude. I did a run as Carmilla last night too, and had like full blood, and her ult one-shot the boss.
Yeah, she's pretty fun too. She's one of the other preferred characters.
Yeah.
Mr. Cat's getting ratty. I think I might need to go feed him a little earlier than 11, chat. It's a pretty big adjustment. He's used to eating 3 hours ago. So he's like moping around me right now.
Well, I will try Aladdin because I've not tried it.
Yeah, maybe we should go feed him. Mr. Cat, can you hold out or no? You're a hungry animal. Yeah, he's hungry, dude. He's hungry. Okay. I gotta AFK for like just a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And then we can go. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta feed the catto. Where did I put camp for this, by the way? I think it was top left, I want to say. Or top right. I literally can't remember. But we'll find out. Anyways, I'll be back in just a few minutes while I feed the cat. Oh, God. Okay, Mr. Animal. I know, buddy.
will be as quiet as rain. I 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 will be as quiet as rain.
I'm being as quiet as rain.
Man, that Ted guy is so unreliable.
Yeah, it's true. He hasn't turned up for work in. Wait a minute.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Tatra. Somebody who hasn't seen him in a while, brother. What's up? We are welcome back.
You
only need to have one more shorter
Ravenswatch?
break for the cat insulin in
I have
about an
barely
hour.
looked at this game. I don't know what this game really is, other than
So if you guys have any,
it's like a roguelike. Is what I remember.
you guys have any,
like somewhere between Vampire Survivors, Tribes of Midgard, Diablo, and Hades.
if you guys have any
Somewhere in the
breakies to do
mix of all
later,
of that.
it would be a good time to sync Reno. How are the cats? You know,
It
they're
is a
alright.
little sweaty controller hand stuff, though.
Thank you for the warning. I appreciate that.
Mr. Cat's hanging in there. The little one's just fine. Hello, I've returned.
Sweaty controller hands. I
Hello,
see.
Mr. Spencer. We don't
Hello.
need a controller, but yeah, it's definitely not an easy game. You don't want Geppetto? You want Aladdin? Yeah, I'll leave Geppetto if you want him.
I wanted to try Aladdin because I haven't played him yet.
Okay.
You guys go for a round. I literally popped in because Josh was making fun of you, and I decided I wanted to join in too.
Ah,
I was doing no such thing. What is this slander?
classic.
I would never.
What's up, Buzz? Is he doing
never
better?
make fun of
Like
Ted
his
while
blood
he's
results were
AFK
better
for
recently,
a period
but
of time.
he's got like other issues now that I'm kind of waiting on to figure out what's wrong with. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know, man. But yeah. Overall, I assume he's doing better, but I gotta find the issue with
Remember to keep
this
your
little bald
focus.
spot.
Your mama
I will
made me
dip,
promise
and
to
you
bring you
guys
back in
have
one.
fun,
back.
and I'll hop back in if
Geppetto.
yeah, exactly. I'll hop
Yeah.
back
My
in
mother
stuff.
died when I was born,
Alright,
but I am delighted that you are looking after me. Hogwash, don't talk about your mother like that.
So I assume I have like my charges of my trait, the lamp wish, is like literally those are all that I have.
You get some later by using your ult, if I remember correctly, which require the yellow shards.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
But
right now you can like front load those three, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I recommend doing it on. We're on the second hardest difficulty, or the second difficulty now, by the way.
Yeah. It seemed like doing it with my special, so we get a consumable and some shards. Seems like the best like default method for it, but
Yeah, I think so. I don't even know if I get that or just you. Here, just use it. I'll go over here so I don't steal it. Like, you might as well use it now, or there's no reason not to power up your character early. I know. Yeah, so I didn't see those shards, but I can interact with this, which is pretty poggers. My doggers.
I have grabbed it. Do you still have it accessible?
Yeah, I already took my 4 damage.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Are you just using all 3 then?
Yeah, I actually took a thing that gave me additional charge on it at the start, so I can
Might
pump
as well.
out for those right now.
Oh, you collecting those counts for me too. Do you have 31?
Yes.
I forgot those are, well, not shared, but like everyone gets them when you...
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I have one more.
Well, look at you.
All right.
All right. What do we got? Tower bottom first?
Yeah.
Although...
Well, we could go up to the book, or we could just literally go left of here, see what's there, then go up to the book and work our way around to it, because the tower also has the wishing well at it.
Yeah, but we could tower and just fast travel back here and then do that once it's revealed.
True.
Yeah, let's go.
These guys.
With a bang!
Get him, boys.
This would be a great place to give my little scoundrels a
Yeah, someone will report back at that life and then chest a
I
book.
could also use a pause.
Yeah.
So many heroes don't know how to pace themselves.
All right. Let's keep buffing them dummies. High stakes? No, it's definitely not a sub only thing.
Reverie is still
Just stay here because you've been gone too long, Ted. Hey, mother.
earn your oil. Faster than a flying carpet, deadlier than a cobra.
God damn it. Stopped to itch my nose for a second. You threw a rock at me. Yeah, just, yeah. Arguably.
Here real quick.
Oh, maybe it didn't get revealed. True. Yeah, there's definitely some. Oh, there's another chest up here. Come on. Good call. Good
That's my
effing
little
good call.
scoundrel.
I played this for like probably 10 hours the other day.
It's super fucking good.
I was like, it was Sunday night. I was like, I'm having a bad time. I was gonna sit in bed and I've loaded it on my laptop and was just playing it.
It's probably really good on Steam Deck. I don't know if you have one.
I do have a Steam Deck, yeah. I'll try it on that. Because it probably is really good on Steam Deck too, you're correct.
So I'm gonna leap down there. Keep
That
messing with
technique
that.
is extremely efficient.
It's like trying to target my pet upstairs, man. I haven't figured out what these. Oh, yeah, you've done this difficulty once or twice. I haven't figured out what these empowered red mobs do that are on this high.
I haven't done this difficulty at all yet.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. Yeah, you get these like
Yeah,
red
yeah.
mobs. I think they're stronger, but they give you more. So I'm not exactly sure how it works.
About time we finish them off. My neck is getting
Yeah.
sore. I would really like to capture one of these nightmares. If I could study it in my workshop, we might be able to channel its
Let's port
power.
to the starting and then
That sounds
chest
like something a
into
wizard
book.
of some
Yeah.
country say.
That all seems to work just fine. For Rafe. Oh, wait, there's a currency thing right here.
That was there.
Yeah, I got a crystal thing. There might be something up that way too. Wait, do you get strength as well? Or is it just me? Oh, my little guys die? That's just me, it's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be broken.
Impressive.
Well, I don't know. Some nice group buffs in some of the players.
This would be a great place to give my little scoundrels a breather. If you don't mind, Geppetto, I could also use a pause.
Shut up, Aladdin.
Of course. So many heroes don't know how to pace themselves.
You goddamn whippersnappers.
I got a perk where every time my scimitars come back to me, I heal us. And then I just got another turn that increases all the healing that I do by... It heals both of us, yeah. And now it also is increased by 25%.
Show 'em your stuff.
You have to be like next to me, but still.
Start the event. Oof.
My little scoundrels, it's time to test your method. Like nailing tacks in a row.
Wizard! Blizzard. Oh, we dung beetled. Booger, thanks for gifting sub. Lacey! Bye, Lacey. Bye, Lacey. Alright, let's see next year. Probably quite literally. Ooh, 16 vitality.
And once his curse is lifted,
didn't get to escape the sub, though. I don't really want any of these. Ooh, 60% of my vitality.
We shall shine with the lights of 1,000
I don't have enough
stars.
currency really to go to the well yet.
Probably a side quest because it takes a bit. Usually gives like a legendary trait.
Yeah.
Harry. Harry. There's a well up near me. A Healy dude.
They have no strategy.
This is so much health.
Bombs away!
Getting stunned. Oh crap, I left the currency there. Can you grab it? Assuming you already grabbed the wall. Am I muted?
Another
Oh, I was
currency.
muted. I was muted.
There's another currency.
Yeah. I am here. I am. Skitter's getting stunned.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
Alright. Quest? It is. I was probably
Go
strong.
out and get me that straw.
Go back where we were, I guess.
I'll be waiting here to supervise the work.
How's life, Lacey? What are you doing?
Make me proud.
Ow. Oh man, I forgot about those hacky guys. Still on that Naughty America binge.
They didn't even see me coming.
Is this like in combat? Oh my god, there's There's constantly like a small chain of enemies keeping me in combat.
Yeah, there's a bunch more that just aggro up there.
All these spiders. Oh, that's true. Forever in combat, man. Holy.
Alright, we have a total of 4 strong.
Now that's
I have
what
6.
I call efficient.
Okay. So it's
Yeah, because there's a big pile that you can get usually at these nodes. So I just got to go to the second node. There's also like the boss node we might want to grab after this one, or whatever that target was. I forget exactly what it was.
the target is
I
the
need to
boss.
rewind my scoundrels.
That's where you go if you want to summon it early.
Oh right, that's the main boss. Yeah. Okay. Somebody's a mount for well, maybe.
That's my little scoundrel.
Not that much, I suppose.
Yeah, if we can find like one more big thing, it'll be enough to hit the well.
We need to focus on our objective. We're running out of time. With a burn! Hey, you are
Shit,
making
everything we need here. You go cash. Yeah, I got 13.
Okay.
How much you have?
Just teleport up there. I have 5, so we have enough.
Oh, I hope you find some more. Good luck.
I wonder if I could make wings for my... We need more straw if we've any hope of keeping those monsters away. This is really looking fine and sturdy.
Let's see here. Dummies healed by special gain regen. Yes.
This will improve things.
Because we're already throwing bombs to spawn them in the first place, and now we can throw bombs, hit and heal the ones that already exist, and spawn them. Like 6 minutes left. Yeah, they're all over the place.
Show them your stuff.
Oh, there's a Healy guy up here. I don't know if there's a ping in this game. There might be, but... Another Healy. Oh, they're breaking the shack. God, there's so many of them. Trying to like tank what I can over here, but... This Healy guy's so annoying.
Grab all my little skate face.
Oof, okay.
Alright.
That was a rough one because they came from all sides.
Yeah.
Gone. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, thank the fates. Fantastic. This is the
4 minutes. Probably just go well and see if we find anything along the way. Or do you want to go?
Yeah, well, there's a money thing with a healing fountain that we can come back to the well after. So let's port like beside the well.
Yeah. Okay.
And then just run past it and come back. That Aladdin marionette looks useless. Can you replace it for a better one?
Wow.
I mean, the one I named Devil. We have to go. Yeah, it's like a little hub here. The P variety.
Kaboom!
like Aladdin so far?
He's pretty cool. He's definitely
He's very nimble, which I like.
Yeah.
The stuff
Robot.
dreams are made of.
Robot. We love Josh. Are you speaking for everyone?
His damage seems decent too.
I never got too far with him because I got to
only having 2 abilities.
Yeah. I never got too far with him because I got to a point where I did like 1 attempt with every character just to kind of see what they were like and stuff.
Yeah.
But I only like, did one and didn't go too great. I was also doing it on a higher difficulty, which was probably in hindsight not a great idea.
Well.
Yeah, let's go well and then like I don't know, just keep running north. Maybe we hit another node or something. Yeah, we'll get aborted. Breaking friends.
Earn your oil. I'm on a winning streak, Batra.
Brigade. Okay. Vitality's yummy. What else? Reroll that.
This is a fine piece of work. Excellent craftsmanship. This will come in handy.
I'm just heading like up and right until we hit a node, which I'm sure we will somewhere.
Yeah.
All the keys here for. I don't think we have time for the boss though. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Which is also right here, unfortunately. Oh, bad luck.
No, ho, ho.
Yes, the Francais version.
Is the luck it is so bad?
No, it's one of these. I don't have time for this either. God damn it, hitting all like the bigger nodes.
It just occurred to me that we didn't do. Oh, there's a.
Yeah, we definitely want this.
This would be a great place to get my little scoundrels.
Getting credit for the boss for all of them is really good.
I could also use a pause.
I think level 5 is like minimum that you probably want to get
Don't know how to pace themselves.
before a boss, because you just get your ult. I'm gonna try to break these if we can. We only have like 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
With a burn!
Oh. But why? Oh, come on. God damn it.
Rude.
No, Fox. Just no. Soon. Oh, I gotta get 2 of these.
Form your stuff!
Minions are kind of just killing him through. We might be able to just kill boss, kill boss.
Okay.
Geppetto man's so stupid. Actually so broken.
He's so broken.
Look lively,
Hang on,
scoundrels.
20 things short of
Precision
using
in
my...
your paces.
Oh, I got another charge of my thingy though. I can do that real quick. I guess just for going to the new map, I got a new charge of my wish.
There we go. I guess. I'm not sure. More power the merrier, though.
And that gave me enough to...
Hooray.
Alright.
Chest and then work our way down. Like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, we like maybe we go up and then we work our way around to that tumor. Like kind of...
Yeah. What's that thing here? Healing. / max HP.
I was in combat, so I didn't really...
Bombs away! That's my little scoundrel. You're as young
You
as
got
you
the thing?
feel.
Yeah.
I bested Benzine in a sparring fight the other day. She's craftier than she lets on. Sure she didn't let you in?
Another healing over here.
That's all kind of suck.
I'll be able to put this to good use.
Coming. I am on my way.
When reverie is saved,
I keep forgetting I have to pick this up sometimes.
I'll
Instead of
give
dash.
you a dancing tombstone for all
Yeah. If you go up the path to the left.
There's probably
Move
something.
all the way.
I mean, there is something here. Oh, there's a tower.
There's an eyeball here. Yeah, yeah,
It's just it's on the underside. Goddamn right, you are fucked. Sit your ass down.
yeah. Goddamn right.
Goddamn right.
Show 'em your stuff. That was a bit of a fight.
Was once such a great
Well, okay, we know where the well is now.
Yeah,
And once his
and we can
curse
get
is
this
lifted,
currency
he
up over
will
here.
songs that'll
We have the shard and hit that like POI on the right. That little unexplored.
Yeah.
It's just clearly gonna be something there. Boom, 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 boom. Seems to be broken for non-subs, so is that what it's been?
like nailing tacks in a row.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Thus, let's not wake the horrors.
I think I turned this down a little too much. There we go. Can't hear when I'm muting and unmuting. There we go, that's better. Too bad I used my prime on Josh. Just go rob a bank, make a ton of money, and T3 sub to everybody.
What do you mean too bad you... What the fuck?
Typo. With the quiet part loud and the loud part quiet. Okay, books over here too.
Kaboom!
flare here, so when you get here, it can go. Alright. Wait, I think this locks us in, so I gotta wait. Or wait, does it board you? No, we're in combat now because
I'm here though.
Yep. And I got just leashed. Okay. Oh, we're in combat with my stupid thing.
This would be a great place
I got it. I got it.
Scoundrels a breather. If you don't mind. I could also use a horse. Of course. So many heroes don't know how to pace themselves.
Wow, you got gangbang in the middle there.
Impressive.
Nice. Double nice.
I have a lot of doing here. We should probably hit the
This should improve our situation.
thing before I use my ultimate. But,
Hit the what? The well?
yeah, the wall.
But we should do this first, huh?
Yeah. We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Make me proud.
Already got the thing good.
Yep.
Cool. Oh, we can like easily branch this to the tower. Just connect the dots to the tower.
I bested Melusine in a sparring fight the other day. She's craftier than she lets on. Are you sure she didn't let you? She's not letting me win. I'm even holding back.
Couple healer guys.
I usually are on these wave things.
Bravo, my little scapegoats.
There was no death.
Okay. I've done.
Things that aren't ideal. Yeah, it's...
You didn't specify who you were talking to. You just said, "Sir, please don't die." So I did it again.
Oh.
My fucking dash keeps pulling me into their beams. I just need to not use that for a second, I think.
Oh, that time before it breathes.
I guess I have this.
That thing input reads, by the way, the breath. Like the beginning of the breath. Let's be a little bit of a cheeser. Like if you're running alongside it, it'll pick the direction you're running and start from there to sweep you. Or like run through it a bit.
They come from a world of fear and
Boop, 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 boop.
The spiders are about to get stunned.
Oh, they're like something else.
now that's what I call a good apprentice.
This thing's so long, but it helps so much.
Yeah.
I would really like to capture one of these nightmares. If I could
There's a lot of
study
XP.
in the workshop.
You can, I don't know if you saw it, those, by the way, you can keep spending currency to get
Yeah.
something. Yeah, just cash XP. To Johnny Cash.
Ton of currency here.
That was there.
Yeah, there's like three big crystals.
More medium crystals, sir. What class am I playing PoE? Bro, I don't know. We're gonna make a decision tomorrow once we deep dive. Well, you know, as much as we can, which is not a lot, but once we check out the Ascendencies a little more, we're gonna make a decision. I'm kind of like leaning towards a few of them now, so it helped me kind of thin the herd a bit, so to speak. But there's a lot of fun.
He's burning eggs if we can kill them before.
Oh yeah, because they keep attracting each other.
Yeah. Well, the big fuckers come out of them.
Oh, okay.
An excellent benchmark.
Alright, that's okay. I'm Geppetto. Cool.
This is an excellent improvement.
Chest, mini boss, maybe?
Do we want to go to the well first?
I don't know if we have enough. I think it's like 100, 150, 200 on this one. Like it's more expensive for the 3.
Be ready, scoundrels.
So we have to collect some shit first.
That's my little scoundrel.
That explodes some damage after too. That's nice. Yeah.
They have no strategy.
Bird over here, man.
Piper was once such a great musician. He still is. And once his curse is lifted, he'll play songs that will make you fly.
Anything else?
Yeah, sure.
Sure you have horny. Sir?
I've taken the wrong path.
Okay. Well, I mean, we still got to find the key here, so. Somewhere.
Yeah, I was just checking to see. Oh, it's over here.
You found it?
Yeah, it's up here. Right
On my way. Got it.
To unlock a secret something.
Not the crabs. Is that our 6-minute one? Bro, what? How's he hitting me behind him? Oh god, it just machine gunned me with that. Ouch!
One more month. I started reading a book about anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down.
Bro, the moment I heard book, I was like, I wonder if it's, and then I heard anti-gravity, and I already started shaking my head. I didn't even know what it was. I already knew it, dude. Moose, my brother. Thanks for the 119er. That's crazy, dude. Almost 10 years. Holy moly. Holy guacamole. That is a lot of months, man. You getting on this PoE 2 hype or NAR? Is that not your jam? Got that frontal bubble machine gun if you're in the wrong places.
Yeah.
For a better design.
So nice. Those are both good. More dummies is gooder. PoE 2 second. PoE 2 can suck your pinky toe. I'm PoE 2. If you will, sir.
to pace myself. Piper was once such a great musician. He still is. And once he's heard
Because of his accent, Geppetto says I need to pace myself, but it always sounds like he says I need to piss myself. It makes me laugh every time. I need to piss myself. Stunning, methinks. Holy burst arena. Alright.
We have 2.5 minutes. If we're gonna make it to the well, we should head there. Otherwise, we should just go do something else.
Yeah, we could do well and then go downwards to that chest and book if we can.
Yeah.
Fantastic. This is the work.
Get him, Myson. Get him. 7.5. I'm literally carrying. I haven't died a single time. I just don't need to Oh, this is a cheaper one. Weird. I wonder how you tell if it's more expensive or not, because some of them are more expensive. It's just random.
Yeah.
They usually give you better traits, too.
This is a fine
God.
piece of work.
The only thing I hate about Geppetto, these little fuckers just like melee random shit nearby.
I bested Melusine in a sparring fight the other day. She's craftier than she lets on. Are you sure she didn't let you win?
You can do it to the chest. Yes, chat, please rate my performance. In bed. It's a lot of crabble labs.
Show 'em your stuff.
To get 30 more green shards, I can use my ult.
Or help.
That's my little scoundrel.
Got some crabs here. Spencer's boxer drawer. Chest is open.
I have a crab on me down here. I'm gonna get out of combat.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Good, because we're going to the boss.
Nothing like height for a little perspective.
Taste my ass.
Are you
Hell
filming?
yeah.
Yes. My dodge or my defense bones things.
Oh my god, there's so much shit. Careful with beams from the side of the room. like the Cthulhu beans.
Yeah.
Let's see how this guy gets me. Probably can't see him. And I'm throwing again. Stun soon. Stun. Oh, I didn't get my guys out yet. NVM. Groker brother, thanks for the 19-month primer.
Oh, you have double.
Welcome
ult?
back.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a whole lot of control. What ascendancy you're going with, Niroku?
Yeah, I did get one of my trait uses every time I go to a new thing.
Oh, nice. That is the poggers.
As soon as we get 7 more currency, I can do it again.
Okay. I say we sweep bottom, right, port back to this, get the left here, and then go get the quest, which will port somewhere else if it's a druid chick. There's a thing here.
Punch in here again. Let's put a currency right here.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do the thing now.
I'll start clearing up here.
With a bang!
Oh god, they're gonna fuck me up. Jeez. Yeah, those big gargoyles fuck hard.
Oh, fuck me. Yeah, it hit behind him. He was attacking your minions, so I thought it was fine. Come down.
I also down. As we were feathering.
Do you want to try and come pick me up too? Second feather?
Can try. Where are you? Oh, I see. Run!
Earn your oil.
Yeah, the big gargoyles. Yeah, that swipe is oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Ooh, brother. Ooh. I'm healing a lot constantly, so as long as I'm not getting like fucking one shot.
That guy's rough.
Let me use my thingy here too.
Capture one of these nightmares. If I could study it in my workshop, we might be able to channel its power. That sounds like something a wizard of Samarkand would say.
Wait, where'd my thing go? I used it to get 2 traits. I'm using the traits. Unless it's random ones that I already have. Weird.
Is there no end to the fighting?
Tide? I can eat tie and a rate. What are the rate options? Apparently the high stakes is not working for plebeians.
That's my little scoundrel.
That's my little scoundrel.
An excellent benchmark.
Who's throwing this shit? Damn it.
Oh my god.
Oh. Blizzard!
Blizzard! I bested Melusine in a sparring fight the other day.
There's a tower.
Then she lets on. Sure she can let you win? She's not letting me win. I'm even holding back.
The blinking dude. Some random fucking wolves. The book.
Yeah.
I bring to bear a lifetime of experimentation. My little scoundrels, it's time to test your method. Like nailing tacks in a row. Show 'em your stuff.
Those rocks are dumb.
We've still much
Blink back to start. Oh, we can't. Gotta run it pretty close. Goddamn right, Fox. Mice and that you're giving sub to Fox. I don't give in to his treachery, dude. Sir, where on the title or game category does it say PoE 2 gun? Currency. Yeah.
Bravo, my little street.
Global at the end there. Quest, yeah.
Yeah. I can also use my thingy again.
Okay.
But I wonder if it's worth waiting until we get to the well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there was not too much avoiding that. Wait, we're in the wrong spot. Fuck. Kill these. I was off safe passage in this later. Not like we don't need to go up here anyways.
Yeah.
So avoid that wolf if we can. It's where those like Death Knight Lich guys are, right?
Yeah.
I think it's always the same mission on this one. I don't think they've made new ones yet. Dumb once you like get like 15 dudes up. Really good with the rockets going everywhere.
Many thanks, brave
Okay.
warrior.
I
Now
can
make
leave one
haste
to
to the
this.
sacred grove, where Kranon Or, the last remaining
Yeah.
still stands. We must not
Don't forget
let
that
it
wolf
fall
outside.
in lightness. I shall meet you there.
I got up. She doesn't port where we just were. Probably won't.
This would be a great place to give my little scoundrels a breather.
Mini boss guys here.
Of course.
I probably should have spread
So
out for the
many
key and
heroes don't
search.
know how to pace themselves.
I have found the key on the floor above before. I don't think this is close enough for the stairs. I'm gonna go to the upstairs because we already explored down.
Book here.
And the key. Should we do the book, I guess? Oh, the key. I got it.
Yeah.
Guys, should we do the book while we're here? It'll help us get power for the boss names.
Might as well. Yeah.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
These are some angry gentlemen.
They have no strategy.
The last talent it is.
This should improve our situation.
Look quick. Oh, I got still alive.
My little scoundrels, it's time to test your method.
Broken OP trait. Just nuke everything around them constantly.
Easy.
As a scooter. Yes. Some reroll currency won't hurt. What are you playing, Myson?
Steady now. There are more enemies.
Wait, did Naruto answer me on Ascendency? Let's see, Donzo. Jon Snow.
Make me proud.
He's getting the gang into the corner.
With a burn. All of our fields combined into a viscous form.
Oh, they just said there was ghosts, minions. Big damn here. Jesus. That burst damages.
Piper was once such a great musician. He still is. And once his curse is lifted, he'll play songs that will make you fly.
Don't want any of that girl.
Fantastic.
Just.
This is the work of many masters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got all of these.
Oh, there's that well here too.
Where's my mallet? A few taps and I'll be fine.
Stun this big guy. Yep.
That one's fixed for good.
Oh, very nice. Justo?
I need to rewind my scoundrels.
We are getting low on time if we want to also get the quest boss.
Oh, true, yeah. Oh god, I'm trapped. Oof. Oh, here.
An excellent benchmark. That's my little scoundrel.
Dash cooldown.
Do we want to go to the wishing well?
Yeah, I could.
Or I can just
well,
use my...
there's we can take the cash thing.
Yeah.
And then wishing well.
And then we're gonna have to get to bus spawn quick.
Show 'em your stuff.
This casting leech is just so annoying. Great success. Be a battle up here.
Impressive. Like nailing tacks in a row.
It's a more expensive one.
I would really like to capture one of these night.
Big.
If I could study it in immersion, we might be able to channel its power. That sounds like something a wizard of Samarkand would say.
Big if true. Oh yes.
What an
Oh
inspiration.
yes, ultimate. We go up there, yeah?
Bus?
Yeah. Might be safer to port to here. It's just a little closer to the stairs. I'd be able to get away going to the stairs without needing to like fight anything. Yep.
I go stand like a thief in the night. Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
I got it. Well, they've been tight on. We're gonna do this in 90 seconds.
Yeah.
So you gotta fight this and then spawn it. That's what it is. They were committed. I don't think we're getting to the chest in time either. Sure as heck try.
You have arrived just in time. I shall fray a passage.
I don't know if we've arrived just in time. We've maybe
here to
arrived
help.
slightly late.
Stop Arthur from destroying Cronon Ur at any cost.
Call like more when I get him more. Dark Mage or Stormweaver? Which one is Dark Mage?
You must defeat Arthur quickly. Do not tarry.
I'm just gonna use both ults here just so we can try to burn them. Alright. Guess we did have enough time. Hey, go back here.
The tree has been saved, and my brother has been defeated.
Big if true.
Handsomely reward you for your efforts.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna port back, see if there's any small thing I want to buy from the Sandman.
No money.
I am delighted to see you, as always.
I want this, but it costs 120. Rip. We go. It says Geppetto. Yo, yo, yo.
With a bang!
get stunned. They both sound at the same time. Cancel fights though. That's the power of the bots. None can withstand my ass.
Taste my ass.
Oh, you haven't been here yet, have you?
No, no, I haven't.
So this game, like, I haven't played Matchcraft. As the difficulty increases, there's more bosses in story. It's not just those.
I am most pleased to see you, my friend.
Oh, let me use my thing.
Oh yeah.
Is there more fighting?
We do another boss right away.
I can do that again if I spend.
Damn, but he gets 160.
It is always a joy to be graced with your presence.
What is it now? Alrighty. You ready for the boss? Also known as da boss.
Yeah, I haven't done this. So, yeah. Oh, it's the Baba Yaga.
I think it's called the Baba Yaga. Jen Mice. That's very much a kill ads, by the way. The boss is like a man. You take chunks of health with the boss. I don't really remember all of it.
I shall foul your soul.
Ooh. Why?
So anyways, it started blasting.
Oh, is that the end of the...
That's the end of that difficulty, yeah. Nice. Pretty close on damage dealt. Oh my god. Holy.
Yeah, that seems pretty evenly balanced between the two of us.
Very balanced indeed. Bro, Josh did 28% of the damage. I did 71. I need to AFK.
Okay.
For a bit. RB. Alright, chat. I need to do Mr. Cat blood stuff, so I will be right back. Probably do one more run, and then I gotta go work on some stuff. Carried by Aladdin buffs? Bro. Carried by the Gepetter, okay? I gotta see you guys in a few minutes. Gepetter, baby. back, everybody. Sorry boot that to give Mr. Cat his stuff of the insulin variety. You know how it go. Well, maybe you don't, but that's how it go. Great, guy strafes here too. Alright, back, sorry.
Alright.
You discover.
I'll need a re-invite.
Sure.
Going into a single player real quick just to see how Melocene even works. Definitely strange.
It's definitely a little interesting.
Yeah.
Alright. One sec.
Oh, apparently I can just force myself upon you.
Oh my. Yeah, I already don't play. Including Jupiter. I'm fine either way.
I'm gonna do Aladdin again.
You gonna do Aladdin again?
Yeah, he's super fun.
Oh. I'll do Jupiter again.
I want, now that I understand him a little bit better, I want to do a run where I have a better understanding of what traits I'm taking, because a bunch of this shit ended up not being super helpful.
Cool. Better.
Pitter patter, let's Jupiter.
Max difficulty?
Sure.
Healing orbs heal less, Master Nightmares are even stronger. Minus 20% XP, only 3 feathers.
Yeah.
Nothing broken that can't be fixed.
Who will be the first to taste my puppet's ass?
Taste my pup ass.
Was that a funny little one? You want to laugh?
Remember to keep your focus, Prince. Your mama made me promise
No,
to
if you be
bring
back
you
on
back
Western
in
at 10.
one piece. Geppetto.
That's why we last run though.
My mother died when I was born. But I am delighted that you are looking after me. Hogwash. Don't talk about your mother like that.
Are you using your 3 things?
Yeah, I got 4 of them again.
Oh, nice. That's right. I haven't beat this difficulty yet, by the way. Actually, I haven't gotten past the 3rd boss this. I thought it did too much, but... Ollie, Doke, Ollie. North first?
Yeah, health and chest.
Okay. I don't know if we can get the chest this way. We have been debated. I guess we just look at this.
With a bang! Earn your oil. This would be a great place to give my little scoundrels a breather.
If you don't mind, Geppetto, I could also use a pause.
Shut up, Lars.
So many heroes don't know how to pace themselves. They have no strategy.
I think this big guy keeps creating the little dudes. It's done.
I wonder if I could bind a nightmare to an object.
Exactly what we wanted there. You going like right and down? Question mark.
Sure.
Well, here's the wall. Get a fast travel in here at least. There we go. Did I go to the right or down?
Sure, let's go right. Let's see what's out here.
Here. That's the boss one thing.
We've still much work to do.
The casters. Ouch. God, I hate these like swinging fanatics are so annoying.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
Where does the lead come from? Is it here the whole time?
I don't know.
I'm eager to put this to the test.
There's a healer guy over here.
Is it? Boop, 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 boop. You mean was a healer? Oh, is that one? Is it got any bangs? It's done. It's done. One right there on the side. Jesus.
Another healer over to the left.
Yeah. Some dude running.
Proud.
Yeah, dead.
Are you bowling again?
Yeah, it's default.
Oh, okay.
When I dodge over things, basically, or use my defense over things.
For a better design.
Sweet.
Very nice.
Also very nice. Some good starter traits, little one. There's a feather here. Oh, we don't have enough though. It's 100, right?
Yeah.
There any quick? Oh, there's a key here as well. Boss nearby. Also, there's some money here too. So if we clear this, we should be in pretty good stuff shape.
Okay, I got stunned and fucking destroyed.
Yeah, the hook from those guys is like lethal, basically.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming because of the pile of enemies.
There's a healer here too, and they're just literally spamming these guys.
Yeah. Probably gonna have to
That's
feather.
my little scoundrel.
Mess in there. I think the healer's a dedge, maybe?
guy's dead. Oh my god.
Hell is this? Pretty saucy.
Yeah.
Through these dead tissues.
Collected.
Cheat death now. Hopefully level to heal us. Cheat death is supposed to be more of a
such a
life.
great musician.
That did not give nearly as much experience.
And once his curse is lifted,
it is minus
he'll
20, but
play songs that will make you fly.
The mini boss.
yeah, this will be great.
Bombs away!
Man. Alrighty. GL's all around.
Let's not keep the lady waiting.
2 minutes.
Show 'em your stuff.
Oh, guys aren't here yet. That'd be really nice if she stops running away from my little dudes. Look at them. They're trying their best, man. Last time we were really good. Nice. Big. Yes.
Bravo, my little escape place.
Are there dealers here?
Like nailing tacks in a row.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. You guys can select a spawn.
She's craftier than she lets on. Sure she can. She's not letting me win. I'm even holding back.
No way. No way. Close though. Oh man, we're just under. Oh, just wasted a shit ton of time.
Yeah. See if our cogs are properly
But damn.
Here we go.
Are you now, son? That's what you should be. Streamathon's gonna be a gigapod. Love this chest. So I guess note to self: get a bunch of player power for next time before doing that.
Okay, I could not get out of that, like, at all, and now I am at the bottom of it.
Of this platform?
Yeah, south of me.
An excellent benchmark.
No.
Yeah, that big AoE thing, there was just no path for me to escape.
There's all I'm resing here.
It's gonna auto feather me.
Oh. That guy was swiping. Yeah, I think so, Jeddick. We definitely need more power before doing those mini bosses. Those are rough. Good for us. On this difficulty, at least.
Yeah.
Earn your oil.
All right.
What have we here? This is amazing.
All right. Now we have 6 minutes. And we're level 4, which is not terrible.
Brace
We've gotten a good
yourself.
experience with
There is
book
much
here.
to do.
Yeah.
But,
With no
dying is
currency,
not-
so the wishing well is kind of out of the question.
Yeah. Healer someone back.
Like nailing tacks in a row.
Stunned here already.
This spider up there too.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
Probably should have split damage rip. I failed that too.
I didn't realize we were so low on time for it.
My dear boy, I'll
Fuck,
be
that doesn't
joining you
matter.
soon.
I'd say the run is slightly less than ideal. Just slightly.
Yeah, we probably should have ported someone.
A little money here at least.
Now
Oh,
I've got to pick up the slack.
off screen. Well, not off screen, but didn't see it. Is Logitech giving more stuff for the Streamathon? Oh, that's not a mystery. Yes, they are. They've been gracious enough to sponsor again this year. It wasn't as much stuff as last year, but it's a decent amount of stuff for sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to ninja you out of there.
Rip.
Well, this is going poorly.
As we at level 5, we still have like any chance. I think we'll still be like okay instead of like well off, you know. It's doable. Just need to not fail another POI. There's a chest here. And also maybe not
Make
die
me
completely.
proud.
Yeah, we only have one further left.
Impressive. Piper was once such a great musician. He's still in. And once his curse is lifted, he'll play songs that'll make you fly.
We definitely don't have time for the... I'm gonna port up to the starting spot and try to do that book maybe.
Yeah.
Once we're done, I'll teach my scoundrels
Would be
to dance.
ideal.
Bravo, my little scapegrace. little scoundrels, it's time to test your mettle.
There's a hook guy in here, careful. Maybe two, I don't know, I can't see. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Boom, boom, boom. Very good.
No strategy.
Very nice. Pop them all. Got pimples on my butt.
I bested Melusine in a sparring fight the other day. She's craftier than she lets on. Are you sure she didn't let
At least something, so there's a chest.
She's not letting me win.
Maybe.
I'm even holding back.
Peas again. Go. Make sure you choose right away as well. 3 seconds. Yep. Oh, no ult though.
Yeah, this is bad.
It's gonna be a little saucy. We looked at all of them earlier fall. I mean, they both look pretty cool, but the Chalupa one, it seemed like it'd be a little frustrating to play sometimes, constantly collecting your little flame things.
Little scoundrel. Earn your oil.
Oh, I mistimed that.
It is my little brother just eating
the minions stopping the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 more of those. Ouch. Oh my god, 2?
Something. Oh, you're down 2. Shit. One of us needs to feather and get the other up.
I'll do it because I have other bots. Hopefully it works. He smacked me instead of the little buddy. Careful. Get a chance one of the tentacles to rest by now.
Oh, wait.
Bravo, my little escape place.
We go again. Stake-free gaming. I just made a mistake. there. Well then.
Ward. Also, have you been muted this whole time?
Maybe. Well then. Gonna turn to where after you're gonna stick with the games. Bro, I was never gonna play long term Barak and like raiding and stuff though, no?
Your mama
Yeah,
made me
there's
promise
literally
to
never
give
any
it
plan
back
for
in
that.
one piece.
Ah yes. Almost leveled.
My mother died when I was born. But I am delighted that you are looking after me.
Well, there's a health well up above and stuff.
Health well book.
Low tech here. Sure.
We could go down right, get the currency, and then rotate up counterclockwise. Book, then health well.
Not sure that really brings us anything right now. Like, we're not looking to spend that currency yet, right?
Yeah, my thought was more doing stuff before we get to the health well, so it tops us off. But
oh.
it's whatever.
Just not get hit at all, ever.
Yeah.
Forehead. What is over here? I'm not sure anything's over here. Something. Just.
Show 'em your stuff. These have been kind to me.
Is that level?
Right. I got this new alt, I don't know.
This is my crowning achievement.
We shall see. Me lord.
Yes, me lord.
Yes, me lord.
Eye over here.
I see it. Birds charging basically off screen.
Bravo, my little scapegrace.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That does seem good.
Yeah, well, it didn't. Oh, it's hard to say. The other one's also really, really good.
Okay. Oh, we want to go up thing?
Sure.
There was some currency I saw along the way up here. But we did not come across it, so.
I'm ready for anything.
I'm ready for anything. Even six.
No. Geppetto is ready for sex.
Are you still playing it, Varrock man? I do agree, though. Take my puppet cock, you bitch.
It's time to test your metal.
Oh, okay, alright. That's done, that's fine. Oh god. Oh god. Just got lit up. Good luck, friend. You guys winning? Well, you know. Win some, lose some kind of thing.
Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. God damn it.
I think it's GG's. I think it may or may not be GG's. I mean, unless you can kill him. Just so happens that the death timer coincides with the book timer. Goodbye, friend.
We will meet again, Tinkerer.
Oh man, I can't even.
Well.
I can't even. Oh, I can't observe it. Nice. Does it
I'll
scale with
just
co-op?
go
Well,
to
yeah,
the
this game's very
other
tough, but it scales well with co-op. So far, at least.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Hey, anyone here ever heard of Path of Exile 2? I guess there is an early access Friday.
Oh, really? Oh. Probably look into that. Probably farm hype.
I wonder if I go down to the feather and get a new one now. If I even can.
Well, I'm there at the feather. That's where my guy's icon is. I just don't know if it costs money to res me or you can just res me there. Toucan Sam? Like this season? Varrock? At return. Did it cost money?
Yeah, it cost a total of 100. It was 50 in each pot.
Okay. Makes sense.
Not too bad. There is a health thing just to help. Yeah,
it was also higher.
Make me proud.
God, my things die so easily because I haven't gotten that trait that scales with my vitality yet, which I'm like set up for.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice.
Nice. See. Do we want to try to get the book? It's a Lego book. Also, we could probably get a cheat. We could buy a cheat death thing here.
I only have 69.
Oh, can I put?
So we can get the currency.
Okay. Yeah, let's just get the currency as well, as you said too. Just like sweep these three.
Craftier than she lets on. Sure she didn't let you? She's not letting me win. I'm even holding back.
Couple healers here. So easily.
Are you stun spider?
There's obviously a heal on the side.
That was a good time for a level of Jesus.
Yeah.
God damn it. I hit the wrong button in my fucking select the thing. And now I don't even know what to pick.
My little scoundrel.
Okay.
You get friends. We get we get other currency, we get feather.
Feather would probably be good. I don't know.
Yeah, we can get feather.
But then we can't like
feather.
we're just like perpetually falling behind on power, you know. That's the problem.
I mean, I feel like we should get feather.
I agree.
There is other currency here too.
Wait, you don't want to get this currency first?
Yeah, no, I was grabbing a
and then we can port to feather after.
I need to rewind my scoundrels. A fight is near. Bombs away! Impressive.
Oh, they're like giga tanky during Ailment. It's nice.
A knoll should never leave its woodlands.
Forward to it. I can either get chest or a book.
I wonder if I could make wings for my scoundrels.
What do you prefer? We could get double chest and then go try to get book. Like chests kind of flow nicely into each other here. This is also a legendary chest. Like we can't fail this legendary chest outside of dying, you know. Whereas the legendary book we could fail. And then just waste time. Best do that when we have higher power.
Earn your oil.
Probably not in the worst shape, aside from our lack of feathers, but
yeah. Would generally agree with that sentiment. I was boss there, but we should probably grab whatever power we can before that first. Holy, there's a lot of garbage in here. Is there a healer here? Oh god, there's two of them. Jesus.
One down. Both down. Big crab is done.
Oh no, dude. It's mid-animation. I'm not gonna use... Unless you can like kite away or something. Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, because that thing just fucking domed me. It'll auto use if you let the timer run out, if you have it covered otherwise. So you can literally let it go into the off for a second. I have 6 seconds.
He keeps targeting me. Shit.
What the fuck? Prince.
Oh well.
It was literally intangible.
Sven, brother, thanks for that 34, man.
You know what? Fair.
Are you still wowing, by the way, Sven? What? He keeps dropping for some reason.
What an inspiration!
Do we have time for the quest? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think so. Maybe we go legendary book.
Yeah. Well, there's gonna be something in the south here too.
There is also the tumor.
We also haven't found the well.
Yeah.
It's down here.
Just run around here.
Money here. Oh god. That's a lot of crap.
Stopping for money, or are we still going?
I guess we can keep going. Healing.
Found a health thing over here.
We're gonna die in Queen Prog soon? Hell yeah, bro. Are you still on? Are you on Blessing Terry just raiding?
I found the well.
Okay. We taking this thing?
Yeah. I'm just trying to reach some of this shit.
Make me proud!
Yo, let's charging around so aids.
Now that's what I call a good apprentice. Its shell would make good armor.
My brother was once such a great musician.
He still is. And once his curse is lifted, he'll play songs that...
It's a red well, we might need that currency.
No, it stays visually red until we're out of combat.
No, I meant the outline of the map, though.
Oh.
Okay. That's nice. Oh, God. I got the dummy tanky thing. Yeah, it's an expensive wall. It's 150 for the first one, then 210, 250. Oh no, I don't have rerolls. Fuck.
I can do 2 of my ult thingies.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's also currency in the bottom right. I like the bottom area.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, at least for me, it makes more sense because I get the same thing out of using the wishing well as I get out of the.
These are epic traits, but okay.
So many heroes don't know how to pace themselves.
But I mean, we should still get all 3. Like, they're not mutually exclusive. We can get everything.
If we have currency for it.
Yeah. We should be able to with the one down there.
Alright.
Well, maybe. I don't know. That sounds like, what, like 300? Try. Oh, there's some on the road, too.
This could be an ambush.
29.
That's my little scoundrel. An excellent benchmark.
Solid AoE in there. I think the other ult might be better though, I don't know.
The stuff
6 short. There's gotta be a little fucking thing around here somewhere. There's nothing, what the fuck? I guess we can just report to it so we just keep going, right?
I got a little thing right here.
Yeah, cool. I bet you do.
Yeah.
What's it going on? Oh shit, man. Good for you, Sven. You are dedicated. Got a lot of enemies following me. I worry for her well.
Show 'em your stuff. Impressive. They have no strategy.
We're good. We're good. That's 350. Mon Dieu, we're going
Is there no
in.
end to the fighting?
Well, that does it for everyone.
Yeah.
Nah, we're fine. We are fine. Positive outlook.
escape this.
Oh god. I just got fucked. I'm on the right side, lower right side.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, come on, bro. That is some horse shit right there.
That is the shit of horses.
Yeah, well.
I don't know about you, I was getting super unlucky with trait choices.
Yeah, it took me a while to get the one to make my dudes tanky, and I was building around that, so I just kind of put them down and they already plop over. That was tough.
Yeah.
What time is it? I probably got a heady. I got some stuff to work on for the streamathon. As much as I would love to play some more, it is a gig of fun. There's even a difficulty beyond this.
Yeah.
Excited to get to. There's definitely, like, it's interesting because, you know, you don't have, like, meta progression like you do in roguelites, right? Where you, like, collect currency and then it's like your hero now has 10% extra HP, you know, stuff like that. But some of the traits you open up definitely allow for more insane builds, which is a neat design. Yep, good talk, good talk. Alrighty.
I was listening to my dude tell me about the time his wife got slurped into a lamp.
Oh god, Jafar was quite the slurper, let me tell you. Alrighty. But I might be down to the gym a little more tomorrow evening because I'm gonna do some more PoE stuff before Friday, but there's not like that much out there, so probably do another like half day again. Later, dude.
Later.
Are you gonna be playing more of this?
Yeah, I'll do a bit more of this.
Cool. Alright. Throw people at your face.
Gross.
Gross. That's it. Alright, chat. I'll throw you over to Josh. He's going to be playing some more of this. Man, this game is really good. Really good. I hope this game booms in popularity more once it like exits EA or has big updates because it's good. It's tough, too. It's like, it's not super high APM, but it's a very, like, I don't know, very, like, strategic gameplay with moderate kind of action. Great reacts today. Thanks, brother. Thanks. All right, I'll send you over to Josh, guys. I got it off wall. I mean, a bit early. It's midnight already, but I was honestly ready to go. I was like, yo, you ready to queue again? I looked at the time. I was like, I gotta go, dude. All right. Nice to be back. I'll see you guys in 2025. Thanks for hanging. JK. So tomorrow we will finally choose our Ascendency. So we'll spend the first kind of half of stream, first part of stream, hype farming PoE 2 again. I mean, I kid, but like honestly, like let's be honest, it's part of what it is for creators. But we will choose our Ascendency. We'll deep dive them a little more. We'll talk about them some more. Probably watch a little snippet video stuff from GGG, and then we'll choose. And then after that, we'll probably there's only so much of that tomorrow. I'm cognizant of the fact that hype is good, but also there's just I don't know, there's only so much to talk about it. So we'll do that and then probably play this a bit more with Josh. And then Friday we go. Friday we start streaming a little earlier. Schedule is up for the week. Oh, actually, hold on. Schedule is up for the week. I don't know if I updated Vision with this week's schedule. Not that it's too much of a mystery. It's all going to be PoE 2 more or less. Most importantly, though, our Giga Holiday Streamathon begins Saturday, chat. After the first day of PoE hype. I didn't want to coincide with the PoE hype itself, right? I mean, there'll be hype on the second day. It'll be a little more leveled off at that point. And also more important to me is making sure this is a lot of fun rather than... Oh, somebody did update it already. Making sure this is fun rather than just the PoE hype. So Saturday, we are starting our big holiday streamathon, which will go through all of December. We've been working really hard on it. So, I mean, it's... In my opinion, it's super pog. Everyone I've talked to and shown it to, it says it's super pog, which to be fair is a small handful of people. But I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys like it, because if you don't, well, that sucks, because that's what we have for the month, but we'll see. You didn't, some mod did. I'm also a mod in my own stream. Alrighty. Say hi to Josh. I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 1. Hopefully not late, unless I have to go to the vet again, which... depends on Mr. Cat not doing anything dumb. Well, you're not Mr. Cat, you're a little one. Say hi to Josh. He's going to be playing some more of this, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.